Hello, everybody, and welcome to the 2026 Pokemon Regional Championships here in Melbourne. My name's Josh, and I'm here with current Australian number 9 ranked Jordan Palmer, who's taken a break from the tables to come and share his wealth of knowledge with us. We're here for the final Australian Regional Championships of the year. It's the last chance for any Australian players to check their invite on home soil. And boy, are we in for a bit of a treat if the tables from the first round are anything to go by. We are actually already in our first game. So, Jordan, we might jump straight over.
Sounds good to
and
me.
You can talk us through what this matchup might look like.
Well, I don't even know what matchup we're seeing here, so it'll be just as exciting for me as it will for you. I know one of our players, I believe, is on a Dragapult variant. I think it might be Dragapult Hammers. Oh, it's Festival Lead. Oh, I'm so excited. Okay, yeah, this is the deck I was actually going to play if I'd competed this weekend. So, all right, let's see how this goes. It looks like, wait, are we?
We have jumped right into this game. Okay. Look how far through we are already. No, okay, maybe our graphics just slightly off, but we do have Charlie on the right.
Yes.
Piloting this Dragapult variant that Jordan was talking about before. And it looks pretty stock standard. This is something that Charlie piloted last weekend to a big victory and seems to be a bit of a comfort deck for him at the moment. And then on the other side, we have our Festival Lead. Now, for those of you that don't know this deck, it has seen a rise in popularity recently. It seems to have a reasonable matchup spread across the board, and it does require some small apples that can attack twice with some conditions.
It does indeed. I believe this is Declan Palmer on the left. Coincidence of the surname. I didn't give them the Festival Lead list, although I would have been more than happy to. Looks like a pretty decent start for Declan here. They've got a Dipplin and a Thwackey on turn 2, despite getting item locked. And honestly, when it comes to Festival Lead, that is kind of the most important thing. If you get that Boom Boom Groove going with either the Goldeen or the Dipplin in the active, search your deck for at least 1 or 2 cards every turn, it just sets you up so much for the rest of the game. It's really, really strong at that point.
Honestly, that ability name itself, Boom Boom Groove, worth playing the deck just for that alone. As we're going through, I think Declan, still in his turn, playing this Lily for 8 fresh cards. And with this setup, 8 fresh cards could be all that Declan needs to get off to a good start. We see a Goldeen in the active with an air balloon attached to it, and he does have an energy attached to his benched apples, which will mean that we will see likely at least 1, if not 2, attacks on this turn.
Yeah, we do already have the Festival Ground Stadium in play, so the Festival Lead ability on Dipplin allows you to attack 2 times, which is a really awesome ability. It's really cool. But Charlie is in a good position here. He's got that Dunsparce on the bench, ready to promote on the second attack, knowing that he's going to be attacked a second time. He knows he can just take a hit with that Dunsparce, next turn, runaway draw, shuffle it back into the deck, and all of a sudden, that's basically just like only 1 attack happened.
Yeah, it's interesting too that Declan chose to attack into here. Obviously, a lot of Dragapult variants playing Monkey Dory at the moment. Unsure if Charlie is on that sort of variant, but it does allow Charlie to manipulate damage at times if he can tank with that Dunsparce, as we see a Buddy Poffin come down, and this is a combo that most Dragapult Dunsparce players will be looking to pull off throughout the weekend, as Buddy Poffin can just go back and grab your Dunsparce that you have just shuffled back in. However, we see only 1 Dunsparce grabbed from Charlie and another Dreepy to help his setup as he continues on by attaching a Psychic Energy to the bench Dreepy.
Yeah, it's very common to see, especially in these Crushing Hammer builds, like it does seem Charlie is playing. We often only see the 1/1 line of the Dunsparce. It seems like the Crushing Hammers are going to be coming out, but not a heads on that one, I think. Oh, no, it's a reroll. It is a heads, okay. Heads is not the most impactful thing in this matchup, but the boss's orders on the Thwackey can be huge. Boom Boom Groove lets you search for your deck for any card. Amazing ability. Does not work unless you have a Pokemon of Festival Lead in the active. So if Declan doesn't have a way to retreat here, he might just be locked with a bad, unplayable hand.
And we have seen one of the air balloons come down already. Unsure as to how many Declan is on at the moment, as we see a Tool Scrapper being discarded with this secret box. That Shaman's not going to do much in this matchup. No need to protect the bench for damage, but he does actually say, no, you know what? I'll keep it. I just don't need these Buddy Poffins anymore. Get them out of my hand. I don't want to see them. potentially trying to thin his deck from any sort of Badoo shenanigans that might go on a bit further on. We did see one of the Badoo come down already, but it's not unlike Dragapult to be able to get them back at the drop of a hat. And we see a Festival Grounds, and is that a Switch?
I believe I think that might be an OG Switch.
There we go. So Switch does come down for Declan as well, going to be able to get this Thwacky out of the active. It's evolved, and go back to Boom Boom Grooving as we see 2 Thwacky will be on the bench. Alana's 8?
I think that was actually a black belt he was.
Oh, a black belt.
Up
there we go. And we're going for the Brave Bengal instead. Need the extra damage. Obviously not right now with a 70 HP Droopy in the active. And then Lily's just to refresh his hand again. We saw how good 8 extra cards could be for Declan last turn. And Declan's certainly in a pretty commanding position at the moment.
Absolutely. And unlike last turn, Charlie does not currently have a Dunsparce on the bench. So if we see a double attack from the Festival lead, Charlie's going to have to either sacrifice one of his single prize mons on the bench or let his Meowth X take a hit, which could come back to bite him later, or maybe it could come back to help him with Monkey Dories.
Absolutely. Meowth with that tail tuck attack as well can technically get that damage away from itself by putting itself back into Charlie's hand. However, it does require 3 energies, and Dragapult not terribly good at accelerating that many energies into play and being able to get away with putting them back into hand. So we'll see what Charlie does end up promoting should this attack come down from Declan. We do see the energy attached. That was the last piece needed for these attacks potentially to come off. And so we will be seeing Declan's Applin doing the wave, Jordan, doing the wave.
It's such a sick attack, and I really like this from Declan here. Has the Lily's Determination and still has 1 Boom Boom Groove available. So going to get to search their deck for any card they want after seeing the initial 6 cards from this Lily that has taken a prize, of course. So won't be the full 8 cards, but it's a pretty good board. I think 6 is probably going to be fine. And the only piece they're realistically missing from their board right now, besides maybe a second Diplin, is that Rabska. And the Rabska is obviously a very big card in this matchup.
I was just noticing that last bench spot, the one closest to the bottom of the stream, is currently a small Rellor. Not there for whatever 1 energy attack that Rellor has, but instead to evolve into a Rabska, which does have an ability that stops Dragapult's Phantom Dive from being able to place its damage counters on any of Declan's Pokemon. So Declan feeling pretty good right now as a bug catching set comes down, grabs a basic energy, which could be good for next turn should this active Applin come down, and another Thwacky, which probably unnecessary, but still thinning is winning. And there it is, Jordan. There's that Rabska you were talking about. How impactful is this one going to be?
This is pretty big. Obviously, Charlie has had a bit of a slow start. Not going to be Phantom Diving super likely this turn, but just going to have to bring up that Meowth X to tank an attack. Interesting to see that Declan is going for the attack. I wasn't sure if it would be worth it to pressure the Meowth to stop it from taking attacks in the future, or risk, having damage counters on your opponent's board that can be moved back with Monkey Dories or Adrenal Brain later in the game. But for right now, Charlie still hasn't even found a Dracloak. We haven't even spoken about how unfortunate Charlie's board has been so far. No Dracloaks. He's got a couple attachments down on the board early, but looks just having to stall again. Oh my gosh. This is not the ideal board you want as the Dragapult player. As Festival leaders can be so aggressive, taking multiple knockouts at once. You really can't let them get too far ahead.
I'll tell you what, this does speak to how high a caliber player Charlie is, and explains why he won that massive League Cup last weekend, because this is really Charlie's only out at the moment. He doesn't have a lot going on for him. He needs to stall to find time, and he says, all right, let's see how many switch outs that Declan's deck has. And Declan, we're passed back over to him as he top decks for turn. I think it was another Buddy Poffin, which probably isn't going to do much. And it's a manual attach. It looks like this Thwacky is coming out the hard way. 1 manual attach and pass straight back over to Charlie. And Charlie top decking with a little bit more confidence as an Ultra Ball comes down. Here we go. The Dracloaks are online. We see how difficult it is for Dragapult to function without that Recon Directive ability. It does let you see those top 2 cards and pick one. I think one of them was the Unfair Stamp as well, or whatever a spec it is that Charlie is playing in the first place. We would assume Unfair Stamp, but the one that he took was a Lily's Determination. So that is 8 fresh cards for Charlie should he wish to play that this turn. I think he's just trying to work out where that Fire Energy goes. And down comes the Lily's, Jordan.
I think that was a 0 card in hand. Lily's Determination is exactly what you want to have in this situation. That that boss for the Thwacky bought him exactly what he needed. Just one turn to top deck the out to Drakloak, Recon Directive into Lily, and now it's going to be a actually intimidating board that Charlie is able to present. It's going to be pretty difficult for Deacon if he can't. Sorry, Declan if he can't retreat this Thwacky pretty soon.
Absolutely. And so we see Declan on the left. Our graphic is a little bit topsy-turvy, but Declan on the left of screen, 4 prizes left. Charlie finally getting going on the right of screen with that Lily as another Crushing Hammer comes down. Oh, roll it off screen. We're going to go again, Charlie. Keep it simple. As that one hit the deck, I think it is a 2. So
it looks like a 2, but it looks like we're deciding. It's either not a 2 or they are still deciding which energy to discard. As I said earlier, Crushing Hammers aren't often that big a deal in this matchup. Only 1 energy attacks for all of your main attackers, but in this situation where you're trying to get those 2 energies on the Thwacky to retreat, that Crushing Hammer could have been a massive setback. Right now, though, looks like it's staying as a Tails and going to potentially be Ultra Balling for maybe just a Dudunsparce or another Dreepy, or maybe even trying to get that Monkey Dory Adrenabrain started.
There we go. So that Ultra Ball is actually probably quite important. The key thing is that Charlie still has that Meowth active at the moment, which could give Declan another 2 prizes, taking him down to 2 prizes left. We do see, I noticed Charlie attached the Fire Energy to the Dreepy, potentially showing that he is playing that rare candy to be able to evolve straight into the Dragapult. As we pass back over to Declan, and we have a Stretcher right back for that basic Grass Energy, allowing the Thwacky to finally retreat. And as I said, it is going to be a free 2 prizes. No, we're not attacking yet. Okay, we're not doing the wave.
We've got to use our Boom Boom Grooves first.
Boom Boom Grooves. Once you enter that attacking step, even though this Dipplin can attack twice, it still means you have to attack right away. So you can't do any actions between the 2 attacks.
That would be so broken.
It would be very, very broken to be able to enter the attack step and move back. But we are seeing these Boom Boom Grooves now. And one thing that I don't think we've mentioned, Jordan, about how broken Boom Boom Groove can be. You don't have to show your opponents those cards. You just have 2 free cards from whatever you want.
And what's really good about this situation is Declan already has, I would say, the perfect board. There's nothing he could do this turn to progress the board any further besides maybe playing a supporter card. Let's say he didn't want to take out this Meowth. I think the taking Meowth is pretty good, but there are obviously some other juicy Pokemon on the bench you could consider. But besides a boss's orders, potentially, Declan can probably just take any 2 cards and just hold them for next turn. And Charlie's going to be playing a guessing game as to what they might be. And I have a feeling one of them might be a switching card just in case he goes for another desperation boss play. If he's even got any bosses left, he's running low already.
Absolutely. So crucially, Charlie not able to establish another Dunsparce last turn. So there will not be a Dunsparce on the board to tank anything like it has this turn, as Charlie does play down that Dragapult after using the Recon Directive, plays it onto the 1 energy Drakloak, but he does have that fire in hand. We saw last turn he was going to Ultra Ball it away, decided to keep it. I think he got rid of a Lily's in its place. So he's got that energy attachment already. He's got the bench Drakloak set up, but crucially, there's not much else going for him. And he does have to run away draw this turn now as well, as we see the Ultra Ball come down. It's another Lily's, I think, Jordan, and that fire energy as well.
We don't need Lily's anymore.
Yeah, might have another one in hand. Also, Jet Headbutt doing an interesting amount of damage for this matchup too. So we see that Monkey Dory and the attach. There we go. That's what I was leaning into. Is the 70 damage, slightly below the 80 of the Dipplin in the active, but that Monkey Dory can fix that math a little bit. And what I think Charlie might be lining up is Adrenabraining 30 damage from his active before the Dudunsparce gets runaway drawn back into the deck to start manipulating Declan's board a little bit. He might go, oh, you know what? I'm happy for this thing to stay active. It's okay. I don't think you'll be able to take the 2 prizes next turn. Fingers crossed. And we'll just set up a couple of a multi-prize turn on my next turn, as we see the unfair stamp come down. It is an unfair stamp that Charlie is playing. And how powerful is that ace spec?
It is a very powerful ace spec and is going to disrupt most decks in the format. But Festival Lead, you get to search your deck for any 2 cards you want every turn, as long as you have a Festival Lead Pokemon in your active spot. We know we're not going to be seeing our boss's orders from Charlie this turn. Actually, wait, has he supported? Maybe he hasn't.
I don't think he has. He Ultra Balled away the Lilies, but so we could see a boss here.
Yeah, it would be likely the last boss. We have seen already 2 Gust stalling attempts so far this game. But obviously, at this point, with a Dragapult coming active, there is no way Charlie can remove all 3 of the Festival Lead Mons from Declan's side of the board. So we're almost certainly going to see 2 Boom Boom Grooves, and Declan's going to have access to any 2 cards he wants to try and get out of this unfair stamp that Charlie has put him into.
There we go. That was pretty crucial. The stadium bump coming down from Charlie. I believe that's a Risky Ruins in play right now, and that came from the runaway draw from Charlie's active to Dunsparce. So no more damage on the board for Charlie. It does have a 320 HP 2 prize active. So theoretically, if Declan can get to 320 damage in a turn, he's good. But I don't think he can travel that high. And now we're seeing a Crushing Hammer come down. I think Charlie's trying to work out which dice to roll as another one ends up off the table. Nope, it's just another Tails. That must be a 5 there.
Oh, that's a big one.
And this is the risk of playing those Crushing Hammers. It's a flip card. You're 50-50. And those are essentially 4 dead cards half the time. They're 4 fantastic cards the other half of the time. But it is a massive risk to take, as we do see that Jet Headbutt coming down. Charlie says, okay, I don't mind you having your active this turn. I can do something with that next turn. I just need you to not be able to take the knockout here, not free up that bench spot, as we see the first Boom Boom Groove coming down for Declan.
Have we seen which ace-spec Declan is playing? Because if he's playing Secret Box here, Secret Box would find the, assuming he has the cards in deck, of course, it would find the Festival Grounds, the Bangle, and potentially the damage increasing supporter like Kieran or Black Belt. We could just see a single Boom Boom Groove finding all of the combo pieces needed to just take the game on this Dragapult right now. We'll see if he has the cards in deck.
It would be absolutely broken if Declan could get that Jordan. However, unfortunately, I do believe that Secret Box came down on turn 1, actually turn 2 of the game.
Of course.
Yeah, it was Declan decided Buddy Buddy Poffins were no longer needed.
I remember that now.
Threw that down. But we do see the boss's orders coming down on that Monkey Dory, and one that we missed. The Festival Grounds does bump the Risky Ruins as well, as Charlie trying to work out what he promotes here. I don't know. Declan is only on 1 prize left right now, so it must have to be that Dragapult to take a bit of damage, surely. But unfortunately for Charlie, that Monkey Dory going down, actually pretty brutal. Oh, we don't see a second attack, Jordan.
No, it's the Monkey Dory has 110 HP. Duda Wave currently doing 100 damage.
You're right.
Both attacks were required to take out the Monkey Dory. But the Monkey Dory, honestly, was probably the biggest threat to Declan right now. We know the Rabska is in play, so Phantom Dive will not be dealing any additional damage to Declan's bench. We just need to avoid seeing any extra damage counters coming down to take a multi-prize knockout, such as taking out the Goldeen and the Diplin, maybe even trying to take out both Diplins this turn with a Boss's Orders plus a Monkey Dory to finish the final 10 damage on this active Diplin. There's a few lines that Charlie can go for here, but Monkey Dory is essential for most of them. He does at least have a couple damage counters on the bench to play with, so the Adrenaline Brain will be live if he finds the pieces, but once again, it's just a boss away from game for Declan realistically here.
Yeah, Charlie on the ropes, but not out of it at the moment, as those 2 Dunsparce on the bench. One now evolved into the Dunsparce from that Pokepad that came down before with the 2 damage counters on it, as Charlie does opt, I believe, for the knockout.
Yeah, I think he's just called it.
No, he's called it. That's game.
He's gone for the knockout on the Rabska and just said, I know you've got it. You've got 2 Boom Boom Grooves. There's no way you don't have the game with a Boss's Orders on one of my single prize ones on the bench. So, yeah, Charlie saw the writing on the wall, and Declan's going to be going up the first game in this set.
Massive from Declan. We do see that that Festival lead deck. It is so consistent right now. The addition of Pokepad really gave it the boost that it probably needed to become that upper tier deck and actually meta relevant. If you know the Festival lead of old from a couple of formats ago, it was a bit of a fun deck. The Boom Boom Groove's still broken, but it probably just didn't have the setup potential. But these days, it really is a powerfully functioning deck. But usually, Charlie's Dragapult deck, arguably one of the most powerfully functioning decks in the format, and we didn't get to see that there. Charlie just struggled for Drekloak for a couple of turns, got the Dunsparce down crucially, but never was able to really set up any consistent runaway draws. Charlie playing to his outs, but still a little bit of a struggle here and there.
We saw 3 Boss's Orders attempts, so I guess 2 of them were attempts at trying to buy some time, but the 3 Boss's Orders all came down. It's just so hard to map your prizes when you don't get those damage counts from Phantom Dive, which is what the entire deck is revolved around, obviously. So we'll see how the next game plays out, but Declan opening sorry, not Starmie. Why was I thinking
Shaman.
Starmie? Shaman, good card for the Starmie matchup. Opening the Shaman, that is a really bad opener in this matchup. But it might not be as bad as not benching Droopy's turn 1.
Yes. Well, look, I think Charlie's start was attach Monkey Dory, bench Dunsparce, and then pass. So it's going to be at least an extra turn for Charlie to get an attacker on board, and no such struggles for Declan. We did see how powerful the stall angle could be from Charlie. It did buy him that one turn last time. Now has an extra target with that Shaman. Unfortunately for Charlie, just the 1 retreat cost as the Buddy Poffin resolves, and now we have the bug catching set. Now, Jordan, I have a small problem with this card in how long it always takes to resolve, because you have to look at the top 7 cards of your deck, pick 2 grass type Pokemon or grass energies, and then shuffle everything again just to play another one, as we do see 2 Applin grabbed with that. Oh no, it was an Applin and a Grookey grabbed with that bug catching set.
This is looking like a pretty good turn 1 for Declan, pretty good board. Still has bench space for that Relo or Rabska if they choose to go for that, or potentially just a 3rd attacker. Maybe that Goldeen if a Festival Lead Mon is required to get the Boom Boom Grooves going. But the Shaman could end up being a problem because realistically you want to be having those 3 attackers on board at all times. You never know what Dragapult can do. They're really good at knocking out 2 attackers at once, so having 3 makes your life a lot easier. But then in this situation with the Shaman down, you have to choose, do I want the 3rd attacker down, or do I want to go for that Rabska to keep my Pokemon alive for longer? So it's going to be a crucial decision here for Declan. What is he going to target with this Buddy Poffin?
It will be really interesting. We also don't know what's prized or how thick that Rabska line is. He is going for that Relo, realizing the importance of that Rabska. We saw how much trouble that caused Charlie in game 1. Charlie might have actually been in a reasonable spot had that Rabska not been available to Declan, as we see Charlie drawing for turn. The Shaman still active, and crucially, probably for Declan, no attachment. It does mean that we're unlikely to see an attack. We do know that Declan does play that Air Balloon and the Switch, though. So it is possible, as we see Ultra Ball coming down. The glare is a little bit brutal, I would say, Jordan. But one of them is definitely a Dragapult EX that's being thrown away. I think the other one, potentially a Crispin, a full-out Crispin.
Yeah, I think it is a full-out Crispin, and we definitely know it's a Lily's Determination. Yeah. We saw the Ultra Ball top deck, I imagine. That was probably getting played turn 1 if it was in the opening hand. So the Ultra Ball top deck gets us a Dreepy, Lily's Determination for a 2nd Dreepy. This is a bit of a better turn than Charlie was hoping for.
I'm sure that Charlie would have liked to see this in turn 1. Yes. 2 Dreepy finally on the bench, and off that Lily's Determination, another Buddy Poffin. It does grab the Dreepy and the Dunsparce, and now Charlie is finally cooking just a turn too late. Jordan. So potentially we could see this game end up being, decided by that turn. However, Charlie going through, I think, just doing a deck search after that Buddy Poffin potentially. Is that what's happening here? I
think so. We're still eyeing up his counts before finishing the deck search with the Buddy Poffin. About to start shuffling now, concluding that Buddy Poffin deck search. And I imagine the only thing we're realistically wanting to hit here is an energy. You could go aggressive and be greedy and go for a Mind Bend, try and stuff a knockout on the Shaman next turn. But I think it's a bit more reasonable to probably start getting some energies on those Dreepies on the bench. Well, actually, I think it's only Dark Energy in hand. That's probably just straight up useless.
It is. Yep. You can attach another Dark to that Monkey Dory, but it only needs 1 to use that Adrenaline Brain ability. That other Dark Energy doing nothing right now. As we pass back over to Declan, we do see the evolution straight away, and then pass again. What is going on?
A really good board, but no energy, no way to retreat. If you can get that Dipplin into the active, you can Boom Boom Groove to set yourself up for the rest of the game realistically. But right now, just a pass.
Off this Recon Directive. The Psychic Energy, which is what Charlie needed last turn to get an attachment onto his Dreepy, and a Boss, which we saw how important that was to Charlie last time, and even more so if this Rabska gets up and about. But we do see Charlie kind of taking revenge on this Darkness Energy, I guess, Ultra Balling it away, setting it to the discard pile to grab another Dracloak straight into the Recon Directive for that one. And unfortunately, Charlie not blessing us with the ability to work out what those 2 cards were. It does look like the Fire Energy was one of them, and that's the one that Charlie chose to take. And I think, potentially, with that kind of Evolve pass last turn, Charlie's made up that 1 turn deficit, as we see the top deck, Declan, drawing out of nothing into the Lily's Determination. 8 fresh cards, both players still on the 6 prize cards left to take. Both players with 2 Pokemon that they don't necessarily want to attack with in the active as well for the last 3 turns. And we're just seeing whether Declan can actually get this deck up and running without a Festival lead Pokemon in the active at the moment.
Yep. There's obviously, in an ideal world, Declan draws into either an air balloon or a switch, some way to move this Shaman. In a less ideal world, you at least draw an energy card to attach and retreat. This means you won't be attacking this turn, but the switch is huge here. That's going to activate the Boom Boom Groove, which at the very least could potentially get a second Boom Boom Groove.
I think it needs to grab the energy, Jordan. I don't see it in hand. Declan really struggling on that grass.
This could be a grass energy.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. A bug catching set. We see it. One of my least favorite. Oh, that is the Rabska, but that's it.
That's all right.
Declan's prizes might be six grass energy here, Jordan. He hasn't been able to find one at all this game.
I would be very surprised if there was that many.
Yeah.
But the Pokepad for the second Thwacky, I imagine, is what we're going for here. It's actually the only Pokemon that can be put onto the board right now. Let's just see a random Rillaboom, which some of us play. But this activates 2 Boom Boom Grooves for Declan. I've got to imagine energy is going to be one of them. And then an extra card probably to hold into the hand. I've got to think maybe one of those switching cards.
There it is.
Knowing how much that Charlie went for the boss's orders last game.
Doesn't even hide it from Charlie. It just says, all right, this is the one that I'm grabbing. You know what I need right now. It's obvious what I don't have. As now Declan has every piece. And that is exactly how powerful Boom Boom Groove can be. My goodness. The Do the Wave about to come in. Unfortunately for Declan, it can only take the 1 prize. As you mentioned last time, Jordan, we do have a 110 HP Pokemon in there. And so at least he's not going to leave Charlie with any damage to work with after attacking twice with Do the Wave. Charlie promoting that Drac Cloak. We've got the top deck for turn, and we know that Charlie has the energy, does need a Dragapult EX from this board. And it will be really interesting to see, 1, if Charlie can get these Dunsparce back on board, but 2, whether he chooses to actually use the runaway draw or not, because we saw how good the Dunsparce can be as a bit of a wall as we see the 3rd Drac Cloak come down. And now Charlie is firing on all the cylinders. 3 Drac Cloaks, 3 Recon Directives per turn. As it was some trainer card added to hand there.
I feel it was a Crushing Hammer.
A Crushing Hammer. And I don't know if you saw it a turn ago, Jordan, but when Charlie was doing his deck search, brought the Crushing Hammers to the front to say, I know how important these could be if Declan is missing energy right now. So a couple of heads on those might actually be impactful on this game. That
is true. It's an interesting situation with the Crushing Hammers because in a lot of matchups, the Crushing Hammer is a lot more about board state. It's about trying to make sure my opponent isn't going to have the energy on board to make the play that they need to make. In this matchup, that's not so much the case. Declan can make pretty much whatever play he wants to make with Festival Lead using just his 1 attachment for turn. The Crushing Hammers in this matchup ends up being more of a resource war of trying to remove the Crushing Hammers, the energy cards from the board and run Declan out of energies, run him out of recovery cards. And we see a Crushing Hammer now. Is it going to be a heads? It
is a heads. It's a
certainly a 6. I can say without a shadow of a doubt that was a 6.
I don't know. So Charlie used Crispin as the supporter for turn, but both energy, a Psychic and a Fire, went to a bench Drac Cloak, favoring this Jet Headbutt strategy that he tried to use last game but couldn't set up, it seems. So it looks like eventually we will still be seeing this 80 HP Diplin get 70 damage on it. We do see a Stretcher come down. It grabs back the Darkness energy, but no Monkey Dory at the moment. Not that Charlie could attach it anyway. We just see the Jet Headbutt and over to Declan to see what he can find. We saw how much Declan was struggling the whole time with those energy attachments as we see. What, is that a judge?
That is a black belt.
A black belt. Okay, so Declan backing himself in to get another energy. I was like, oh my goodness, Festival Lead with a judge. What is going on here? And 2 Boom Boom Grooves come down. There's the Bengal you were talking about last game, Jordan. Tell us about this.
All right. Do the wave 20 times the number of Pokemon on your bench. Full bench, 100 damage. Not bad. Brave Bengal increased the damage by 30 against the X, 130 damage. Pretty good. Black Belt increased the damage by 40, goes up to 170. You get to attack 2 times, 170 times 2, 340 damage. That one-shots a Dragapult EX. There goes Dragapult. Good thing he didn't commit that second energy. It would have been a little wasted. But we see now Charlie, I think he telegraphed a little bit of what his play was going to be this turn, but it seems really strong. Took that dark energy to the hand off the Night Stretcher. We see the Risky Ruins. We're hopefully going to see a Monkey Dory this turn to finish off that Diplin in the active. and a potential unfair stand, and maybe even a boss's orders onto the second Diplin, we could see Declan completely running out of attackers this game, and that's all coming down to that Shaman that he opened with. Can't put 3 attackers down if you don't have bench spaces for them.
Yep, and I think that that's exactly what Charlie will be looking for off this unfair stamp. Obviously, Declan getting 2 cards, but that matters not should Charlie leave a festival lead Pokemon in the active, because Boom Boom Groove can draw Declan out of it. However, if Charlie can find this Gust card, which we do see an Ultra Ball, which could grab Meowth for it. So there you go. It could be that a last-ditch catch grabs this boss, but we do still have a Recon Directive.
We could also see a Dunsparce grabbed off of the Ultra Ball as well if we're looking for multiple pieces. I've got to imagine that the boss here is super valuable, but we still need the Monkey Dory as well. One card is not going to get it. The Dunsparce draws 3 cards. We might be looking for 2 out of 3 here, but I've seen crazier things happen.
Yeah, one thing that I did see in Charlie's hand as well is that card we were talking about before, the Coin Flip of Doom, Crushing Hammer, could be incredibly impactful here, because if Charlie can hit that boss and a Crushing Hammer heads, sure, you can attach an energy to retreat whatever Pokemon is in the active, but you can't attach an energy to your attacker, and so Declan's going to need to find that air balloon off the 2 or 3 cards that he sees from Unfair Stamp as the runaway draw comes in. Charlie shuffling that Dunsparce back into the deck, probably hoping for a Pokepad as well.
I think I might have seen a Crushing Hammer at least.
Yeah,
maybe even 2.
There you go. So there was already 1 in hand. If there's 2 now, we're going to see a heads. That is a 2. There we go. All right, only needs 1. Charlie can hold on to that other Crushing Hammer for later. And Charlie just trying to work out what the line is right now. Obviously doesn't have that boss, has missed it, knows how strong that would have been. So I was going, all right, that was my primary line. What is my backup plan for missing that boss? As he goes through the discard, maybe counting resources, especially those energy. We saw how difficult it was for Declan to find energy. So, and Declan's saying, oh, you know what? I will return the favor. Let's see what you've spent this game. As it looks like all the draw for Charlie currently off the board. So Charlie just has to settle for Lily's Determination for 8, which means we won't be seeing that boss's orders this turn, which means that the 70 damage on this Diplin essentially just has done nothing now. It needs to be Phantom Dived or Jet Headbutted, or we leave it in the active with the 70, and effectively our turn is just development of board. So
yeah, it's pretty scary spot for Charlie. There's a massive missed opportunity not getting to that boss's orders to take out both Diplins in one turn, or even maybe just buy some time with the Unfair Stamp plus sticking a Thwacky in the active, waiting until you get that Monkey Dory combo off. But right now, looks like Charlie... Oh, he's getting
every Pokepad. My goodness. So we saw one, I think, on turn 2, but the other 3 coming down right now, that Lily's Determination. Charlie grabbing the Dunsparce with the first Pokepad and then saying, you know what, I'm going to flex on you. I've got the other 2 in hand, and grabbing another Dunsparce, and I think it was a Dreepy as well, potentially to reestablish that Dracloak next turn, provided... I mean, I guess Charlie does potentially need another attacking option should Declan have another black belt here.
Yeah, we
Oh, there's the boss as well.
Okay, it's a bit late for that, unfortunately, but it's there for next turn potentially. Declan still does only have 2 cards in hand, and because we missed the Monkey Dory, gives us the possibility to at least attach an energy on that Dracloak on the bench, ready for this active Dragapult to potentially go down, because realistically, it's not that hard. If the Secret Box, I believe, is in the deck this time, so even just one Boom Boom Groove off that bench to Diplin would get a Secret Box, finding potentially another Brave Bengal, another Festival Grounds, another Black Belt or Kieran. Second Boom Boom Groove gets an energy. You can realistically get all of the cards you need to knock out this Dragapult in one turn. It would bring Declan down to 1 prize card, and then, I mean, Charlie's board is good, but he's just taken his first prize card. He 2-shot a Diplin with a Dragapult EX.
It didn't matter which attack that Charlie chose to use there. Anything was doing the 10 damage that that Diplin needed to be knocked out. However, that Rabsca, we see how important it is, because Phantom Dive obviously would have done a lot more to Declan's board. Honestly, if Charlie got to Phantom Dive there, I reckon Charlie's feeling pretty good about this situation, as now the Boom Boom Groove coming in. We see a Bangle. We see a Festival Grounds Stadium to bump this Risky Ruin, and there is a Secret Box. So Declan thinking on like every level here, it looks like Declan's eyeing off about 3 moves in a row.
I mean, the Secret Box gets all those cards at once, to be fair.
Exactly, yep. So already eyeing off the targets as a Buddy Poffin comes down. What do you reckon we'll see here, Jordan? Another attacker?
I like the idea of getting. Yeah, we had to boom groove for a card to discard with the secret box. Only after attaching the energy, there were only 2 cards in hand. So getting the secret box into play gets us all the knockout, all the cards required for the knockout. Gets the benched Pokemon to be able to deal the damage. You do actually need the full bench to get the one shot on the Dragapult EX. It's a little scary though that there is no benched Pokemon in play right now with Festival Lead. So we could see another really big play from Charlie here, being able to potentially Monkey Dory plus attack with Dragapult in the active. It would probably require a Crispin, but there is a world where Declan could lose both of the attackers just like last turn. Down to 1 prize now, so it's a little scary, but Charlie's still definitely in this game.
Yeah, so over to Charlie's turn as we do the double wave, Jordan. Knocking out that Dragapult EX again. It's just rinse and repeat for Declan as the black belt comes down. And now Charlie top deck for turn and then slams down that Crispin to grab a fire energy. I don't think we've seen a recon directed. That Dreepy on the bench is a little sideways, but the active Drifloat that actually has the recon directive ability, not as sideways yet. The attachment sitting to the side, but I think has come down. And there's that Adrenabrine you were talking about, Jordan. It does only go to the active.
Was that a Dragon Headbutt?
It was a Dragon Headbutt. So no Dragapult EX. It essentially means that Declan just needs the attacker and a bench Pokemon, and off we go. The bug catching set comes down. Did promote the Shaman as well, probably signaling that there is a retreat card in hand.
Or signaling that they had nothing and potentially was relying on a top deck, which was the bug catching set.
Yeah.
Does it hit? It hits the
different... Oh, a pass. Is it? No.
Wait, is that
no energy?
Kieran's switch?
Where's the attacker? Where's the attacker? There we go.
Yeah,
okay.
Energy goes on the Dipplin. Kieran switches the Dipplin into the active, gives you Boom Boom Groove, knocks out the Dracloak. We just saw a Festival Lead 2-0 win against Dragapult.
Now, I'll tell you, that might have been a little bit confusing for viewers, so let me break it down as we are seemingly a touch frozen right now. I've got my hands everywhere, but we did see, so Declan grabbed the Dipplin off that bug catching set. It looked like an Applin that was benched, but it was actually evolving the Applin that was on the bench, which he already had the boss in hand to take out the 70 HP Dreepy, provided that he had the energy, which also came off that bug catching set. So then Air Balloon went active, and we did see that attack.
It was actually the Kieran supporter switch.
Oh, it was Kieran. Oh, yeah. What a great card too, and so topical in this deck as Declan manages to win that one fairly convincingly. I tell you, Dragapult is pretty prominent in this meta, Jordan. It is a big part of our current meta post rotation, but Festival Lead seems to have had its number.
Yeah, I mean, Festival Lead is a deck that is really good in general against the format. It's got a lot of good matchups, but the one big problem for it was the Dragapult matchup. People would say the Dragapult matchup was almost unwinnable for Festival Lead, but here we see Declan taking the 2-0 win. It's not actually that bad. It's not an easy matchup. It's definitely tough. We saw Charlie had a lot of lines he could have potentially hit there to win the game, but Festival Lead the Rabsca is really hard to deal with, and the early aggression, being attacked 2 times in 1 turn, can be really hard to deal with as well. It really can be a very close matchup, especially in these non-Dust Noir versions of Dragapult.
Absolutely. And who would have thought that one Psychic Dung Beetle with a Dream could take out the most popular deck in this current format as both players pack it up. And we will have our round 4 matchup for you soonish. I think we've got about 10 minutes left in this round. So wait around as we try and set up for the next one.
Absolutely. That was a really fun matchup to have on the first round of the stream. I was really happy to see Festival Lead as one of the decks I was, probably the deck I was looking to play myself. I'd done a lot of testing against the Dragapult. It's not easy. You lose a lot of games, but you win a lot of games too. It's definitely manageable, and people got to give credit to Festival Lead. It's not in that bad of a spot right now.
Yeah, I think if you think about that turn that Charlie missed, and we said, oh, it might be impactful, and then Declan missed another one as well that kind of alleviated it, it did still seem to make that impact, Charlie being that extra turn behind, only having access to the 2 Dragapult EX. As we're going to throw to a break now, and we'll be back soon for our round 4 matchup. Welcome back, everybody, to the Melbourne Regional Championships. I'm here with Jordan, and we have just watched Festival Lead take down the behemoth of this format in Dragapult EX. But now we have round 4, Jordan. And what do you think we're looking forward to here?
Well, I don't know the matchup specifically, but I believe we're going to be seeing some Zoroarks, some Ends Zoroark to be specific. And it's a bit of an interesting list for what I've seen. I haven't seen the full 60, but I believe there's at least some weird text in there. Maybe a Cornerstone Ogerpon is what I've heard about.
There's a couple of interesting cards. I was lucky enough that Leighton, who we are going to be streaming now, shared their list with me. We might wait until the matchup is set up just to make sure that those players aren't listening in right now. But yes, there are certainly some interesting cards. And on the other side, I believe we're going to have Lewis Nguyen, and we don't actually know what Lewis is on, but I guess we'll find out when you find out. And I'm sure with an Zoroark EX on the other side, it's going to be exciting either way.
Absolutely. Zoroark is a really interesting deck in the format right now. It's a deck that I have on my radar quite highly, but it's got a grass weakness, which means while it's got a strong Dragapult matchup, it's got a lot of things it needs to look out for. But here we go. We are about to find out the matchup, and oh my god, is that a Dialga? What is that card?
Word. I think you're right. I'm pretty sure that is a Dialga in the active. It's certainly a holo. We'll get confirmation from our stream team soon, but Leighton opening us up with an attached to the active Eviltoll. Eviltoll, really good for kind of stalling out games, benching a Zekrom and a Monkey Dory. But I think there's a crucial piece missing here, Jordan.
There are no Zoros, but we see a precious trolley from Lewis. We're about to see what treat of a deck we've just stumbled into here, because this is not anything I was expecting.
I tell you what, are they Beldums? Is that what
I think that's what we're seeing.
We're seeing a Matang deck come out with the Heatran as well. Oh my word, ladies and gentlemen, we are in for an absolute treat. This Heatran deck, when it gets going quickly. There are a lot of energy accelerations with this Matang as we see the Genesect DX come down. Oh, this is not a deck that you see every day, and Lewis managing to skillfully pilot it to the 3-0 record. I tell you what, potentially having that petrol in hand for the precious trolley is a big part of what we might see it piloted to here. As we do see Lewis attaching to the active, and then I think, is that a pass back over, or are we just shuffling up from the Genesect?
That is a pass, and oh my gosh, this is such a strong play from Leighton. She's using Boss's Orders, bringing up that Genesect, and I know from previous formats when Genesect used to be played in Goldengo, this card is notorious for being a retreat lock target. The clutch attack from a Veltal, 20 damage, preventing your opponent from retreating. This Genesect can potentially get stuck in the active for quite a while, but this is no normal Genesect deck. This is Matang, and we could see energies flying onto the board really quickly. Genesect has an attack. That attack knocks out an Yveltal. So this retreat lock strategy might not actually be as good as Leighton was hoping for.
I tell you what, Jordan, I just have got confirmation from our stream team now. I believe this is not just a Matang deck either. This is a Stevens Metagross EX deck. So if you don't know what Stevens Metagross does, it does have the X-Boot ability, and that allows it to attach a couple of basic energy cards per turn. So it gives you a little bit extra from your deck. It does have an attack as well for 3 energy, one of them needing to be metal. The Metal Stomp does 200 damage. But it looks like Lewis favoring the Heatran instead here as the Genesect into the active with the clutch. And we'll see what switching outs Lewis might get as it does attack. we just see the Genesect attack with its Protect Charge. And I believe that also means that Leighton doing 30 less. But also, Leighton needs an attacker right now, and I don't see anything on her board.
Still no Zoroas. I mean, it's got to feel bad for Leighton. Usually when you boss a Genesect and use clutch, you're going to get like minimum 3 turns out of that interaction. But Lewis saying, no, I'm just going to go straight on the aggressive. I think that was a pass straight away from Leighton. Clearly not much to work with. This might just be a really quick just destruction of Leighton's board if nothing happens in the next couple turns.
Oh, my word. And look, we haven't said anything about it, but almost cast a curse here, Jordan, putting Leighton on stream with this interesting Zoroark deck just for it not to get any Zoroark at all, as we see Lewis resolving both Matang right now.
Were they all fails? I don't think I saw any
yeah.
energy come out of that.
I thought there was one in the first one, but Lewis didn't take it, and so I'm guessing that there wasn't. My word, as we see, yeah, those ability markers have hit. So all of the Matangs have used their abilities, and we do just see another attack from the Genesect, and there it is, the Enzoroa finally coming down for Leighton, and that's it. That's it.
I mean, it's better than nothing. It's better than Leighton has had to work with for the last couple of turns, but you got to imagine just a boss's orders from Lewis here is probably just going to end the game just about.
I mean, yes, if the game wasn't already in dire straits for Leighton, it certainly would be with a boss taking out her only potential attacker, not even attacker, potential attacker. And depending on how many copies of Zekrom she runs as well, we might be in a bit of trouble for an attacker later in the game too, because that is generally the primary attacker in any Enzoroa EX deck. As Lewis, spoiled for choice, massive hand size, got an Ultra Ball, just eyeing up whether to use it or not. I think Leighton going, yep, do we need to do any more? I think you've got me on the ropes. As now, we may see Leighton actually string something together. We do see a Lilies off the top deck, I believe, as well.
Lilies top deck evolve into Enzoroa EX. This is, I mean, it's not bad, but Lewis has taken 3 undisputed prize cards. Leighton's going to get to see at least 8 to 10 cards here off of this Lilies Determination plus Zoroark's trade ability, obviously. We see a Night Stretcher going to be grabbing back one of those Pokemon, the End Zekrom, a beautiful choice here for Leighton. Doing 250 damage would be enough to knock out this Genesect and at least put Leighton back in the game a little bit. But the real question is, how is Leighton going to get 2 energies on the Zoroark? Obviously, End PP Up, a wonderful tool for these Zoroark decks to charge energy onto these Zoroarks very quickly. Only works on the bench, and this Zoroark is currently stuck active. The End's Castle in play is going to allow Leighton to retreat, but then you need to be able to put the Zoroark back in the active. Maybe something like the Petron EX, if Leighton's playing that in their list, could accomplish that. So we could see a pretty big swing turn from Leighton here, taking 2 prize cards. I don't know if it'll be enough to put them back in the game, but at least it's a step in the right direction if Leighton wants to try and win this one.
I can tell you that that Petron play is available to Leighton should she draw the cards. It is in the deck. However, it might be prized. So we may see Subjugating Chains with a bit of extra damage from Binding Mochi potentially. Not that it's necessary, but as we see the Buddy Poffin come down, and I think Leighton's going, I'm going to grab these Zorua that I wish I had have seen about 15 minutes ago. Finally set up, a couple of turns too late. However, still not necessarily out of it. 3 prizes, it's a difficult deficit to make up, but not necessarily like an impossible deficit to make up. And Lewis, we saw the Metal Maker ability of Matang whiffing a couple of times there. No energy to attach, or at least no energy that Lewis wanted to attach. Does have that Heatran set up on the bench that can hit pretty hard. Hard enough potentially to take an Enzoroark down with its stacking damage. But I don't know. I thought I saw an Ultra Ball. I don't think Leighton has the Petra Run. So it may just be an attached pass. It is just an attached pass. The Genesect survives.
Oh my gosh, and no retreat as well means that if Lewis is able to get enough energies onto this Heatran for the one-shot, that's got to be devastating for Leighton. The Stadium Bomb as well, I believe that's a jamming tower, shutting off tool cards. Can you see how many energies are on that Heatran?
I think it's currently 4. I may be wrong. There's another one from a Metal Maker. So look, it's either 4 or 5 now. There was definitely at least 3 on it. As we see the second Metal Maker come down, I think Lewis might have made a bit of a mistake. Maybe there's no metal energy in here. Just keeps whiffing these Metal Makers. There's another whiff.
Oh my gosh. For those who don't know, Heatran has the Steel Burst attack, 50 damage times the number of metal energy just guard from this Pokemon. So you would need a full 6 metal energy on the Heatran to take a one-shot on this and Zoroark EX. And maybe that's what Leighton's counting on. Leighton's thinking, I could have retreated, sacrificed a 1-prize Pokemon, but I'm already down so far. I can't give up any more prize cards. I'm just going to leave the Zoroark in the active, hope it doesn't get taken out. And that is, in fact, the world we live in right now. We see the Genesect attacking for 150 damage. And we're back to Leighton. We'll see what they can do to try and come back in this game.
She does have the energy, so there's a guaranteed attack. That Enzekrom on the bench doing a potential 250 damage through the Enzoroark EX Night Joker attack. So the energy is there. I believe there's a Lily's Determination in hand as well. So 8 fresh cards if needed. Ends PP Up, which we were talking about before. That's going to accelerate that energy from that Evil Toll early in the game onto one of the bench Zorua. And then I think Leighton just eyeing up what they might do here. There is a Serrano. This isn't a card we've spoken about yet, Jordan. Serrano, very powerful in these end Zoroark EX decks.
Absolutely. For those who've been playing for a while, the old Zoroark GX with the trade ability used to play a similar card. Bridget, search for 3 Pokemon. You'd usually get 3 Zoroarks to sub your Zoroarks. And this is a similar build version of that card, but instead of getting the basics, it gets you the EXs, it gets you those Zoroarks straight into the hand. So Leighton is going to have access to a lot of card draw for the rest of this game. Minimum 3 trades. That's discarding 3 cards and drawing 6 cards throughout the turn as long as these 3 Zoroarks remain in play. I think this one might not be lasting too much longer, but it's at least going to get an attack off before it goes down, probably netting Leighton 2 prize cards at the minimum.
I tell you what, Jordan, bit of a personal thing for me here. We haven't seen our caster predictions yet, but we have made caster predictions for the weekend. And my 2 cards, the Dunsparce and Zoroark EX, both of which we are seeing right now. I didn't even realize it until just now when I saw that Dunsparce sitting there on the bench, unevolved, and thinking, Leighton might want to try and find a Dunsparce here. We've seen how powerful it can be already on stream. We saw Charlie's Dragapult EX deck playing it as well. But here we go. As we see the spice in this deck, that Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon with its ability, the Cornerstone Wall, and this is what I was looking for. There is one Pokemon on Lewis's side that can attack into this, of course, Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon, stopping any Pokemon with abilities being able to damage it. But that Dialga currently does not have an ability. I don't think it has a way to gain one, Jordan. I'm not sure. But yeah, so we can see a Chronoburst, which is what we are seeing now, the manual retreat from that Genesect EX. It is moving back to the bench after putting in 3 prizes worth of work for Lewis here. And I think Lewis going, oh, I definitely didn't expect to see this, but at least I have something on board right now that might be able to deal with it. And so that Chronoburst, it's Chronoblast, is that right?
Chronoburst does 80 damage. You may shuffle all energy attached to this Pokemon back into your deck to deal an extra 80 damage. So it'll be 160 damage into the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon. Shuffling those energies back into the deck, they can be charged back onto the board later on, possibly making that Heatran a bit bigger if you need to try and take out one of those Zoroarks in one hit.
And I should definitely know what that attack name does, Jordan, because I've pulled that card so many times and been disappointed by it so many times. But Lewis definitely not disappointed by pulling it here.
Maybe you should have been happy with it. It looks pretty good here. I imagine Lewis is going to be very happy they opened with it. Had that been a Pokemon with an ability, like an extra Batang, for example, Lewis might have just gotten decked out by this Cornerstone, honestly, having 6 Pokemon in play with abilities. But that Dialga is keeping Lewis in a very dominating spot so far.
Definitely an interesting call by Leighton to play it down in this matchup when that Dialga was on the board too, because it means that Lewis knows it's in there for the next turn. But I don't know if you saw what that card that came off the first trade was, Jordan. There is a legacy energy in this end Zoroark deck as we see an Ultra Ball coming down, potentially to grab this Dunsparce that we've been talking about so fondly of for so long. It does get rid of another Cyrano and that Binding Mochi. Binding Mochi works in tandem with that Pecharunt EX that you mentioned before, Jordan. The Subjugating Chains, obviously the payoff for moving from the bench to the active is that your active Pokemon is poisoned. But in this Zoroark deck, it actually kind of works in your favor.
And we do see Leighton Ultra Balling for that Pecharunt onto the bench here. I imagine that means we might be seeing the Zoroark coming into the active, taking out this Dialga, and that might be Leighton's game plan right now. A Zoroark with a legacy energy would give up 1 prize card, remove this Dialga from the board. Oh, no, we're actually going for the Heatran. That is the number 1 threat to Zoroark right now, and that is so many energy cards getting realistically wasted for Lewis. He didn't get to use the attack of Heatran. Those energy are just going to go straight to the discard pile, and Lewis still has to take effectively 4 prize cards if you have to go through this legacy energy.
Yeah, probably not the ideal situation for Leighton to use it, and I'm so sure that she was hoping that she'd be on an even amount of prizes so that you could go back down to that odd prize map, already on the odd prize map with Lewis taking 3 1-prize knockouts. As we do see the Subjugating Chains coming in, that active Pokemon should be poisoned, I believe, Jordan, if I'm not mistaken. And so, potentially Subjugating Chains into another Zoroark EX and then retreat into this Zoroark EX so as to not accumulate that poison damage on the board.
Yeah, I'm trying to see though. Did a counter just get put on the Zoroark though? There might be a poison. It's a little hard to tell with the lighting.
Usually we get a bright green poison marker. Potentially this time we just get the damage counter. Hopefully we can get somebody to put a poison marker on that if it is indeed poison, because Leighton did have the option to go into a different Zoroark and retreat using that Eng's Castles. As Lewis absolutely flying right now. I don't even know what's going on here, Jordan. There are so many cards hitting the discard. We've got an Ultra Ball coming down right now. Another Heatran has hit the bench. So we can see another Heatran powered up. All those energy did hit the bin. Dialga shuffling back in, I believe. Yes. So those 3 energy from Dialga are at least back in the deck for Lewis to potentially Metal Maker out. This Metang, with its ability, can accelerate up to 2 metal energy to any of Lewis's Pokemon of choice, provided you see them in the top 4 cards when you look at them.
I think it's just any amount, isn't it? I think
it's any, is it?
If you see 4 metal energy, there's 4 metal energy wherever you want them.
I was just splitting the difference. Lewis has hit 0 at the moment, and so hopefully this one means we got 4. So Lewis has something to play with. Yeah, we are being careful. Make sure that you don't knock anything off the deck, and I think Lewis does find 1. So that's something active. Genesect there. We are going to see this Genesect potentially put in a bit more work. The Protect Charge is coming in clutch for Lewis.
I can tell you for sure, I definitely would never have had a Genesect EX taking 3 to 5 prize cards on my bingo card going into this tournament. But we'll see if Lewis is able to get the energies and maybe even a boss's orders to try and threaten some extra prize cards on the bench. This Zoroark in the active is pretty difficult to knock out. And of course, is it even worth knocking out? And he gives 1 prize. I mean, 1 prize is pretty good when you've only got 3 to go, but I imagine 2 prizes on the bench would be even more convenient for Lewis to go after this turn.
Absolutely. That third Metal Maker did hit 2 metal energy, which are going onto that benched Heatran. We saw how powerful it could have been. As you mentioned, Jordan, 50 times the amount of energy discarded from it. However, Leighton using so many resources to take out the first one that Lewis set up, only for Lewis to set up another one. It's got 4 energy, or at least 3 energy on it already. And I tell you what, we are going to get the Protective Charge. That's 130 damage, 150 damage, is it? There is some extra damage counters on this Zoroark. I'm not 100% sure if that damage is right. We will get our stream team to just check on it as we go. Oh, and I tell you what, Jordan, I have just noticed something, and hopefully we can get word down to our judge. I was a bit confused. There was a moment there last of Leighton's turn where I was wondering how Leighton retreated that Cornerstone Ogerpon EX because the Ains Castle doesn't work on it. However, I saw that she benched the Pecharon EX, but that makes 6 Pokemon on the bench.
That is too many basic Pokemon. Yep. Not basic, but there's too many Pokemon in general. There is no Area Zero Underdepths in play. There are no Terra Pokemon. So there are definitely 6 Pokemon on Leighton's bench. Hopefully we can get a judge notified.
For those of you new to the game, unfortunately in the Pokemon TCG, we are limited to 5 bench Pokemon unless there is another effect in play that allows you to extend that. Leighton continuing with her turn, I think down to 1 card in deck as well, so really cutting it fine here. But we are going to have to see a stop in play at some point soon due to this 6 bench Pecharunt as the Dudunsparce comes down. The runaway draw, drawing 3 cards for Leighton. It is a super thin deck. I was wrong about the 1 card, John, but it's very thin. There are probably single digits of cards in there. Shuffles itself back in. Now we have 5 bench Pokemon. So it does actually look currently like Leighton has done the right thing and she's able to play it out as per. But with that N Zekrom sitting below the prizes, it does make 6. I'm just going to see if we can get our stream team to pick up on this one because it is a really important part of this game.
If we ever think about how the last turn played out, I believe the Pecharunt was benched and was the enabler for the last attack to happen. Without the Pecharunt down, I don't think the Zoroark would have taken a knockout. And we actually see the Night Stretcher for the Monkey Dory. So clearly both players are under the impression that there was an additional bench space available. There is not. And I think Lewis might have just pointed that out maybe. No, continuing play again with 6 Pokemon on the bench.
It is really it's really easy to miss that N Zekrom on the bench. It's really easy because some people do put their discard below the prizes. You shouldn't, Jordan. You shouldn't, and this is the exact reason why. But some people do, as Leighton eyeing off some bench Pokemon with this Monkey Dory. But we're still going. All right, the boss comes down onto that Heatran. We'll play it through.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit awkward here if this doesn't get caught. But for the time being, it looks like we're continuing play. Realistically, Leighton is in a bit of trouble regardless of the mistake made.
Yep.
Just that start at the beginning of the game was so difficult to come back from.
I will say it's a bit of a shame though, Jordan, because yes, Leighton looks behind right now, but she has had the resources to take out the two main attackers on Lewis's side that could do any sort of like big damage right now, these two Heatran. She has managed to take out both of them before they've done a whole heap. And that is going to run Lewis pretty thin on resources. That Metal Maker ability can only get those energy from the deck. It can only accelerate those energy when they are in deck. And they go to the discard when Leighton takes these knockouts. And so I think...
Might just be some discussion between the players. I'm not sure if they've noticed the game state error. I think there might be a judge addressing the issue now. But right now, it seems like...
We're getting an attack, and there we go. So Leighton has acknowledged this end Zekrom at least. So hopefully that means we will have something noticed soon. Fingers crossed that we can get the judges on this with this 6 bench that we've got right now, because Leighton using that Rampaging Thunder from that end Zekrom to do 250 damage to that Heatran, knock it out again. So now Lewis, still struggling for that attacker, as...
It's pretty incredible to look at how far Leighton has come back in this game, actually. I believe it was 3 prizes taken by Lewis back-to-back on the opening turns before Leighton eventually got that top deck of the Lily, the Evolve into the end Zoroark. And since then, Lewis hasn't taken a knockout, and Leighton's taken 3 in back-to-back turns.
And here we go. We are going to
see... two knockouts, sorry, not 3.
We are going to see... I don't even know what this is active, Jordan. There's a bit of glare, and it is an alternate art. So it's not an art that I recognize right now, which is a bit awkward.
Could that be the Stevens Metagross?
It could be. We do still have the 3 Natang on the bench. We see a boss knocking out a Zoroark here.
Well, I don't know if that was a boss. I think that was some kind of snipe attack to the
snipe
active
attack.
Pokemon.
There we go.
Hopefully we can figure out what card this is in the active. I can't
Lewis
say...
throwing everybody for a loop right now, because I'm sure Leighton was not expecting in round 4, 3-0 to be hitting this Metagross deck.
No.
Throwing us for a loop, because who knows what that is active at the moment. Has just sniped that bench damage Zoroark, which allows Lewis to go down to only 1 prize necessary. Now, we would assume at the very least there is a double prize loss coming here for Leighton. You would assume that is what's going to happen, which would then mean Lewis is taking that game, at least a double prize loss, which means that Lewis is taking this game. It is really important that we get this caught before the end of this game, so that no penalties carry over to the next game, or potentially carry over to the next game as well.
Yes.
As I think we have now seen it. Both players seem to have stopped, both hands down, and it looks like we have now seen, even though Leighton's bench looks pretty good right now, 5 Pokemon, because that Zoroark EX was just sniped down. It was unfortunate that she chose to bench this Pecharon EX, which allowed him to attack a couple of turns ago. As also, I don't know if you've noticed the stadium currently in play, Jordan, but that's not something you see every day. That's for sure.
Battle Cage is such a strong card in the format right now. It's an answer for Dragapult's Phantom Dive. It's an answer for the Cursed Bomb from the Dusknoir line, and of course Monkey Dory. But against this Zekrom deck, not necessarily an important card, but of course the most important thing is it's not a what's the card? Ends Castle. That's the one.
Castle. Yeah.
Looks like we're going to be having a judge call at the table for a little bit. I think they're discussing and trying to figure out exactly when this error happened. We know that it was a couple turns ago. I believe it was at least 2 turns ago when Leighton benched that Pecharon, putting the Zoroark into the active to get the knockout. Looks like they're just trying to figure out what the potential fix is. I think it's probably not realistic that there is a fix at this point. Prize cards have been taken.
I mean, deck has been shuffled as well. We saw the runaway draw that actually put Leighton back to the 5 Pokemon at one point, which could have caused even more concern, meant that they might have even needed to go back and check the stream footage to see whether there were 6 Pokemon in play. So that shuffles the deck. Then Leighton has benched the Monkey Dory since as well, which put her back up to 6. So it is It's definitely a bit of a pickle. Generally, in the Pokemon trading card game, judges will do whatever they can to make the penalty as least impactful as possible, so that the best player is consistently winning games, or as consistently as often, even with a couple of mistakes here and there. But in this situation, Lewis been flawless, been quick with their play as well. Leighton slow to set up, and now I guess we'll see. We're seeing some cards flipped over. I think that was the discard pile, which could also cause some issues as well, because Lewis did have his hand on that bench, but no, picking up the full discard pile. Jordan, if this game is not resolved through this penalty, I think we might have another issue, because I'm pretty sure that Lewis's hand has just entered his discard pile as well.
That might be possible, but
Yeah.
it's seeming likely that something is going to be an issue with the judges here. Some kind of issue is going to be resolved, I'm sure. It's because of the gravity of the situation. It seems likely that a penalty will be applied. But if we just want to, while we let the judges figure out how to fix this issue, let's talk about how this game might have gone had the game not been disrupted by this gameplay error.
Yep.
Obviously, we know Leighton was quite a few prize cards down, but it seemed like Leighton was starting to amount a little bit of a comeback. Do you think that the game? Okay, it looks like there is possibly going to be a pack up of the game, but do you think that game was winnable for Leighton had no error occurred?
Look, I think the snipe damage coming down and taking the 2 prizes for Lewis out of nowhere was pretty impressive. Before that, I would have said Leighton probably back into that game. I would agree, Jordan. I think after a very slow setup, I think she got herself back in by taking those 2 1-prize knockouts on the very threatening benched Heatran EXs. Having the boss in hand at those points, super pivotal.
It's not even a Heatran EX, it's a single prize.
Just a Heatran, sorry, not my bad. Heatran, not Heatran EX, please no. That card is not going to work very well in this deck at all. But those single prize Heatrans can do big damage, enough to knock out that Zoroark EX with a couple of Metal Makers going Lewis's way. Leighton recognizing that, taking them off the board. I'm pretty confident this probably isn't a day matchup that Leighton has tested all that much. And so, recognizing that quickly just shows the caliber of player that Leighton is. However, unfortunately, I feel like in that game, the setup was probably a little too slow. Getting there in turn 3, I don't even think she had the attack on turn 3, just got the Zoroark by turn 3.
Yeah.
And then the attack on turn 4 of the game, probably giving Lewis a little bit too much of a head start. However, what that probably does for Leighton, provided that if she has got this penalty here, which we will confirm for you soon, provided she's got this penalty and can kind of get through that mentally, which as a great player, I'm sure Leighton can, she's probably feeling pretty good going into this second game, because she goes, oh, well, I was still in a game, as we have a double mulligan going into our game 2, but I was still in a game being 4 turns behind here. Like, even though I don't really know this matchup all that well, potentially, I'm feeling pretty good if I can actually set up my board.
And both players know what they're getting into now. We know what matchup we're going to be playing. I imagine Leighton still doesn't know too much about Lewis's deck list. But I think a big part of this matchup might come down to, does Lewis end up running out of resources? That Heatran, while very powerful, is going to end up requiring 6 energy to one-shot a Zoroark and Zoroark EX. I don't know, did we see any form of energy recovery cards in the deck in that first game? I don't remember seeing any, but there probably is some.
No, just the only way I believe that we saw the energy going back into the deck was from that Dialga in the first place, which Lewis has opened again. And it just looks like we're back on game 1, Jordan.
What is going on?
We've got the Dialga in the active on Lewis's side, and we've got the Yveltal in the active on the other side, as Leighton opting to go first. But I think it might be attached pass.
So it seems like we'll get confirmation soon, but it seems most likely that Leighton had received a penalty for overbenching in the first game. So I believe due to the penalty, Leighton is down a game, chose to go first in the second game, and now we see Lewis a game up here and getting that turn 1 petrol. Was that petrol for a Buddy Poffin?
Yes, it is.
That means one of 2 things.
It's a Team Rockets transceiver for the petrol for the Buddy Poffin we're playing here right now.
There is no Precious Trolley. The Precious Trolley's prized.
Yes, it must be. No pink card for Lewis as we are looking through. So taking the second best option, which still, it's a pretty good option, grabbing 2 Pokemon out of your deck with 1 item. And now the Pokepad comes down as well. Let's see what Pokemon Lewis wants as a third option, and it's another Beldum. Sometimes people like to save those Pokepads, grab their stage 1 Pokemon, but Lewis saying, no, getting my Beldum on the bench is my priority right now. I want to see this happen. And I think Dialga just ramming into the Yveltal for 30 damage right now. Are we just playing game 1 again, Jordan? Look at this. So. It's a Reshiram this time, at least, by the looks of it. There we go.
Very different.
Very different. As Leighton gets the Reshiram, does get the Lily's Determination a turn earlier than game 1, which is nice, but still, no Enzarua on this bench.
Yeah, and this Yveltal, while it is a very strong card, I feel like Lewis has been presenting boards with 6 Pokemon that can all very easily be powered up in one go and all very easily able to attack and remove this Yveltal from the board. So I don't think the Yveltal is going to be slowing Lewis down too much. But the real question for me is, with that Precious Trolley prize, is Lewis going to struggle to find that Genesect DX, which was so important for setting up the board with those evolutions? Is Leighton going to struggle to find Zoroarks like in the first game? We do see double Buddy Poffin, so I think Leighton is liking this board a lot more than game 1. But it's such a big difference whether you have Lily in your opening hand or not. But as of right now, Leighton, very happy to have this board. We're going to see a few Zoroas and Dunsparces hitting the bench. And probably just a clutch just to deal a little bit of damage. I don't think the retreat locking aspect is going to be too important, but the most important thing is just trying to get set up and keeping your Zoroark safe so you can start getting those trades, start getting those big attacks, and hopefully actually not fall super far behind in the prize trade like the first game.
Yeah, I think that Leighton also pretty content just having this Dialga in the active. It is going to take a fair few resources for Lewis to take the 1 prize knockout on this Yveltal, should he want to do that. And it just feels like clearing Lewis's side of energy, essentially, having those shuffle back into the deck, even with the Metal Maker ability, puts Leighton in a position that she is probably pretty comfortable with. So just clutching up here, likely the move, as we see a Darkness Energy coming down onto this Enzarua. Certainly a better and quicker setup than last game. It did take an extra turn, Jordan. It did take an extra turn, but we got there in the end as another Petrol comes down for Lewis.
Yeah, it's certainly not the most efficient Petrol usage. You'd much rather just be able to Petrol for your pink card, your Precious Trolley. But Petrol for Poffin into Petrol for Ultra Ball, it's pretty close. It's kind of like a 2-for-1. And this Genesect is definitely a 2-for-1 deal. It's going to be 1 Pokemon search. It's going to get 2 more Pokemon out of the deck, most likely 2 Matangs to start pairing up these attackers. And Dialga's a pretty good attacker here. It's very energy efficient. It's going to take a knockout on whichever Pokemon it swings to on Leighton's side of the board, put those energies back into the deck for future use. And of course, we also know from game 1 that Dialga could be very important during this game just to be a cornerstone answer.
Absolutely, and we saw that Genesect EX a lot pre-rotation with that metallic charge ability, being able to search out the evolution metal Pokemon. It was in Goldango a lot. We don't see Goldango very much anymore, but somehow Lewis has made it to stream with it again, as it can now grab those Matangs, which can grab all the energy, and Lewis is firing right now. The Dialga is set up and energy just preemptively to this Genesect in case it needs to put in the work that it did in game 1. And it's interesting to see here whether Lewis just going to take the knockout. He is. All right, So that Yveltal is going down from that Chrono Burst. The energy going back into the deck, being shuffled back in now, 80 plus for every energy. And now it's Leighton's turn to see whether she can set it up.
It's 80 plus 80 more total for shuffling the energy. So 160 total. Very good attack. Very good at least 2-shotting a Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon. We see the Dunsparce coming down for Leighton and Ultra Balling away the Cornerstone. So I think Leighton has acknowledged that balling with the Cornerstone wasn't really a good line. The Dialga is just a bit too much of an efficient attacker. So Leighton, I think, is just going to prioritize trying to get these Zoroarks into play. The 280 HP is quite a lot. It's not impossible for Lewis to get through, but it's going to be difficult for him potentially to knock out multiple Zoroarks in a row.
Yep.
So I think Leighton's just trying to put on the pressure and actually get some early attacks on like in the last game.
Yep. And I think one of the things that we probably neglected to mention a little bit, this Dialga start, we thought it wasn't the greatest for Lewis, but with that Cornerstone, having started the Dialga, it says, like, well, like there's no chance that you can wall me out with Cornerstone at all. You may as well Ultra Ball it away, as we see the runaway draw from the active to Dunsparce. It has drawn 3 for Leighton. No shuffle yet, so potentially another card coming down to search back out some. But we do see the third Zoroark EX coming down. So we have all of our trades online. There's the Pokepad. That might grab the Dunsparce back. It could also grab a Monkey Dory here, although Leighton, unfortunately, wasn't able to get rid of the 30 damage that was on that Yveltal before knocked out. It does grab a Monkey Dory. So Leighton well and truly set up and good to go. 2 energy on that Zoroark EX, got the Reshiram on the bench as an attacker. Maybe not the optimal attacker in every situation, but still a good attacker. And as you noted, Jordan, one of the things that this Reshiram can do, if Lewis is unable to take a clean 280 HP knockout on this Zoroark EX, it is able to attack with its powerful Rage.
Yeah, that is a very powerful attack. And honestly, Reshiram just feels like a really good card for Leighton to use right now. Both of its attacks are very useful, and just the free 170 damage is like the perfect attack for taking out some of these single prize attackers that Lewis has, like the Heatran or the Dialga. You don't have to worry about needing to reset your Zekrom, your Zoroark, like you would need to if you were using Zekrom. Reshiram just does 170 damage every turn, no downside.
Absolutely. So I think we did just see the Night Joker copying the Virtuous Flame. It looks like the players, I think Lewis is drawn for turn, but the players are seemingly talking to the judge right now. I'm a little bit unsure as to what's going on with this. Our prize count currently is 6 to 5.
5 to 5 it should be.
Yeah, but
I don't think Leighton's taken a prize card.
That's what we're trying to work out here. I don't know whether Leighton has legally taken a knockout here. It might be what the judges are. There we go. All right, Leighton, maybe just making sure we're all good. Haven't done anything wrong this time. I'm good to take my 1 prize card. Has she potentially flipped a second prize over that I just missed in the interim there? Because Lewis promoted, clearly Lewis thinks that a knockout was fine here. Promoted this Genesect, ready to go, ready to protective charge all over again. You know, round 2 of the same attack.
Yeah.
So we've seen this line before. Lewis has seen this line before. Leighton just trying to work out whether it's okay to take this 1 prize from that knockout on the active Dialga.
Yeah, I mean, as far as we can tell, the attack was legal to declare. Firstly, there's only 4 Pokemon on the bench.
Yep.
That's a good start.
That's a key. Yeah. No 6 Pokemon on the bench here, but we will see if we can get word of what's going on the stream right now. There is a discussion with the judges. Lewis going through his discard pile at that point. But anyway, Leighton certainly better set up this game. Attacking on turn 2 rather than turn 4 of a game, it makes a difference. And attacking legally without a 6 Pokemon bench also makes a bit of a difference. And Lewis left with 1 energy on board. Not that that should be a problem for his deck. It's the one thing that it is probably really good at, is getting that energy into play quickly. But also, only a 2 prize attacker active, and ideally not the one that he wants to be attacking with either. So
absolutely. While we wait for the judges to resolve this possible dispute, I'm not too sure what's going on, but while they work that out, let's have a little bit of a think about what Lewis would want to do in this situation. Obviously, promoting the Genesect, the attack for 150 damage, that kind of plays into what Leighton wants with that powerful Rage attack. 150 damage into Zoroark means 300 damage coming back. So I wonder, does Lewis maybe want to try and wait, maybe leave this Genesect in the active to take a hit while he powers up a big Heatran on the bench? What do you think is going to be going through Lewis's mind on this?
I think you've absolutely hit the nail on the head there, Jordan. I think we saw in game 1 how much Lewis was prioritizing that Heatran. Got the 6 energy on it in the first place. Got it bossed and taken down, and then immediately was like, no, I need that back. I need that Heatran to take this. So I do think that Lewis wants to find one, but whether he can is another question. As we have seen the prize card taken, there was a deck shuffle in there, so potentially it was just that Leighton had missed a shuffle on the deck. So we are down to 5 and 5 prizes as Lewis now searching his deck with the metallic charge for 2 Metang I believe. I'm pretty sure the one underneath it is a Metang. Or is that the
They
Metagross?
might be the Metagross.
There we go. Here is a fresh card that we didn't see in game one. It is the Metagross, but not the big Stevens Metagross. So potentially we actually not seeing a Stevens Metagross coming down at all. It is that baby Metagross.
We also see a card we don't see very often. I believe it's called Hassle.
It is a Hassle.
I believe it's look at the top 8 cards of your deck. I believe you get to pick 2 or 3 of them, and then the rest get, I suppose, we'll find out in a moment. I think the rest get either discarded or I think it's shuffled back into the deck.
It is shuffled. So yes, it is look at the top 8, and you get to choose 3, and then the rest go back in. So
that's
quite good
for
this deck that is clearing out its energy pretty quickly, and then you can find the cards that you need with Hassle, as we now see a preemptive Team Rocket's Transceiver coming down to grab a Petrol for next turn. Obviously, no double supporter, but double Pokepad. This is exactly what Lewis wanted to see. And I tell you, I don't think I've ever seen somebody play as consistently quick as Lewis has throughout this set. It may have caused a little bit of detriment last game had there not been a penalty with the shuffling of the hand into the discard. But Heatran comes down from one of the Pokepads, just working out what to get with the other one. It seems like a Shaman, maybe just to discard later because or potentially just in case Leighton is playing this N-Star Menatan. It would protect the bench, but I'm pretty confident at this point, Leighton not on the N-Star Menatan, so most likely just as a way to discard with Ultra Ball later on and thinning the deck is now all abilities being used.
We could see enough energy going onto this Heatran for the knockout this turn. One of the good things about that Hassle supporter, you get to look at the top 8 cards, take as many cards that aren't energy out, put the others back in, and then I think Lewis is just going for a massive play here. I think we see 2, no, 3, 4, 5
5 now. Just needs the one more, and there's the manual attach.
Wow,
that is a knockout on the active. Lewis absolutely in the driver's seat, taking down Leighton's active and Zoroark EX, and now not only does Leighton need to be able to kind of draw into this and work out what is happening on her next turn, she needs to get 2 energy on board to attack. She needs an ends PP up here.
Yeah, that was a masterfully well-played turn by Lewis. The sequencing with the Hassle, the Pokepads, removing as many cards that were not energy as possible. Needed to hit, I think, was it 5 total energy from the Metangs to get that knockout, and was able to get
6 because there was only 1 energy left on that Genesect as well. So needed the energy for the attach, which we saw from the first Metal Maker. Optimal sequencing from Lewis there as well, being able to attach the 1 and 1 in case we only had 1 later because he had the attach in hand.
Yes.
So he was like, okay, I can either attach with Genesect. Let's see if we can hit this Heatran first. But as we do see Leighton drawing through her deck, finds the Zekrom. Okay, so there's a big attacker. No energy on Lewis's board, but we've seen how that's not a problem at all. And I think Ultra Ball coming down, just working out what the second discard is.
Leighton's hand looks massive. Yeah. I've got to imagine if she wants to pull off a play this turn, she's at least got the chance to go for it.
Yeah, we do see energy in hand as well. So there's a manual attach, but I'm not sure that she has any of her ends PP up at the moment. There's at least 2 in the deck, but I think I saw a third one as that current top card does grab the Petron, is bench pace for it. So
that is
it's going to be effective here, and that will allow Leighton to be able to ends PP up and attach to the bench without having to need that ends castle to retreat. We saw how important the Stadium War could be a little bit last game, and so it means that Leighton can save this Stadium, and not enough damage will be relevant from that poison to make a difference for this Heatran in 1 turn. So it's still going to need the 6 energy, but it could add up over time. Nope, we are going to just see the Ends Castle anyway. And there's the Lily. Okay, so Leighton maybe choosing to thin the deck there with that that Ends Castle, saying I need Ends PP up or bust. And it's only going to be 6 cards from this Lily due to the 5-3 prize count in Lewis's favor.
Only 1 card required to pull off an attack here, take a knockout on this Heatran, but only 6 cards. We have seen every trade used from these Zoroarks already. I've got to imagine that Leighton was maybe hoping to play a different sport. There is the Ends PP up, so we are going to get a knockout on this Heatran. Very scary card. I'm sure Leighton will be very happy to try and remove that from the board. But I've got to imagine maybe Leighton had a different supporter in mind. If you were only trying to draw the Ends PP up, it would maybe make sense to play the Lily first and then use the trades to give yourself the most odds of drawing the Ends PP up. But forced to play the Lily here, still not bad. Taking the knockout. Coin flip was, what's the coin flip for? Oh, it's a burn? Wait, what was that coin flip for? Am I missing something?
I am also. Oh, it was for Heatran's ability. When you attack into Heatran, it leaves your Pokemon burned.
Oh, of
And
course.
so the way that burn works in the Pokemon TCG, you take 20 damage in between turns, and then you flip a coin. If heads, you're actually not burnt anymore. As we see another hassle come down, Jordan. Now, I think Lewis going, yep, I want those 3 cards, please. Lots of energy means that, effectively, Lewis can just chuck them back into the deck. However, we notice that Lewis
Are we just going for the same play again?
Exactly. We might be going for the 6 energy Heatran once more here. And there we see some energy recovery, Jordan. An energy recycler coming down.
There are so many things happening in this game that were not on my bingo card, but this is so awesome. The Zoroark is going to potentially go down. Would need a pretty similar amount of energy from as last turn. At 6 energy total on the Heatran. 1 can be a manual attachment. 1 potentially needs to go on this active Genesect to retreat unless there's some other switching card. But you get to see 12 different cards with these Matangs. Matang notably puts the non-energy cards on the bottom. So as long as you use your Matang abilities back-to-back, you will be seeing different cards every time. And that is going to be so useful for Lewis here. Finds another 2 energy. That's 2 energy on average so far. I think maybe another 2 might get there.
That's it.
That's 3. Oh my gosh.
My word, Lewis, just Heatran after Heatran after Heatran. The manual attach was needed on the Genesect that time as well. They attached it before shuffling into deck, but I cannot believe that this Heatran is putting in just so much work for Lewis right now. The Steel Burst attack, just discarding those 6 energy, doing the 300 damage, and leaving Leighton with just 1 Zoroark EX left, and putting Lewis down to 1 prize card needed. Any prize card will do for Lewis.
This is going to be such a hard game for Leighton to come back in. I guess the question is, do you need to just knock out this Heatran again just to stop that from happening? Do you maybe just try and go aggressive and take out that Genesect? Try and rush the prize trade, but it's going to be hard.
Difficult spot. Leighton also still needing 5 prizes. If it was a bit closer, you'd think, oh, yep, Leighton not too far behind. Might be able to buy
I think it's 4 prize cards, right? Because the Dialga was knocked out.
You are right. Yeah, it was the Dialga and the last Heatran. So it is 4 prize cards to 1 right now. Leighton having the ends PP up, meaning she can attack this time. Night Joker, subjugating chain coming in, to poison this Zoroark this time around. Which means it will take the counter between turns. And we see Night Joker copying Virtuous Flames. It may seem a little bit innocuous to ensure that you are announcing the correct attack here. But
and the Virtuous burn Flames, once again.
No drawback. Whereas the Rampaging Thunder from Zekrom means that Zoroark can't attack next turn. So really a key part of that play as we now see Lewis grabbing the petrol that he grabbed last turn with the transceiver for the energy recycler, and I reckon we're about to see 5 cards put back in deck. And
hey, who can argue with a final turn trolley just to thin the deck by 1 card? What card?
I see an Orthworm come down. Orthworm EX.
All right. I mean, let's be honest. Is there a chance Lewis misses here? He gets to put 5 energy back into the deck. There's probably not many more than 12 cards in the deck right now. I'm still not 100% sure which card that is in the active spot. But last game, we saw it snipe the bench. That is exactly what Lewis needs to win the game right now.
It sniped down the benched Zoroark EX, which had about 100 health left. I also am not 100% sure what it is here. I think the illustration rare kind of throwing me off along with the glare. But there we go. There's the Metal Maker, and that is the game. We see Lewis taking out 2 pretty clean sets. Not letting Leighton have like a real say in this game, despite the fact that Leighton did set up in game 2. I think just full of surprises. I did not expect this at all.
We did just see, I think, Leighton flipping the prize cards over showed that the legacy wasn't the prize cards. It's just a little bit unlucky, but honestly, 1 less prize card. I'm pretty sure Lewis just took out a Petron EX on the bench of the turn, so Lewis ended up taking a 7 prize win anyway. Yeah, that might just be a really hard matchup for Leighton. If the Matang deck sets up properly, one-shotting Zoroark's back-to-back, I don't know if with a single prizer as well. How do you beat that?
I won't lie, Jordan. I don't think it's just a tough matchup for Leighton. If that deck functions that well in every single game, it might be a tough matchup for most people in this building. Certainly anybody with a 2-prize Pokemon in there. We saw how efficiently Heatran can trade into a 2-prize Pokemon from nothing. It was in the bin, Jordan. It had just been knocked out. All the energy essentially in Lewis's discard. 1 energy recycler, 1 night stretcher to bring it back to Heatran, and Bob's your uncle. We were back in action. That Steel Burst, just doing absolute bits.
I can tell you, I think we are going to be keeping an eye on Lewis's record for the rest of this weekend. That was just such a showcase of not only a really cool deck, but I think Lewis piloted that so well. You could tell he has had a lot of practice with this deck, the sequencing of thinning the deck, knowing when to put the energies in, when to take the energies out. I think Lewis has a very good chance to do well with this crazy Metang deck.
And I'll tell you what, Jordan, shout out to our stream team backstage right now, because they have just provided the goods. And I am right. It was the fact that it was an illustration rare that threw me off, but it wasn't just an illustration rare. It was a secret illustration rare, Mega Skarmory EX.
Wow.
Lewis finding a way to make this card from Perfect Order work in a deck that, I mean, most people would have seen as a bit of a meme, honestly. Like, I think meme Metang, like, it's never really worked before. It's been a bit of fun. Accelerating a lot of energy is good. We've seen the Heatrans come down, but just the consistency that it's lacked has provided it with, a few difficulties that have made it unable to compete with some of the tier 1 decks. But now we see a format that lacks a fair bit of disruption. And this is something that will probably be discussed and has been discussed all throughout this format and likely for the rest of this weekend. This lack of disruption has allowed this Metang deck that usually can brick so easily from so many energy being in it to function. And now we can put things like Mega Skarmory in there to take a 220 HP knockout on your opponent's bench from nothing as well. You don't need to show it to start with.
It's incredible. All these Pheasantippities are going to be shaking in their boots when this Mega Skarmory hits the field.
So I think Leighton is probably still, judging by these hand gestures, a little bit shell-shocked as to what's just happened to Lewis, kind of explaining the different things that his deck can do. Leighton going, I don't even know that Skarmory EX was a card at this point. It
certainly wasn't on my radar.
Yeah. I have a little folder of all the cards that might pop up this weekend, but that one certainly was not in there at all. As we're going to throw back, I think, to a bit of a break, because we are coming to the end of this round 4. We're in overtime, and when we come back, I think you will be with our other pair of casters. So
absolutely, you'll be in good hands
later in the day.
Good afternoon, Pokemon trainers, and welcome back to our coverage of the Melbourne Regionals for 2026. My name's Tom. I'm joined here by Braden. What are you expecting to see for this next round?
Well, going into this next round, we're going to be watching Natalie against John Hill, both currently on 4-0. So very, very strong record to be having this far into the day. Obviously, winner of this match sets themselves up pretty strong to potentially be going into day 2 from here. And yeah, looking around the field, we'll get some interesting deck lists. So keep seeing what both of them are playing.
There's definitely been a lot of talent out there at the top tables. I know we've got our cast predictions up, ready to go for all of the different cards that we've chosen. We also have some top players to watch, which I've seen around the room. There's a couple of players that have done really well so far today, which we're hoping to feature throughout the rest of the tournaments today.
Some big names coming in from overseas as well.
Yes, we've got a couple of players to watch. We've got Natalie Miller, as we said, is going to be featured on this round. Azul Garcia Griego making his way all the way from the US, coming over to little old Australia, ready to play and take it to the Aussie teams down here. And then we also have Angus Johnson, who is one of the highest rated players in Australia right now.
Yeah, absolute machine. And Azul got to pop by and see one of his games earlier. It looks like he's rocking the Crows, which is a pretty wild choice coming into this weekend. What's your thoughts on that?
There's definitely been a lot of rumors that there was going to be a huge turnout from the Honchcrow decks.
Yeah.
Tim Danklin headlining that one very much so. But it looks like we've got the players at the table ready to go. Yep. We've got, it looks like we might have Natalie on the left side maybe.
Yeah. Potentially
quite got
Natalie
the
and then
names
John.
yet.
I think we're still just carrying over the names from last round, but that should be updating soon. I don't think we're seeing the rematch between Lewis and Leighton just yet. Maybe tomorrow, though. You never know. You never know.
Yeah, Natalie does look like they're dragapulting it up today by the looks. Walking along the tables, we did get to see a lot of their playing group does seem to be rocking Dragapult. So I would imagine that that's probably what she's also on for the tournament today. Yeah, it's going to be switched up. We're on the left side for Natalie, rocking those green sleeves. How good do these Zygarde mats look on the table?
They look pretty good. They look pretty good. Obviously, like, interesting choice. I know some people are really hoping to get that Meowth. They want to support the cat. Solid support Pokemon you can be running. But the Zygarde, just being that headliner from Perfect Order, I think it's a great choice. The mat really pops as well. It's kind of got that massive cannon, looking like it's ready to go to battle, and just like our players here.
I tell you what, I would have been super impressed if we were able to see one of the Mega Zygardes be on show today. Obviously, now we've got the rotation that's come through. It's put a little bit more of a forefront on some of those other decks that we hadn't seen previously. So maybe that might have given Zygarde a little bit of an opportunity to push through. But I mean, at the moment, the meta share's been like pretty spread out, which looking through the tables, it looks like we're going from one table to another table to another table and seeing different decks every time we go to a different table, which is pretty crazy for where we were, say like 3 months ago, where it was purely Goldengo, purely Gardevoir, and purely Dragapult on every single table.
You pretty much, have those 3 or 4 decks that might be showing up. Charizard entering the conversation from time to time as well. But yeah, with the current decks, there's like potentially a dozen that you'd expect to see at the top tables, and then randomly something new shows up, like Lopunny. That's been popping up a lot more recently than expected. So yeah, the Mega Zygarde, like you mentioned, maybe someone is playing it today, expecting to run into those and just wanting to really capitalize on hitting weakness and potentially going for that board wipe, doing 150 to every single thing in play if the coin flips their way.
All right, we are a go, and it does look like we're into a Dragapult mirror, which is going to be, not the most exciting of games compared to what we just had on stream. We were not expecting Steelbox to be coming through, but starting out with the Budu and the active is definitely what you want to see being on the Dragapult side. But yeah, we'll see what the two players here are able to develop. Obviously, we've got a lot of item cards that we're going to be wanting to use before that Budu starts using its itchy pollen attack.
Yeah, once your allergies start acting up and you've got that itch, it's tough to get around it. So getting John started off here, getting their item cards out of their hand as quickly as possible before that comes into effect, very, very good call. And yeah, the Dragapult mirror, going to be some mental gymnastics going on here, I'm sure, from both players.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage counters that get thrown around in the matchup. We've seen a lot of Dragapult decks innovate a little bit more than what they were previously before rotation. More Monkey Dories are on show. We've got Risky Ruins, which has been very, very prominent in these Dragapult deck lists.
It's a good pick. Something goes on your bench, it's got 70 HP, suddenly it's only got 50. That's just free prize rating to happen for Dragapult. So yeah, very, very cool seeing that show up, and makes the Stadium Wars that much more important, right? We're seeing Watchtower being played in a lot of decks to counter the Dunsparces, but then also, it does help to bounce that Risky Ruins if you're in a pinch as well.
Definitely. We've got a Buddy Puffin coming down on Natalie's side. We've got John, who's already pivoted. He's used that Ultra Ball just to get himself a Budu, so we know that we can get those Budu Wars starting off. Exciting gameplay, as you would imagine, from two Dragapults being on field. Buddy Puffin going to be filtering through the deck, just looking for the prize cards. Going to really want to dial in on exactly what resources you have available to you for the rest of this game. Once you're item locked, you're not going to be able to use a bunch of different things you'd usually be able to use to search through during the game.
Yep.
So making sure you, on the first turn, once you have that ability to look through the deck, take full advantage of it. We're searching out one of the Dreepies, and it looks like we're on that Dusknoir variant with a little Duskull coming down.
It's spicy. I like it. The Dusknoir in the mirror match, too. I don't want to pick sides, but I feel like it's almost favored. Being able to fix up the math for your Phantom Dive, putting 13 damage counters on the opponent's active Dragapult, it brings it in range if you're trying to knock it out, as well as just being able to really disrupt their board. Obviously, they're trying to set up their pre-evolutions, but if you just don't give them a chance to do that, the game can very quickly tilt in your favor.
It's really an interesting dynamic because you have a 60 HP Duskull that would be in play, and that is conveniently in exact range to be sniped by a Dragapult's Phantom Dive. So it looks like John on the left here putting down the Duskull early, because if you can evolve that up into that Dusclops, it does get it outside of the range to be immediately sniped by a Dragapult, but that does mean you're under that pressure to get that evolution happening before Natalie would be able to take advantage of it. We're going in with a Crispin here, going to be searching out 2 energies. One of them goes to hand. One of them is going to be attached. I imagine we're going to be finding one of those energies and putting it on a Dreepy on the bench there.
I would think so. I don't really think we'll be seeing it go on the Duskull or Budu. So yeah, seeing that get charged up onto the Dreepy, very good call. No Monkey Dories out yet, or that could be an option to start charging up as well.
I definitely like to see, it's a very rare occasion, but it's often very cool when you actually get to have a Dusknoir taking the lead and attacking. I've barely seen it, but it is so cool.
Giving you an option potentially if you run into a Crustle and you're in a pinch of what can I do? Well, I can attack with the Dusknoir and then I can pop it when I'm ready. So yeah, there is definitely matchups where it can show up.
Natalie flying through her turn here. We've got the Lily's Determination going down. Both players on 6 prizes each. So that does mean that she'll be able to draw up to 8 cards in hand. The attachment already coming down. We've already got our first Dracoloak in play. That's exactly what you're going to need. You get to go up to 8 cards, and then you get to draw an additional 1 after looking at the top 2 with that Recon Directive. This is kind of exactly where you want to be going into your second turn as Dragapult.
100%. And it does kind of take that risk away. Oh, looks like, yeah, the players did swap sides. The risk away on John's board of that Duskull getting taken out potentially by a Phantom Dive. You know that Supporter of Returns have already been used on Lily, so you don't have that risk of Crispin charging up a Dragapult and taking it out this turn.
Yeah, we'll see where Natalie's able to take it. If there's that Itchy Pollen, as we mentioned, coming down, that's going to restrict John's lock options to be able to find the evolution Pokemon that he might need this turn. So
Duskull
we do
on the
also
other side of the board. Let's
another
go.
Duskull coming down. We're in a Dragapult Dusknoir mirror here. It's very exciting.
Some spooky shenanigans is going to happen in this matchup, I'm thinking. Lots of ghosts. A lot of ghosts on that board.
Natalie with the Itchy Pollen there. So that has officially item locked John here. Does still have a Dracoloak in hand, which is the first step that you definitely want to have as you're going to be trying to sift through your deck as much as possible. If there's a supporter in hand, that would be fantastic to hopefully increase the hand size a little bit. But if not, this Budu might be left stuck in the active Itchy Pollening until it is out of HP.
They do take a bit of time sometimes. The Dragapult matchup, yeah, just poking each other back and forth with the item lock. But we'll see what John can do here.
If there's a Monkey Dory on John's side, I tell you what, he would be in a really good spot.
At least, and it looks like, yeah, just the Itchy Pollen.
Yeah, Itchy Pollen putting the 10 damage on Natalie. Going back for another turn of item lock there. We'll see what is able to come through. We've got the first Recon Directive going down there. It's going to be, this is just classic Dragapult gameplay here, really. Let's be real. This is exactly what we all came to expect for this game. We're going into the Budu mirrors. Thankfully, there's no Bravery Charm in this format right now.
Thankfully, yeah. There's no way to really heal up that Budu on the board. No Monkey Dories to get those counters off. No way to boost up that HP. So, yeah, the Itchy Pollen shouldn't be sticking around too long. Or at least you wouldn't expect it to. But, yeah, seeing how John's turns, he didn't get that supporter last turn. It might be a while till he gets into the match. But I'm expecting Natalie might pop off this turn and start doing some pretty solid plays.
Absolutely massive there. Natalie's put down the first Dusclops for the game, which does mean right now she's able to use the Phantom Dive and take away John's Duskull that's sitting there on the bench. That is a brutal turn.
Took out the energy from play and the draw power all in one go.
That's a very quick passage of play there from Natalie. Played this deck many times before. She knows exactly what lines she needs to take. This is one of the probably more versed matchups that she would have had going into this weekend. I know a lot of players, their number one biggest deck that they wanted to make sure they had lines for was Dragapult. And even though there's a couple of different variants, I'm sure all of the players that are sitting here at 4-0 have got a lot of experience into each different version of the Dragapult archetype.
100%.
Yeah. Fezzidipity down into play on John's side of the board. Definitely going to need that to extend his hand draw. Being able to use Flip the Script, draw an additional 3 cards if your Pokemon were knocked out during the last turn is, hopefully going to be able to keep him back into the game on this one. But a lone little Budu sitting in the active with 1 Dreepy and 1 Energy, definitely a massive setback that Natalie did with that Phantom Dive from the active.
It's definitely a tough spot to be in as well because Natalie could always just boss up that Dreepy, knock it out, take out the Budu off the board, and put a damage counter on the Fezzidipity to kind of line up that prize map to potentially close out the game on the following turn as well. So we'll see how this goes. John's definitely in a tough spot here. They do get the Dracloak though, so they've got some more draw power on top of that Fez.
Yeah, having the Recon Directive, really, really good for John. As much as he can reestablish onto the board would be fantastic. Sadly, it's just probably too much of a liability right now to put another Duskull back into play, which, as you mentioned, like the maths lines up perfectly with you being able to put 130 on a Dragapult and then hit it with a Phantom Dive is fantastic to be able to take care of those 2 prizes in the active. But without any Duskulls, you sadly won't be able to get any of those Dusknoirs out there. So it might purely just be a little bit of Dragapult gaming over there for John. We're siphoning through the deck a little bit. There's a Dreepy, and he does manage to pull the Lily's Determination out, doing the same as what Natalie did, doing a shuffle up to 8 with 6 prizes remaining.
No, good spot to be in. Being able to completely refill that hand after already obviously using Fez. I don't know if they've used that second recon directive. Does look like they've twisted it, so I think I missed that one. So still, solid new 8-card hand off this. Maybe they find another Dreepy, help establish their board a little bit more, but we'll see what they do here.
Yeah, you definitely can't complain after having such a tough previous turn to be able to then come into a bounce back with the Lily's Determination is a really, really good result for John. Just having a look at the options in hand right now, see where he's able to pivot this into. If he's only able to item lock this turn, that's going to be very unfortunate. There is, still one lone Dracolope there with the 1 single energy on it that is super vulnerable if Natalie just has another boss's orders in hand.
Yeah, they've got another Dreepy at least now,
though. Yeah, another couple of Dreepy is definitely what you need. As much draw power as you can possibly get with those Dracolopes is definitely what you're going to be aiming to get in this matchup, especially after that previous turn. But yeah, we'll see what John's able to cook up here. If it's just an Itchy Pollen, which I imagine it probably will be, we'll have to see how brutal this turn's going to be here for Natalie.
She could definitely swing the match here. It kind of just comes down to what she's got in hand. Doesn't have any Draclokes on her board at least, so she's not getting that extra draw power from the recon directive. So if she's not already holding that boss, maybe we're not going to see that massive disruption that could bring by taking out the Dracloak. And yeah, putting some pings onto the bench Dreepies, onto the bench Fez, just setting up that prize map and potentially taking out that Badu.
Natalie coming in there with the Dawn, allowing her to search up for 1 basic, 1 stage 1 and 1 stage 2 Pokemon is absolutely incredible right now in this situation. Getting that Dusknoir is going to be evolved up, ready to immediately, even if she wants to right now, knock out one of the Dracoloaks with the energy on the bench, which would be really, really strong for her. But yes, we've got a lot of time to still set up damage on this turn. This could be really interesting. That 10 damage counter moved could have been really interesting if there was a boss's orders. Might have been able to clean it up just there and then with the Pheasantipity.
True.
But yes,
we'll... having used Dawn that turn, they did at least take out the Badu with those counters.
Yes, taking out the Badu, sometimes you want to leave them sitting in play for a little bit of time as well. If you did have the boss to get around it, sometimes having that 30 HP guaranteed knockout is really good. But yeah, we've got John promoting and just sending over to Natalie. Well, there we go. We've got the Dusknoir coming out. There it is with the pop. It's knocking out the 1 energy in play. John is in a really, really tough spot for this one.
It's definitely an unfortunate position to be in. Natalie going down to 2 prizes already and going to be taking out the Dreepy this turn with Phantom Dive and setting up, pretty much a guaranteed prize on the next turn.
Yeah, not having the extra 10 damage on the Pheasantipity is putting that little bit of a stricter option on, I can't just boss this next turn to move the Pheasantipity in the active and then win this turn. Putting the 6 damage just onto the Dreepy to hopefully, if there's no rare candies on the other side of the table, guarantee a knockout on this Dreepy if it evolves up into a Dragalope.
Yeah, interesting that she put all 6 on the Dreepy. Where do you think they go for that?
I would imagine that if Natalie knows the list and knows there's no rare candies in there, that the most that the Dragapult deck would be able to move over would most likely be 3, which would then leave it with 6 damage counters as potential room to be then knocked out by Phantom Dive.
Yeah.
We've got the Unfair Stamp here coming out though from John, which is a incredible card. This is probably one of the biggest cards that we've seen swing over into Dragapult after rotation. The disruptive options that we had with Iono have been removed from the game, so now
they've still got that comeback though. They've got the Unfair Stamp to buy a bit of time. No counter catcher anymore either, because Dragapult was always about that disruption and comeback plays. But yeah, still keeping it with that is very, very solid.
Yeah, so with Unfair Stamp, you get to shuffle both of your decks, and then your opponent will draw 2 cards. You get to draw up to 5, which some would say is very unfair. But it looks like, there we go, we've just had a concession. John must not have liked what he saw for those 5 cards, wouldn't be able to keep him back into this one. Thinks, we've still got a fair amount of time on the clock. We've got around about 40 minutes left this round in time. If we're going to get through another 2 games, for me to take this one out, it's probably better just to scoop it up and have another chance at it for this next game.
No, that's completely fair. And there is those times where you don't see a prize map to get back into the game. You just call it. Use that time, win game 2, hope you can resolve the third one.
Definitely exactly what you're expecting from players that are at this record. Time is something that is, it's not the main focus of the Pokemon trading card game, but it is definitely a factor that is a part of what we're playing for here in these tournaments. So 100%. If you, look at the clock and you think this will increase my chance of winning if I just decide this game's probably likely not going to go my way, it's just going to be better if I just pack up the cards, we'll reshuffle up, and then we'll just hope that we actually, can get a little bit into the game this next one.
Exactly. Like how you manage the resources in your deck, you need to manage the resources like your time.
Yeah, time, massive part of the Pokemon trading card game, and definitely Natalie, with the experience that she has, is by far one of the best players in Australia at managing the clock.
And we are going to be seeing it going into game 2 here.
Looks like we're trying to be finding a basic Pokemon there on each player's side. John has managed to find a Duskull as well as a Dreepy to just put down into play. So that's going to be a great start for him if he's able to get that Dusclops into play.
And are we going to see a Budu on the other side of the board potentially?
It would be nice to see. Definitely Natalie swapping out a sleeve there. Sometimes the cards might get a little bit damaged, but you want to make sure that everything is still all intact so that if you do happen to have like a deck check or something, that you are able to be cleared for, making sure everything's above board.
100%. You don't want to be getting it called on any of those issues. And it does look like the Budu did show up on Natalie's side of the table.
It would be fantastic if we got a chance to look at the deck list for these two players, because I know a lot of Dragapult lists that have been thinning down the Budu count over the last couple of tournaments. I know a lot are on 1, so interesting if one of these players has gone up to a 2 count and increased the likelihood of them actually starting it in the mirror, which is very much an ideal start for you compared to some of the other Pokemon that you definitely don't want to be seeing, like Pheasantipity or Meowth.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a good call, and then you're not needing to burn any energy harder treating your Dreepies or potentially your Duskulls. But yeah, high counts of the Budu, getting that Itchy Pollen in effect as quickly as possible does seem like a really good call.
Yeah, we got the Buddy Poffin over here for John. He's doing the little deck search. We want to make sure we've got all the resources in there yet again. Dreepy coming down and the Budu in response. Pretty much any time that you're going up against a Budu into Dragapult on the other side of the table, you're going to want to mirror that. It looks like we've got the Pokepad there as well. Interesting to know whether we'll go for a potential Dracolope to see whether we can start doing the drawing. Yes, we're going for that one. So to guarantee our draw for the next turn, you definitely want to make sure that while you're going to get item locked, you're using those outs to increase the best chance of you winning this game. And I would say going for a Dracolope guarantee is not a bad start.
100%. And it's a good card to grab now too. There's not a lot of hand disruption with Unfair Stamp basically being the only option, and you're not taking a KO this turn. It's not going to be in effect. Maybe Natalie runs a one-off Judge would be the only way that you lose that Dracloak. So yeah, grabbing it now while you can be using your items, making sure that you get that card advantage on the next turn seems like a very solid call by John.
Tell you what, that's a fantastic board state right there for John. He's got the energy attached, ready to go into Budu. Going to be a really strong next turn from him. But Natalie throwing straight down her own Buddy Poffin. This is like the exact same on each side of the table. But I mean, that is really what the mirror comes down to.
They call it a mirror for a reason.
You've got the Buddy Poffin. This time, though, we're probably not going to be searching out another Budu, so I think we'll go for a Dreepy, and I'd imagine if we're going to try and establish one of those Duskulls into play as well to give us our best chance of drawing into a Dusclops later down the track, and there it comes, going for the 1-1 split there, but yeah, with an Itchy Pollen coming over to John's way, setting up that item lock, we'll see if he's actually able to zoom through and respond to this Duskull being down into play like what last game happened. Like pretty much it was, you don't get to play your Duskull. So if the inverse of that happens this game, we might be in for a treat.
Yeah, make your taste your own medicine this round would be a very interesting way for the game to go. Seeing that Dawn played by Natalie, she'll be grabbing a basic, a stage 1 and a stage 2. Potentially grabbing another Dreepy, just to let on the next turn.
Definitely
Get
going
up to double Dracloak would be a good spot to be in, I'd say.
Definitely going for a Dreepy is going to be really fantastic, but I can see that we're also grabbing that Dusclops, so it's hopefully going to be guaranteed next turn to keep this Duskull out of range of getting evolved. I'm just going to say, you know what? I did it last game. I'm going to do it again. We're establishing the Rockets Watchtower 2. This will turn off the Meowth from John's side. If he doesn't have Meowth in hand or a supporter, then it's going to be looking a little bit dire, but we do know that there is that Recon Directive available over on John's side of the board. It looks like he's choosing which one to evolve, going to be locking in on the active, just doing a top 2 card, pick which one you like the best, and then send the other one to the bottom of the deck. But yeah, the Badu in play, and we're coming in with the Dusclops as well.
Keeping it out of range from those damage counters of the Dragapult. Very good spot to be in. Or maybe they even decide to use it this turn and already start putting some pressure.
Yeah, we've got the Crispin as well, searching out 2 energies. Would imagine we're probably going to be putting one of them back onto that Dracloak.
Yep.
But yeah, if we can get a Dragapult in play next turn, I think, yeah, John might be putting up a little bit more of a fight this one against Natalie, which, you know, at this point in the tournament, that's exactly where you want to be. We're in game 2. You want to make sure that you're swinging this one as soon as possible, so that game 3 you can also clean up to the best of your ability.
100%. You want to make sure you have enough time to resolve that. Going to time and getting a tie when you're on a 4-0 record already, not ideal. So if they can close out the set, it would be good. And hopefully John can crawl his way back in this one. We'll see.
Natalie recon directing into a brutal double Pokepad before, which is great. That's 2 of the exact same card that I cannot play. But there's a little bit more of a better prospect off of the second Dracloak, and then we've got that Lily's Determination. Monkey Dory down into play. If there can be a Dark Energy put down onto that Monkey Dory this turn, honestly, I think this might be swing back to Natalie's side. With being able to move that damage counter across and not have Badu go down, you'll be able to keep that item lock going for a little bit longer than what your opponent can, which honestly, that sounds like exactly what I would want to be doing if I was in this situation.
Yeah, buy as much time as you can, build up your board, establish your game plan, and go from there. Being able to keep that item lock in play would be a very solid call.
8 cards coming down off that Lily's Determination. Let's have a look, see which ones we've got. I see already a couple of items in there. Yet again, that's just going to be filling up that hand, but there is at least a few energies as well. So even though there might not be a dark, we still have a fire that we can throw down to hopefully spread out our options for attackers. And then we're going in with that Itchy Pollen, doing the 10 damage, item locking, and then sending it back over to John's side of the board.
Nice. Good spot to be in. And yeah, it doesn't look like we got that dark energy for the Monkey Dory, at least not yet. So on the next turn, that could be showing up. Over on John's side, though, he's got the Recon Directive.
Definitely Natalie in this spot right now is going to be interesting. If John does decide to evolve into a Dragapult this turn and swing into Natalie's side of the board, all Natalie would need is 1 energy to evolve into a Dragapult and then hopefully have a Dusknoir, which I'm pretty sure she got off that Dawn. Oh no, which was shuffled back in with the Lily's Determination. But if she's able to swing that back out, she would be able to take out all of the energy that is on John's side of the board that would be on that active Dragapult. Looks like we've got the Dragapult getting lined up. We've got the Crispin coming out, getting one of the Dark Energies and the Fire. If there's a Monkey Door in hand, John might be able to start doing some monkey business by himself.
It'd be a good spot to be in. It would be a very, very good spot to be in. But let's see if he can get it. Hopefully get some more Dracloaks established this turn as well. And
it's going to be a little bit tough here.
Okay, Fire Energy onto the Dreepy.
Yes, he's sadly used 2 Crispins for his first 2 turns for being able to play supporters. So not having the Lily's draw options is a little bit unfortunate, as that hand size definitely isn't as strong as what Natalie's is on the other side of the table. But we've only got a few options. There is the Dragapult,
though.
We've still got a couple of things to throw down here, but if we do go into this active attack, it will be interesting to see what Natalie's response is here, because it could be a brutal next turn if she's able to come through with a attack and take out this Dragapult.
If she gets that Dusknoir, yeah, it could be a very, very big play. And it looks like they're putting all 6 on the Dracloak.
Yeah, definitely putting it on the Dracloak would be fantastic, because that does mean that you remove all the Monkey Dory damage. It would stop Natalie being able to throw that back at your opponent. Yeah, I mean, knocking out 1 prize for the Badu.
Yep.
If you don't have a massive hand, I guess you can draw some off the prize cards, and hopefully that builds up your hand's resources a little bit. So, I mean, it might not be the ideal situation for where John wanted to be right now without any other Dracloaks in play and having to swing in with a fully loaded Dragapult. But, I mean, you know, you've got a couple of extra cards there, and you've definitely slowed down Natalie a little bit by removing one of her draw Pokemon.
Yeah, well, and it's a way to get into the match. Like you're saying, getting a card off the prizes. Maybe it is finding that Lily's that you need to refresh your hand, or finding those Dracloaks, even just an out to them, right? An Ultra Ball or a Pokepad, you can easily be grabbing yourself a Dracloak, finding some draw power, or if you're really in a pinch, grabbing a Pheasantipity and drawing 3 if something does get knocked out here. But if we do see that Dusknoir play, it's going to be scary. It's going to be very, very scary for John.
Natalie now having access to items again. That Badu is did not attack this last turn. So we're actually able to play a couple of cards out of our hand. That Pokepad grabbing the Dusknoir just going to be thinning a little bit with Buddy Poffin. If Natalie's able to throw down an unfair stamp as well, with 0 draw currently on John's side of the board, that could be pretty detrimental for what he's trying to do for the rest of the game. So we've got 2 Dreepies coming off this Buddy Poffin. Shuffling up, it looks like we're going to be going for a Recon Directive next. If we're able to find some sort of draw supported, this could be a really, really strong turn from Nat.
Could be big. Could definitely be big. Plus those 2 Dreepies on the bench, you can always be getting, draw supporter and then potentially into more draw power off this.
Yeah, finding down a Fez might be good as well if there's any other outs to, trying to power that guy up. And we've got the unfair stamp in hand with the Dragapult. Right now, if we're playing down this Dusknoir, this could be incredibly brutal.
They have the Dusknoir.
Literally, Natalie's pulled off the exact turn that she wanted to see right now. We've got the Dusknoir pop. We're doing that before the unfair stamp's played, so that way John doesn't get that prize card, which hopefully he does manage to take the prize card off there as well. Takes the prize card, unfair stamp. He's going to be drawing down to 2, and literally all he's got in play is 1 lone Badoo, 1 Dreepy with an energy, and another lone Dreepy. This is an incredible play there from Natalie, and this is exactly what this deck is trying to do.
Yeah, it's definitely a really solid play. Like, no draw power to try and get out of this stamp. John's basically hoping to draw into either a Dracloak or a Fez off these 2 cards. Maybe finally finding that draw supporter so he's not using Crispin another turn.
Yeah, it's sometimes where you're in these situations where you can get an attack off, but you don't know whether it's probably the right time. And I don't know whether at this point John might have probably wanted to go into a position where instead of taking this knockout on the active, you instead decide, I might just, continue this Itchy Pollen. I know my Badoo's probably going to go down, but I might just continue the Itchy Pollen, hopefully build up that hand size until I'm in a little bit better of a spot to attack. Natalie, after all of this, still hasn't even used the support of her turn. So we're going in right now. We had 5 cards. We're going to be using that Lily's Determination to shuffle, go up to 6. Right now, this is looking like a really, really unstoppable spot for you to be in right now in the second game of the series.
No, it's pretty solid. Drawing 11 cards, and like we said, she's got those Dreepies, so potentially finding Dracloaks, but honestly doesn't even seem like she really needs them at this point. Having that Dragapult charged up and ready to take out the opposing Dragapult, and John's hand, as disrupted as it has been, she's in a very, very strong position here.
Natalie keeps seeing it. Every single card that seems to come into her hand is something that she wants to be playing to accelerate her board state. We're going for the Pokepad already, which does hopefully guarantee that she'll have a Dracloak in hand for next turn, which is, exactly what you want to be setting up for. If your opponent's going to be set back by 1 turn, you want to swing that the other way and say, I can still continue my draw even after you've already been, set back as far as you have already.
Yeah. No, it's pretty intimidating board state we've got on that side compared to what John's working with.
Covering that fire energy, putting it straight into hand with that Night Stretcher.
Nice.
I would say you should probably be likely thinking that, I reckon probably Badoo's going to be attacking me again next turn. I think I'll keep continuing to burn all of these items and just really try and secure where I'm at in this game.
Unless John's running Rare Candy, we could see a Rare Candy play. But Badoo in the active might just be in there because it's got that free retreat, gives you options. So yeah, if you find that candy and a Dragapult, could try and get back into the match that way.
Buddy Poffin coming down for John. It's going to be tough to see what he's actually able to put together here. I think there's, maybe only 1 more Dreepy left in the deck and no other basic Pokemon. So not a lot of thinning. Not too sure what the last 2 cards in hand over there are for him. But yeah, even then, we've still got the Rockets Watchtower in play. So there we go. We do have a Lily's Determination. I was going to say, even then, we have turned off from getting a Meowth. So even more limited options available for John.
He's finally found a draw supporter, though. It happened.
Who would think that you getting your hand shuffled in to 2 would be what would take you to actually find a draw supporter for this turn? But yeah, we'll thin out the Dreepy, obviously, from the Buddy Poffin, so that way, when we're using our Lilies, we have a higher likelihood of drawing into some of those, hopefully, Dracloaks that we want to be finding to continue drawing some cards. Because if we can't get a Dracloak right now, I haven't seen a Rare Candy on Giant's side of the board so far.
No.
But if there's no Rare Candies in the deck, that you will know will be a guaranteed additional turn that you'll have to try and survive here against Natalie to continue to try and pull out a win for this game.
Well, then he effectively has to evolve up these Dreepies this turn, because if he doesn't, it looks like there could be game on board. If Natalie finds a Dark Energy for that Monkey Dory, just moving those 2 damage counters off the Dragapult onto a Dreepy would put it to 5. The other one being at 3, you put 2 on the one that's now at 5, that gets you a KO. The other 4 on the Dreepy that's already at 3, that gets you another KO, and taking out that Budu in the active would be the last 3 prizes she needs to close out the match.
Yeah, there's so many lines here for Natalie. As you said, with evolving up these Dracolics, you kind of have to, because even then, a boss's orders just on any of the other Pokemon, and then you've got 2 for the Budu, 4 for the Dreepy. That's all it's going to take. So we've got the Fezandipity in play, which is going to be essential.
Dracloak showing up as well. He's finding that draw power.
Yeah, we've really kicking it into gear here. You'd always think that, an unfair stamp, that would lock you out of the game, but it always does seem that Dragapult seems to draw out of it each time. 3 cards is all you had, and now we're looking at a hand of 7 or so cards that are available to John at this stage. So, from how far we were set back, we're kind of in a really strong position to actually give us a chance of making a comeback still.
Absolutely. Game's not over yet. They're both on, looks like 3 prizes going off the screen.
Yeah, 3 to 3 right now.
So it's not an unwinnable state at this point, but like you said, if Natalie can find that boss, John's board's in a pretty scary situation. Just bossing up that Dracloak, you can take out that Buddy, you can still take out that other Dreepy.
Interesting, we've got the Ultra Ball coming down there. If there's a rare candy in hand, then we would be able to get that Dreepy out of the danger zone and evolve it straight up into that Dragapult. But if not, we can't see the prize cards, sadly. So, there could be a whole load of those middle stage evolutions that are still hiding out there. But we've also got a Pokepad in hand as well. John does have a fair few options still to play down, see if he's able to get a result here. I think he's maybe eyeing off, it might have been a Monkey Dory. I saw a little flash of purple that was in there that might be able to throw down the Monkey Dory, throw some of that damage back over to Natalie's side. But all Natalie needs is 1 Dark Energy for herself, and she's able to throw it right back over to John's side of the board.
Yeah, he can very, very quickly swing, and it looks like John does have that Monkey Dory and even the Dark Energy. He needs to be able to use Adrena Brain, moving 30 off the Dracloak and putting it onto one of Natalie's bench Dreepies.
Yeah, imagine that we're going to be pretty soon lining up that Itchy Pollen. There we go, Itchy Pollen coming down. We're going over to Natalie. Let's see what she's able to pull together. There's the boss's orders, and that is going to be 6 damage counters able to be spread between the 2 bench Pokemon, and that is going to be a 3 prize card turns for Natalie Miller, and she is moving to a 5-0 record here in the Melbourne Regionals for 2026.
It's definitely a very strong position for Natalie to be in this far into the day. 5-0 record puts you on 15 points for the day. 16 is usually what gets you into day 2. So from here, it's get a tie or just keep winning. Maybe she goes undefeated in day 1. It'd be pretty wild, since they did recently change how the rules actually work for Top Cut. So the higher seeded player will be choosing who goes first in the top 8. So it does get to that point of, do you take the ID to guarantee you're making the next match or the next day, or you just keep fighting?
Absolutely. You're definitely going to be wanting to probably play out as much Pokemon as you can today, just to see where you sit. Like the moment that you get to that, that record where you're at I can just tie 1 here, and then I'll be guaranteed into the second round of the tournament. It's like, well, I may as well keep playing. We may as well just keep going for broke. We'll see how many match points we can accumulate. And as you mentioned, having that incentive to just continue to play game after game without, most players, they'll reach to the top tables, unless there's a reason for them to try and pair into a specific matchup. You're like, I'm IDing, I'll just intentionally draw this one, we'll guarantee a slot in Top Cut. Now there is something for players to play for, and that advantage is so good moving into Top Cut.
Yeah, no, it's definitely nice being able to sit down across from your opponent. They ask you, you want heads or tails? And you go, no, I want first or second. Just being able to decide that from the start is pretty amazing and a very strong advantage, especially because it does continue through all the rounds too. So your top 8 match, your top 4 match, your finals match, you'll be getting to decide that.
Yeah, it's exactly what you want to be seeing as you're moving into that top end of the tournament. But yes, it's an exciting, for a mirror, that's a pretty exciting way to take it. You had exactly everything going right on Natalie's side. Sadly for John, that wasn't exactly the position that we wanted to see him in, but that is like a textbook version of what you want to be doing with the Dragapult Dusknoir variant. But I'd say, we saw a couple of cards there that might have been on some of our caster predictions as well. So if we want to go through, we can see what all of us here on the broadcast chose as our recommendations for the cards to be looking out for this weekend. So
I think that's a really good call. Really good call. So we've got Jordan Palmer as one of our casters today. His picks showing up there. He's got Festival Lead and Honchkrow going for the single prize shenanigans. I like it. Very, very solid picks by Jordan. Being able to attack twice with Dipplin and then the Honchkrow, just building up a large hand size of support Pokemon, Team Rocket supporters, apologies, getting a little tongue-tied here, and then declaring a very large number to take knockouts. For my own, I picked Arboliva EX. It's a bit of a fringe card that has been seeing some success recently. With the Forest of Vitality Stadium, you can evolve up your grass Pokemon the same turn they come into play, so you can quickly go from having no board state at all to very quickly having this stage 2 grass Pokemon for 1 grass energy, letting you put 6 instances of 20 damage on your opponent's board wherever you want. So when you run into those Dragapults that seem to be everywhere at the moment, you can be picking apart their bench. And for my second one, picking Team Rocket's Mewtwo, I think it's in an interesting spot with the meta. Hits weakness into, obviously, Mega Lucario, which has been seeing some recent success. And when paired with Lily's Clefairy, you can even hit Dragapult for weakness. Secondary Pokemon in there being Team Rocket's Spidops, giving you grass coverage. Seeing a lot of things at the moment that are grass weak, like Zoroark EX, pretty relevant, and Garchomp, that are both trying to take advantage of all the Dragapults on the field, having a favored matchup in that one. And what did you end up picking?
I tell you what, that last matchup, it would have been so much different if somebody had a Psyduck with the damp ability, that is for sure. I was looking at this weekend and I thought that probably Dragapult with Dusknoir might have been the play. It looked like it was going to be in a good spot to just have that aggressive, just take out so many prize cards in one turn and go completely aggro. So I thought that Psyduck might be one that people would want to be teching in for this weekend. And just for a little bit of spice, I wanted to throw out the Nighttime Mine.
I don't even think I know what that card does.
So let me enlighten you, Braden. So this card says your Terra Pokemon's attacks cost 1 colorless more. So that is pretty much, not a card that I was really expecting. For the Sydney Regionals, I decided we'll go for a little bit of a rogue steam. So I did chuck out the Rockets Watchtower. But right now, I thought Nighttime Mine might be a little bit of a spicy one to pick and put on to the graphic. And then we also have Joshua Sparks going for the Dunsparce with that runaway draw ability, as well as the Zoroark EX, which I think were probably 2 interesting picks for this weekend. We did see a lot of the Dunsparce taking place over in some of the other tournaments around the world. So I think that's going to be probably a card that we'll be seeing a lot of this weekend as well. But yes, we're going to be cutting back to the table here, and then we're going to be lining up a winner's interview with Natalie Miller in a few minutes. So that is going to be very exciting for us. So we'll join you back here at the table in a few moments.
And we're back.
And we're back. And we're back.
All right, Natalie's in here.
Do you want to set it up so that that's it? Chair or...
We are back, and I'm joined here by our winner of the last round, Natalie Miller. Natalie, what a textbook showing of the Dragapult matchup. Tell us about what you're thinking during that game.
Wow, I'm drawing pretty well. My deck's good.
Yeah, I think that's from what we saw. That was exactly what happened. You were able to set up your board, and you, especially like we were talking about, getting like your Duskulls evolved early is definitely pretty important. What were your game? What's like your game plan going into the mirror matchup?
Typically, obviously, you want to like set up. That's a huge aspect. Drawing Dracloaks is pretty big, but you want to Badoo early, mostly because they're forced to Badoo against you because of your heavy candies. So like the gist is you want to Badoo to prevent their Badoo, and then go Dory if they have Badoo. Obviously, it's like ideally you have to draw well. But if you only bench a Duskull if you can evolve it. And like thankfully I was able to evolve it both turns.
Yes,
so.
it did look like it went very smoothly for you there. So over the day, what have you paired into that's led you to this beautiful 5-0 record?
I paired Zoroark, Polthammers, Festival Lead, and Crustle, and then now Poltnor. So 5 different decks. The Polthammers and the Zoroark are supposed to be unfavored, but I got there anyway.
Yeah, definitely. So over the rest of the weekend, was there anything that you were expecting to like hit more than anything else?
Probably the Dragapult Mirror. This deck is pretty good.
Yeah, I think so. So when you're like, testing with all your testing partners, is there any like specific methods that you're using to predict this is going to be what I want to play for this event, and this is going to give us the best chance of winning? Or is that something you don't want to divulge here on stream?
It is full vibes. It's like I like playing this deck, and so I'll play it.
Hell yeah. Well, thank you so much for joining us on the cast. You really appreciate it. Going in with a 5-0 record, you've got a still a fair few rounds, Brady, but I'd say your odds are looking pretty good of making it to day 2 at this point. So thank you so much, Natalie, and best luck with the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Let's talk about Dragapult EX, because right now, this is the deck shaping the entire format heading into Melbourne Regionals. It isn't just one of the best decks in the room, it's the deck that every other deck needs to have a game plan for. After dominant performances in both Los Angeles and Utrecht, Dragapult variants have become the center point of the meta, and that's what makes preparing for this weekend so awkward. Because you're not just preparing for one Dragapult deck, you're preparing for Straight Up Pult, Dun Dun Pult, Pult Noir, and the Kickin' Chicken. Not to mention what other unexpected twists players might have up their sleeves for this weekend. The core threat is always the same though. Dragapult applies pressure to the active using Phantom Dive, doing a pretty solid number, while also putting damage on your bench. That spread damage can add up quickly and be pretty risky in a format where decks are often relying on low HP support Pokemon, 2 prize utility pieces, and even pre-evolutions to get into the game. Plus, the scary part is that Dragapult doesn't even need to hit the ground running to win the game. They can buy plenty of time using Budew, making it awkward for opponents to set up properly, while also adding a little bit of chip damage every time they poke you. Then you add in stadiums like Risky Ruins into the mix, and suddenly trying to build up a board state can become quite dangerous. If your pre-evolution basics are taking damage while you're trying to set up, they can very quickly fall into range of Dragapult's Phantom Dive damage counters. So what may look like a normal setup turn can suddenly become a board state that might cost you the game in a turn or two. And that's before you even factor in Monkey Dory. Adrenabrain lets you move around 3 damage counters, which can give the deck even more ways to fix up numbers, cleaning up awkward board states, and taking crucial KOs. That's what makes this deck feel so oppressive. It's constantly shaping the board state into a position where every Pokemon you have in play is essentially a liability. And because Dragapult naturally plays Fire and Psychic Energy, it also gets access to some really useful tech attack options. You can see single prize options like Moltres to pick off Ogerpon or Chuyu as a way to deal with Crustle. Not to mention, it can even run Clefairy EX into the mirror match. That flexibility matters a lot because it means that Dragapult can adapt into decks that are trying to counter it without completely changing its own game plan. Straight Dragapult probably feels like the cleanest version to play. It's focused on consistency, pressure, and doing the Dragapult thing as smoothly as possible without adding in too many extra bells and whistles. The Dunsparce Pult gives the deck more draw power and a potential secondary attacker. Dusknoir Pult is probably the highest skill ceiling version. It can create some absolutely dirty plays to swing games that almost feel unfair in some situations, but it can also be a little bit more fragile if the pieces don't come together cleanly. And then there's the Kickin' Chicken, which gives the deck another angle entirely, potentially changing how certain matchups can play out and giving you easier access to your energy. That's the real problem with dealing with Dragapult right now though. There isn't one silver bullet that beats every version of it. Even cards that look like direct counters like Clefairy EX can become kinda awkward into it. In theory, it checks Dragapult pretty nicely, but in practice, if you bench it at the wrong time or fail to protect it properly, it can very quickly become a 2-prize gift waiting to be handed over to the opponent. So heading into Melbourne, every player has to ask themselves one question: can my deck beat Dragapult? But realistically, the even harder question is, can my deck beat multiple versions of Dragapult across a long event piloted by players that have been grinding this matchup for weeks? Because that's much easier said than done. And while Dragapult is the first deck to watch this weekend, it's not just a deck in the meta. Right now, it's the deck that's defining the meta.
Hello, Pokemon trainers.
Let's talk about Crustle, because this is one of the big reasons the current meta has become so weird heading into Melbourne Regionals. While Dragapult is trying to pressure the entire board, Crustle is asking a completely different question. Can you even hit me? Crustle is built around walling opponents out of the game by preventing damage from Pokemon EX. And in a format where so many decks are built around Pokemon EX, that is a big problem to deal with. If your main attacker is a Pokemon EX and you don't have a real answer, Crustle can turn the game into a very awkward puzzle that you need to solve. That's why this deck has such a big impact on deck building. You either need a non-rule box attacker that fits naturally into your game plan, or you need an attack that can go through the effect, usually with a shred type effect. Cards like the Dunsparce EX or Mega Lopunny can be great ways to deal with this, but even then, they do take up deck space that you might not have. And that space matters a lot.
because right now decks are already trying to fit answers for Dragapult, answers for the mirror match, answers for everything else floating around in the meta, all while still trying to stay consistent in how they play. So Crustle basically adds another deck building tax on top of all of that. So thanks for that. It's not enough to say my deck is good into Dragapult. You also need to ask what happens if I sit across the table from Crustle. And if the answer is I hope I don't, or I hope that they brick, that's likely not going to be good enough. Crustle also gets even more annoying because of the special energy it can run, like Mist Energy and Growing Grass Energy. Mist Energy can block effects from attacks, meaning it stops damage counters from things like Dragapult, or even Confusion if you're trying to buy some time attacking it with Monkey Dory. Not to mention there's Alakazam, who gets completely shut off by this. Then Growing Grass Energy is also a tricky one to be aware of, because it boosts Crustle's HP by 20, which can take it out of range of shred attacks that we mentioned before. So suddenly they might just scrape by without getting KO'd, then feed Crustle some ice cream cones to shrug off the damage. Oh, and it wears a cape sometimes too, because apparently the giant wall bug needed another 100 HP. That's what makes Crustle such an awkward deck to play against. It doesn't just wall your big attackers, it can also block some of the sneaky ways that you're trying to get around it. Granted, there are techs to deal with these too, but then having a tech for a tech and finding a way to fit that into your 60 card deck? Yeah, good luck with that. And it can be hard to justify if they don't help you in other matchups as well. Now, Crustle had a massive showing in Prague, taking 2 of the top 8 spots, but it had a quieter showing in Los Angeles. And weirdly, that might make it even more dangerous heading into Melbourne, because when Crustle is everywhere, players are respecting it, they're teching for it, they add in a shred attacker or a single prize option, and they make sure they have a game plan if they run into it. But when Crustle starts to fall off, people start getting a little bit greedy with how they build their decks again. Maybe they cut those tech cards to free up space for more consistency pieces or cards that help them into other matchups. And that is exactly when Crustle decides to crawl back into the weekend and maybe steal a spot in top 8. This is one of the biggest decks to watch because Crustle can look completely different to normal Pokemon TCG games. It's not always about who can hit the biggest number, it's not always about who can start taking prizes sooner, sometimes it's just whether the opponent can even find a line of play that lets them break through this wall. And if they can't, Crustle can crawl its way to victory. So if you're playing at Melbourne this weekend or just watching along the stream, keep an eye out for this giant walled bug. Because if players get too focused on beating Dragapult and forget to respect the crab, this thing can absolutely punish them for it. Let's talk about Mega Lopunny EX, because this is one of the most interesting decks to come out of the recent meta shift. After Miloslav Posleden won Utrecht Regionals with it, it's safe to say this bunny isn't just a meme anymore. At first glance, Lopunny can look pretty simple. It moves into the active, uses Gale Thrust, and if it moved from the bench that turn, does 230 damage for just a single energy, which is already pretty solid. But the real strength of the deck is that it doesn't just land solid hits, it can also take a hit, shrug it off, and come back swinging, all for just 1 energy. So that's kind of where the supporter card of Wally's Compassion comes in. Since Lopunny only needs 1 energy to attack, if it takes a hit and survives it, Wally can heal off all that damage, then you just have to reattach that energy, bounce it to the bench, get it back into the active, and it's like nothing ever happened. So your opponent puts all this work into damaging you, but if they didn't land a 1-hit KO, Lopunny just acts like, yeah, but what of it? Which is pretty awesome, but just for the Lopunny player. Probably less awesome for the person sitting across the table from it. The deck also has a really clean way to keep resetting Gale Thrust through the Dunsparce. You can retreat Lopunny into the Dunsparce, use Runaway Draw to draw 3 cards, then shuffle it back into the deck, and free up the active spot again for Lopunny to bounce back into the active and get that damage boost. So the Dunsparce isn't just a draw engine, it's part of how the whole deck actually comes together. And that draw power matters a lot too, because we mentioned your supporter card's likely going to be used to heal, or maybe do some other utility things, so yeah, having some draw power off a Pokemon, definitely a big bonus. The other main engine piece is Fan Rotom. It puts in a lot of work in this deck. Fan Call can grab your Bunnyeries and Dunsparce to help build up your board state in the early game. Plus, Fan Rotom even has a solid attack too. Doing 70 damage, it can pick off pre-evolution Pokemon in the early game, or even just soften something up for Lopunny to clean up later. And in this format, that early chip damage can completely change the prize map of the game. Now, since Lopunny's attack only cost colorless energy, the deck also gets quite a bit of flexibility in the energy it chooses to run. You can use special energies like Spiky Energy, which can be very helpful to fix up numbers. When Lopunny gets hit, it's like you're hitting your opponent back a little bit too. Mist Energy is also really important right now because it helps protect your Baniri, Dunsparce, or other pieces from being picked off by Dragapult's Phantom Dive damage counters, so while you're trying to set up, you have a bit of protection, and when you evolve up, you've got that energy you need to attack. And in a format that's already full of annoying effects, having Mist Energy can also be very useful in those too. With the deck playing such high counts of special energy, Hilda becomes a consistency card for you too. You can grab an evolution Pokemon and any energy, which means you can grab your Lopunny as your attacker or the Dunsparce if you need some draw power. Not to mention, if you use the Ace Spec card Enriching Energy, you can even grab that too, and Hilda basically becomes a straight draw 7 supporter. But another option you can go for is Survival Brace, which gives Lopunny a bit of a safety net. Now, normally one of the biggest issues it has to deal with is getting one-shot, right? You want to be tanking a hit, healing it off, so if something like Raging Bolt or a fighting type Pokemon comes out and just one-shots you, it's a pretty big problem. Survival Brace lets you stop that though. If Lopunny's at full HP when they try and swing into you, you get to survive on 10 HP instead. Then you just use Wally to heal it off and keep on going. So Enriching Energy is the consistency option, while Survival Brace is more so the no prize for you option. And both make sense depending on what the player expects to face this weekend. Some builds may even use Mega Frostlass EX as an explosive secondary attacker in the deck. If your opponent's been building up a large hand size using Recon Directive repeatedly, Frostlass can absolutely punish them and take a one-hit KO into their Dragapult. Oh yeah, and Lopunny also has a Shred attack, which is a pretty big deal. If you see any Crustles running around, just chuck 2 energy on this and you can get right through them. This deck seemed to almost pop up overnight, going from Fringe Meme to Regional Champion. The big weakness, of course, is that Lopunny is still a 3 prize Pokemon, so if your opponent can take a clean one-hit KO into you, it's a pretty big issue. And being fighting weak in a format where Mega Lucario and Garchomp EX are seeing quite a bit of play, it's definitely something to be aware of. But if opponents can't take that clean KO, Lopunny can just reset the damage, reset the attack, and keep forcing opponents to try and find an answer for it. And that's what makes Mega Lopunny such a big deck to watch at Melbourne Regionals. It's a regional winning strategy that can bounce back from hits, punish awkward prize maps, and hop its way to the top tables.
Welcome back to the TCG Regionals for Melbourne 2026. My name's Tom, I'm joined here by Braden, and we're joining us at round number 6. So, Braden, how have you been experiencing the tournament so far? What have been your vibes out on the floor?
Honestly, it's been really, really energetic out there. Handful of different decks. Every table you look at, it's something different. Obviously, a lot of Dragapult, but it seems like everyone's enjoying their time out there and figuring out that puzzle of how to take it down. Plus, lots of single prize shenanigans, which I am a big fan of.
Absolutely. There's been a lot out there that is like, I didn't expect that deck to be performing this well. We've showed some of it on the stream so far today, and this is going to be no different. We've lined up for you guys a very interesting matchup. On the right, we have Sobi, who is playing Slowking out of all decks to be expected at a 5-0 record. And then somebody that we have already featured on the stream was a festival lead in round number 1, which was Declan.
Yes.
This is going to be a very interesting matchup. Not one that I reckon these two players might have tested. I would say maybe Sobi might have tried a little bit into festival lead, but I would say probably the inverse might not have been as accurate.
I feel like Sobi's probably played into Festival Lead since it is one that you do see from time to time, but the Slowking is definitely out of left field. You might be recognizing Sobi's name though, because back in 2020, he actually did take down one of the ICs with Mewtwo Tag Team, another toolbox deck, which it looks like he might be playing something similar here with that Specterior in the active. And is that a Slowpoke on the bench?
That is a Slowpoke on the bench. It's a little bit unfortunate starting that Specteria. If anybody's played into the Slowking matchup, you'd know that all of these Pokemon that you want to be attacking with are actually ones that you want in your hand rather than on the board. So currently, I don't think there's any way to actually pick up Pokemon from play, which means that if you're going to be trying to use the attack from Specteria, you're actually going to have to get it knocked out by your opponent to have access to it again.
Yeah, I don't think we do. Obviously, Professor Turo, having recently rotated being a G-Block card, the only thing that might pick it up is the Ace-Spec Scoop-Up Cyclone, but I feel like that'd be a pretty niche one for Slowking to be running when there is just better cards that you could be using that space for.
Yeah, it's definitely not one that I'd be expecting anybody to be jumping straight towards, but who knows, maybe with having like liabilities like this Kangaskhan, which is 3 prizes, or some of the 2 prize Pokemon like this Latias, maybe the Scoop Up Cyclone is something that you actually want to be playing. On Declan's side of the board, it does look like we're throwing down that Lily's Determination. No prize cards being taken yet, so that's going to be a draw up to 8 for Declan. Already a fantastic board established. We've got a couple of Grookies in play, that Shaman in play as well, which is going to be pretty detrimental as you can see on screen. That Kyurem with that Triforce attack, that would pretty much obliterate an entire festival lead board if you're able to use that ability. But Shaman, luckily, it does have an ability that allows you to stop any of your bench Pokemon from taking damage. So kind of putting a little bit of a hindrance on that Kyurem.
Yeah, they are in a weird spot, especially since that Specterior, like we said, is already in play. That one getting to put 12 damage counters, not actual damage to your opponent's bench, would be one of the few things you could use to take out that Shaman. Does put them in a position where they'll need to be getting boss at some point to deal with that, or kind of just work around it, fighting the active instead. But yeah, if they could use that Kyurem's attack, it would very quickly swing the match, potentially taking out all of their attackers in one turn.
Yeah, as you said, a big distinction there between the damage and the damage counters. But I mean, I think that is probably what the Specteria is in there as another way to actually get through that Shaman's Flower Curtain ability. But over on Declan's side, really loading up the board right now. Got that energy attached to the Dipplin. It's going to be ready to go if it can find its way into the active. Over to Sobi right now. This is going to be interesting to see what this deck's going to try and put together to execute this game plan now that Specteria is on the board, and then the whole out to Trifrost just isn't going to be an option right now. There's not as many attackers that are in the deck as what there have been throughout the years of Slowking still being legal. So whatever concoction of different boxed Pokemon are in this deck will be very interesting to see. We're doing a run errand for 2 cards off that Kangaskhan in the active. Very interesting having these 3 and 2 prize Pokemons that are now being played in this deck now that Xatu has rotated out.
Yeah, it is interesting. You kind of look at the board, you think, oh, it should just be a purely single prize deck, but having that Kangaskhan in there, it's got a bit of heft to it. It can eat a hit, and maybe going down those 3 prizes isn't the biggest deal, since you are anticipating being able to take 3 prizes in a turn if you can get that Kyurem play off at some point. We did also see the Academy at Night Stadium coming into play, bumping Declan's Festival Grounds out. So it makes it a little trickier if they're trying to go for that double attack with Festival Lead, and makes it so that Sobi can put a Pokemon from his hand right on top of the deck and guarantee the card he's going to be discarding with Slowking to use its attack.
Yeah, those who aren't aware, as I'm sure there's probably a few people that have never seen Slowking before in their life, that Seek Inspiration attack does, yes, copy the attacks of any Pokemon that you do discard off the top of the deck. So that Academy at Night is a fantastic way of guaranteeing that you're going to have the attack no matter what with that Slowking. And there's also some other fun cards, maybe like Gumshoes as well, which has a similar effect as well, which would be very exciting if we get to see that one coming out here from Sobi as well. We've got that Festival Lead bump coming down. Still 2 Dipplin loaded up on the bench, ready to go. Must just be looking for a perfect time where he'll be able to coordinate an attack here on his turn compared to just hitting into this Kangaskhan for not enough damage. And then we go another Stadium bump. The Stadium Wars are really in full force in this matchup. I'd imagine most likely these 2 decks could be playing 4 of each stadium.
It wouldn't surprise me. Like, Sobi could be running some other cards to top deck, like you mentioned. There's that Gumshoes. There's also the supporter card, Cypher Maniac, that can be looking at her 2 cards and putting them on the top of your deck, so guaranteeing your attacker and then your draw for the next turn. Could be a really solid combo piece, but for Academy at Night, I honestly wouldn't be surprised with the amount of Stadium Wars we do see happening in the current meta, and into this matchup, it would really help.
Yeah, it's interesting seeing what kind of new cards that have been fleshed into this archetype for Slowking. We saw the telepathic energy that's been attached to allow you to search out all of these basic psychic Pokemon, which is really an interesting card. But yeah, definitely it feels like it's been a little bit hindered by not having the Xatu in there. We've got, yet again, Cypher Maniac is an out to stacking the cards on the top of the deck, which can also be incredible with Kangaskhan with its run errand, as it allows you to just draw those 2 cards. So it's, imagine playing like Quick Searching Pidgeot or even Computer Search, depending, what you know most recently.
Just guaranteeing it
and you
into
just
hand.
get to do that twice, which is a fantastic combination.
That's wild. I didn't even think of that play. Very, very good call out there.
Yeah, you get to really just like pick out any card that you want from your deck and just say, you know what, that would benefit me right now. I guess I'll just take it out of the deck. Which
I wouldn't mind it in my hand.
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely wouldn't mind either. But yeah, we're still having, it's a reasonably slow-paced situation right now. As we mentioned, that Shaman in board does mean that you're not able to go as aggressive as you probably would like to with Slowking. but also Declan just saying, I'm just going to sit this Grookey in the active. I'm going to make you deal with this so that then I can try and line up a KO on one of these Slowkings. It looks like we're copying the attack there from the Haxorus, which it does have an attack there which allows you to just immediately eliminate one basic Pokemon from your opponent's active, which, a little Grookey. I feel like a Haxorus knocking out a Grookey is kind of a little bit out there.
Excessive. It feels excessive. You'd like to be doing that into maybe a Mega Kangaskhan for 3, but hey, it gets the job done, right? You can't really complain.
Yeah, it might be a matter of, I think this is probably an attack that I can use now that I might not need later down the track. So despite it maybe feeling like a little bit overkill, it's probably something that's worth just discarding now and then hoping that you'll have another out to something else to attack with later down the track.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it looks like, there we go. We've got the Diplin shooting into the active there from Declan. And with that Festival Grounds in play, it does mean you can use the Festival Lead ability on the Diplin to do the wave, and then you get to do it again. You just say, you know what? Once wasn't enough. We're doing 100 damage. Let's run it back, and we'll do it enough to just knock out this one Slowking in the active. And it's actually a pretty interesting start to this matchup.
It's not a bad spot to be in. One of the interesting things, though, about this matchup being Slowking having said 120, 130 HP, so it is just outside of the breakpoint numbers that Diplin can do. Scaling up Do the Wave by 20 for each of your bench Pokemon. You can only have 5 guys on your bench, caps out at 100. So they have to use both those attacks to actually deal with the Slowking, basically turning it into a 1-for-1 matchup, with the advantage potentially being on Sobi's side. If he does get that Kyurem online again, might be able to swing this.
Yeah, Kyurem online would be incredible, but it's just such a hard thing to try and deal with that Shaman in play. So yes, as you say, whilst going into, into Festival Lead with a Trifrost would say, I'm probably in the advantage here, but on the other side of the table, Sobi's just got so many big Pokemon down in play that, can actually be KO'd by any Festival Grounds Pokemon. Once they chuck on the Maximum Belts or the Brave Bangles, those damage numbers of just doing that 100 base scale up immensely. So you would actually be in range of knocking out things like this Mega Kangaskhan EX in the active, which, as we could see here, Sobi is playing something that's actually very interesting. It's the Genesect with that Ace Nullifier ability, which looks like is the line they're going for right now. If you get that into play, it does mean that you can turn off the Maximum Belt from your opponent, which does slow them down a little bit. It sadly won't stop Brave Bangles from maybe allowing you to gust up that Latias on the bench.
True.
But that active Kangaskhan, it will not be able to reach that breakpoint of that 300 HP if you're not able to put down any Ace Specs into play from your hand.
It's true. Some of the Festival Lead decks, though, we do still see with the Black Belt supporter card, giving you another way to boost up your damage. So comboing the Bangle and the Black Belt might be a way they can get there. But yeah, being able to just chuck on that Maximum Belt, like you said, it's pretty solid. And if that Genesect gets a tool on it, being able to completely shut that play off would definitely disrupt Declan. And being a Steel type, if the Festival Lead player does try and boss KO that, they're doing reduced damage into it. So hitting them twice for 70, it is another one of those ones where instead of potentially taking 2 KOs or a multi-prize KO, yeah, you are just taking out a single prizer.
Yeah, we've got a lot of cards that Sobi's able to play this turn to accelerate the board state. We've got another Academy at Night getting grabbed off of that Secret Box. Secret Box being around in a lot of decks post-rotation, you get to discard 3 cards from your hand, and you get one of every single type of trainer card, which is fantastic when you're getting a whole bunch of different things that you need, especially guaranteeing those those stadium outs with the Academy at Night. So let's see what we're actually going to be able to chuck in as our attacker here on top with this Academy at Night. It looks like we might even be forced to attack with this Genesect here. We thought it might be relevant for the Ace Nullifier, but it turns out instead we're seeking inspiration and swinging into the active with the Genesect from Shrouded Fable, which
it's got the attack Magnetic Blast for 100,
which, you're only having to swing into a 80 HP Pokemon. We're still doing the damage. We're still doing the damage.
I don't think I've ever seen that declared.
It's definitely not one that I've either seen as well. I mean, a couple of times I've seen Genesect EX, throw some numbers out there, but I'll have to say that probably that is the first time that I've seen Genesect, the baby Genesect, actually getting a little bit of motion in there. Over to Declan's side, though, he still has a fairly substantial board. Like, having the Boom Boom Grooves from the Grookies, being able to just pick different cards out of your deck each turn. Honestly, these two decks, the more you think about it, are pretty similar. Declan's shooting all these cards out that he wants to execute his game plan. And then on the other side, we've got Sobi that's using those Cypher Maniac's code breakings and everything to guarantee you the cards that you want each turn. So yeah, every player, both of these players are like able to pick out exactly what they want to try and give them the best chance of winning in this matchup right now. So we'll see what Declan's able to do here, but I'd imagine it might be just doing the wave once again to knock out this Seek Inspiration Slowking in the active.
It's not a bad plan. It's definitely not a bad plan. Just being able to just keep putting that pressure into the Slowkings. And yeah, if they can get to a point where they just go for one of those multi-prizers, like that Kangaskhan and that Latias, they're not going anywhere this game. So there is always that point where it turns from being a single prize matchup into it's not actually a single prize matchup. So it just needs that one turn where Declan decides to go, boom, boom, groove, grab myself a Boss's Orders, boom, boom, groove, grab myself a Brave Bangle, bring up that Latias, and the prize trade quickly tilts in their favor.
It could be a pretty brutal swing. We've got Sobi over here. He's had his Academy at Night bumped once again, and we missed out on the early stages, so I'm not actually sure what the stadium wall is looking like right now, but I can tell you that I think that's 3 festival grounds played from Declan. I believe it might even be 3 from Sobi as well. So I would say the moment we get to a situation, if Sobi runs out of those Academy at Nights, it's probably going to be a little bit dire a situation where Cypher Maniac's code breaking might be the only way that you'd be able to guarantee any knockouts or attacks period on your Slowking. So that's something that we do have to be worried about as we get into the back end of this game. Whilst it might be slow, it's very resource management intensive. And that War of the Stadiums is going to be something that is going to be super relevant for us to keep on top of.
There is one other way they could top deck a card, though, by just declaring Seek Inspiration and hoping you hit what you need.
I tell you what, that would be something I would love to see. I know many a times I've seen, not to their benefit, but I've seen some Slowkings just go for it. Yeah, I'll announce Seek Inspiration. We'll see what happens. It's better than passing in some cases.
Have game.
Maybe. That would be very, very funny for us to see come out for Sobi. But yeah, we are, as you mentioned, getting to that time where it might be a little bit of what are my prize maps looking like right now? For Sobi, it's very much I'm kind of just forced to attack into the active Pokemon over and over and over again and just hope that might get us some results. But definitely Declan over on the other side of the table is looking at those 2 prizes, 3 prizes, thinking that's very tasty. And I think Declan might have only 3 prizes left to take. That Kangaskhan would in fact just time out for the game.
It's definitely got a target on its back right now, unfortunately. And yeah, Sobi still being disrupted by that Shaman. It's put in a lot of work for Declan, which to their benefit, great. But Sobi's probably sitting on the other side of the table. They couldn't use that Specterior. They haven't really gotten a turn where they've been able to use Boss's Orders as their supporter. We've been seeing a lot of Cypher Maniac, and then this turn Lily. So yeah, that Shaman, it's likely just sticking around until the end of the match. So yeah, the multi-prize turn seems like it's mostly sitting with Declan.
We have talked about the Shaman a lot, but as we saw, because we did see Declan earlier on in the day, there's also a Rabsker, I believe, that might be hiding out in the deck as well. So something that might have come up if we did have access to that Specteria would have been, we might need to worry about these damage counters coming down as well, which having a Shaman and a Rabsker on Declan's side of the board is something that would be unbelievably scary if you were Sobi. But luckily, it's still unfortunate that he does have the Specteria that is on the bench. But luckily, if there is an out, it would be just removing the Shaman and see, can you please reestablish this, or else I'm going to wipe out your entire board.
Yeah. They can very quickly get back into it if they did find that boss. And the 4th, is that 4 Academy at Nights?
I think that might be 4 Academy at Nights. Regardless, we might be on Sobi's last legs in the Stadium War here, which is going to be so interesting to see. Obviously, playing down the Academy at Night is turning off your opponent's draw engines with those boom, boom grooves. So if that was the last one, Sobi's able to just keep tutoring out whatever he wants from the board, or from his deck. But Declan is maybe going to be a little bit in a struggle.
So I don't think the Stadium actually impacts the ability. Boom, boom groove is more so just concerned about the active having the ability, but they just won't actually be able to use the ability on the active. So it could be one of those interesting things of they're only ever able to attack once. So the Slowking having that 130 HP, it can take 2 hits, and used to take those 2 hits in 1 turn, but now it's being spaced out over 2 turns. And that Kangaskhan no longer being in danger of, maybe Maximum Belt shows up and Boss, and they take out this Kangaskhan with the double tap. If they actually can't get another Stadium out, it should be in a safe position.
Yeah, as you mentioned there, correctly, switching off the active from being able to attack again was the thing that does stop you from being able to do the one tap on the Kangaskhan. So that is actually highly relevant, that now we're just forced to throw 170 damage onto this active Mega Kangaskhan and buy us a fair amount of time for Sobi to try and have his way with Declan's side of the board. Just keep powering up these Slowkings that are sitting on the back line here. We've got a couple of things attached. We've got the two energies now, and then we also have the power glass as well in case the Slowking stays in for a turn. But I mean, now that it can't get knocked out in one turn, you're actually pretty likely to have that proc to get an extra energy back in play.
Pretty relevant, and there is some attacks that do discard your energy after you use them. So yeah, we might be seeing that coming up in this matchup. But yeah, that Kangaskhan having taken a hit, it's still a risk. As long as there's a boss's orders in Declan's deck somewhere, or maybe already in hand, that could be what closes out this match.
Yeah, we see the, I think the Copper Grig is coming down, which I believe might do 8 damage counters, which could be exactly enough maybe to knock out a Shaman that's sitting on the bench with Flower Curtain. So it looks like right there, Sobi has actually lined up a potential win condition coming up on this next turn if we can find that Trifrost with the Kirim, which is an incredible swing of this game. Who knew this matchup could have turned so quickly over one single card played into the stadium slot?
It's like a weird balancing act. I just can't tell where it's going. But yeah, the Shaman being gone, Sobi could come back now, and it's just, does Declan have the boss? And actually, do they have a big enough board to even get the KO into Kangaskhan? Because I think they need to do 130. They've only got 4 Pokemon on their bench, so even with that Brave Bangle, they're just doing 110. So they're 20 off being able to KO that Kangaskhan.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot. There comes a boss's orders. It looks like we're going to be trying to target down that Slowpoke. Declan thinking right now, I might just have to take knockouts where I can, because, you know, if I'm trying to reach the prizes here, you know, like I might have to just take something that I can actually knock out rather than trying to play multiple attacks into different Pokemon. So we'll see where that takes him with this line. But yeah, the Slowpoke is making its way into the discard pile. And there we go. Sobi is showing off the Kirim in hand with the Trifrost, Academy at Night, a Pokemon ready to go, being that Slowking with the Seek Inspiration. Game on board, able to snipe all of those Pokemon that have under 110 HP. Sobi taking game number 1, really putting Declan in a position to try and swing this back his way, moving into, I'd imagine, you know, taking his optimal pick of first or second into this next game.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a game to watch here. Both players also being on 5-0, so the winner of this match will be guaranteeing themselves a spot into day 2. So if Sobi can close this out in 2 matches, it'd be pretty big. That would be pretty big. Just seeing them shuffle up for the next round. Obviously, both these decks, they're targeting very specific pieces. They're going to be kind of clumped now. You want to make sure it's as randomized as possible.
Yeah, talking about, as you were mentioning, going into day 2, you only need 5 wins, 1 tie as a minimum to get into the second day of the competition. So that's 16 match points. We also, as we were talking about what matches we should chuck up on stream, we saw there were a fair few big names as well that were up in their win and ins for the event. I know we were talking about Rahul Reddy was, you know, rocking that Mega Lucario, potentially kicking his way already this round into day number 2. So definitely a lot to play for still for all of the players from this round onwards. This is going to be the crunch time where we start seeing players take their decks that they've chosen over the last couple of weeks into that next level of competition and hopefully have a fight for the first place position tomorrow.
Absolutely. And even another big name we saw was last round, seeing Natalie Miller getting herself on a 5-0 record. Not sure how she's going in her round out there right now, but could also be locking herself a spot in day 2 as we speak. All right, and we are seeing the basics coming down. Looks like Declan decided to go first, starting with an Applin. Buddy Poffin coming out. I'd be saying they're probably going to grab that Shaman, but having 80 HP, they can't actually grab it with the Buddy Poffin, so may just be establishing a few more Applins and Groupies on their board.
I tell you what, they've just gone in there with the Pokepad, and they've got a Relor in hand, which does mean they might be able to do the unthinkable, which is put down Shaman and also put down a Relor to evolve into a Rabscrit at a later turn. Moving over to Sobi here, got those gorgeous black and white Era Ultra Balls, very blingy. Which I don't know whether I even saw one of those last round, but oh my goodness, it's always funny when you see those ones. Probably like, that is some serious bling.
Absolutely, even gold energy, and is that an illustration rare of the Pheasantipity?
Yeah, it's the best artwork. I mean, if you're going to play a Fez and Dippity, you may as well play the new Ascended Heroes Fez. That it does look so stunning. That artwork is gorgeous. We've got the Lily's Determination in hand. We're playing down the Mega Kangaskhan onto the board. Just going to be a fantastic way to start off for Sobi. We've seen it a lot of times this week. I would say that Lily's Determination is probably the best draw card in the game right now. I mean, even before the rotation happened, Lily's probably was up there as the best draw supporter in the format. So every single deck that we seem to see out now is just running 4 off counts of this. It's fantastic. You get to draw up to 8 if you've got 6 prizes still on your side of the board. So yeah, a really good consistency card.
Yeah, you're not even losing any resources when you use it too, since you do just shuffle. If you're holding cards in your hand, they just get shuffled back into the list, whereas previously we had cards like Professor's Research or even currently in rotation Carmine being another solid straight draw card, but both those discarded your hand when you use them. So having Lily's letting you keep those pieces, so maybe you have some special energies or some rare candies, cards you can't normally recover, being able to keep them in your deck to find later in the match, it's a very, very good card. And like you mentioned, 8 cards, that's wild. That's more than you start with.
And it gets even more wild when off your first Lilies, you Lily into that secret box as well. So Sobi really has access to pretty much whatever they would want for this turn, eyeing up a couple of their Pokemon, doing their prize checking. With so many different attackers, there's a lot to think about of which attackers do I, 1, need specifically in this matchup, and 2, which ones am I going to have to slowly trickle out and attack with throughout the rest of the game so that I'll still have attackers available later into the match. Looks like off the secret box, we're discarding the Annihilate. I'd say, with all of those small little Pokemon, you probably don't need to be knocking them out in one shot. And then we've also got the Mega Kangaskhan going to the discard pile.
Yeah, it looked like Lily's Clefairy was there as well.
Yeah, I would say probably the Lily's Clefairy can stay in the discard for this game, I reckon.
Don't really need it for this matchup. No, it's more so to help you into the Dragapult. Being able to hit it with weakness with Soaking, it's pretty relevant.
Yeah, definitely a relevant card into that matchup. But when you've only got 80 HP guys on the other side of the field attacking, you probably don't want to be running for that one. But we do see the Academy at Night getting grabbed here. So it's going to be interesting to see who is going to play their stadium first. We've got Academy at Night on one side. We know it's in Sobi's hand, but does he want to hold on to that one until he actually needs to attack? I'd say that's probably most likely what he would be hoping to do, would just be keep it in hand until I really need it, and then hopefully Declan's in a position where he's forced to play his stadium down first. But we're seeing the retreat there going into the run errand. And then we've got the Psychic Energy to get 2 Psychic Pokemon back down again. This Telekinesis Energy is incredibly strong. I mean, you already got just a basic Psychic Energy and Buddy Poffin in the deck. Why not just combine them into one card and you get to save so much deck space? That's something I'd like to play.
It's not bad. And unlike Buddy Poffin, it's not even limited by the HP. So if you have Slowpokes that have 80 HP or higher, you could even be grabbing them, or even just some other pieces. Like, I believe it could even target that Lily's Clefairy. So if they did pair into something where it is a relevant card to have on the board, having another out to that is pretty big. And yeah, it looks like Sobi isn't playing that Academy at Night, hanging on to it so they can win that stadium war. As soon as the Festival Grounds comes down, Sobi's just ready to bump it. Not really giving him any advantage until he's going to start declaring attacks.
Yeah, just waiting on for that Slowking to come down. It looks like we are lining up the Genesect. We're going to make sure that we can't get knocked out this turn by a Max Belt Boom Boom or a Max Belt Do the Wave from a Dipplin. So really making sure that we're securing that draw in the active with the Kangaskhan. That is the tool getting attached to the Ace Nullifier there, which you kind of get a tool on there at some point if you do want to stop your opponent from doing anything.
Absolutely, and the fact that they just used their own Ace Spec too to guarantee that tool in hand, and basically said, yeah, but no Ace Spec for you. It's pretty wild.
Yeah, definitely. That's one way to just say, you know what, I know exactly what you're trying to do here. I'm just going to put one Pokemon into play. I know exactly my lines, and I'm going to say, no, you don't get to do that. And then, see what you can do into this 300 HP Pokemon in the active when you can't use your best card in the deck, being that Maximum Belt. You can only play one of them as well, so, it's got to be very strong.
Yeah. No, it's definitely the Ace Specs, a very interesting mechanic in the Pokemon TCG. Seeing those one-off cards, it's not the first time we've had it either. We used to have the Prism cards back in the day, and then before that, after that, we had the Radiant Pokemon, where it was just, you can have one of these in your deck, and you had to make that choice. And that choice could drastically change how your deck plays. And in the current format, the Ace Specs,
massive card comes down there. We've got the Tool Scrapper from Declan. That's not a card that I thought I would see this weekend. Mad respect to that coming down just to shut off the Ace Nullifier on the Genesect. Removing that tool card off, it does allow you to then now attach any of your Ace specs, or being your max belt, to your active Pokemon. So this game might have swung immediately, yet again, with one card, making this whole combo happen, being a tool scrapper of all things.
It's pretty good, and it's not a card you see come up very often, but honestly, with where the meta's heading, it has some relevance. So we are seeing Cynthia's Garchomp. They've got a tool, gives them an extra 70 HP, puts them up to 400. Granted, Diplin does hit them for weakness, so it does 200, still gets there, but another card that it hits for weakness being En's Zoroark EX. There are actually a few people out there running a new, well, not a new tool card, but one I only became aware of in the Chaos Rising pre-releases, being Punk Helmet. When you hit that guy, you're going to take 40 damage. So they have to hit that Zoroark twice, taking 40 damage both times. So yeah, they're knocking out the Zoroark, but they're also knocking out their own Diplin in the process. So the Tool Scrapper has some relevance in a few matchups.
Yeah, really strong turn there from Declan. Now coming back over to Sobi. Still has a lot in hand. We've got a couple of the Wondrous Patches to try and accelerate energy from the discard pile back into play. Cypher Maniac already there as well to guarantee us the two cards that we possibly could want out of the deck. You know, just play that down, get to look at your entire deck, pick two of them and just sit them at the top, shuffle up, and then draw them with the Run Errand from Genghis Khan, which is definitely what you want to be doing here as Sobi. Looks like we're lining up that Seek Inspiration Slowking so we can try and guarantee ourselves an attack this turn.
Nice.
And then I'd imagine if we don't have an attacker that we're ideally wanting to use right now, you know, already in hand, we'll be able to just throw that up to the top of the deck.
Yeah.
And there we go. And it looks like we might be lining up maybe that Specteria that was unfortunately stuck on our bench the last game.
Oh, so they will be able to deal with that Shaman. And I believe they put out 12 damage counters wherever they want. So that could be 8 on the Shaman, 4 on an Applin. They're getting a 2 prize turn this turn potentially, and then lining up to go for a 3 prize turn on the following one if they can get a Curon.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what kind of recovery Declan has. I don't think we saw much of it last game. So if he's able to just night stretch that Curon back into play, that would be pretty ideal. We've got the Wondrous Patch coming down. That's the Psychic Energy getting thrown onto that Slowking without much left to go. And then we also have the extra attachment with the Hourglass to throw onto that Ace Nullifier Genesect. Here we go. We're going to be using that Academy at Night in a second. And I think we're going to be seeing a couple of knockouts coming in here for Sobi, which is, you know, exactly what you want to be doing at this point in the game. If you can get ahead in prizes against Festival Lead, you're probably going to be in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, they're not normally a deck expecting that to happen. That's kind of their whole shtick.
Yeah, it does look like instead we've chosen to go for the Cofagrigus. So maybe wants to keep the energies on the active Pokemon. If you've read Specteria, which we only just did a second ago, it does actually discard all the energy. If you spread the 12, you do have to discard all the psychic energy that you would have in play on your active Pokemon. So that does mean that might put you a little bit behind where Sobi wants to be in this matchup. So I think maybe going for that Cofagrigus and then trying to pressure Declan down from there might be the way to go. Yeah, on Declan's side of the field, we're just going through a quick little deck search to see what we have lined up. As I said, it looks like there's a Lana's Aid as an option to try and get that Shaman back into play. Because if we can't reestablish Shaman right now, I think Sobi will be looking for a pretty much board wipe this next turn. But there we go. It does look like off of
Shaman
the Boom Boom Groove, we have been able to grab the Lana and reestablish the Shaman, which not the most value that I've seen, but I think that's going to be the thing that wins you the game. So it's pretty good.
It's pretty good. And yeah, just giving that Specteria a read again. Apologies, I think I said you could put 12 damage counters wherever you want it. It looks like it does just go on one Pokemon. So they'd just be sniping potentially that Shaman. But like you mentioned, they do also discard that energy. And as we saw, they already used the Wonder Patch as a way to recover and accelerate some energy in play. And they put the Power Glass on the Genesect. They don't really have a great way to recover that energy onto a Slowking. So ideally, they want to be conserving that as much as possible.
Yeah, still a little bit of time left to develop the board here from Sobi. We've got, we've still got one Slowpoke that's able to evolve up into a Slowking this turn. So that's not too bad. We got the energy attached, and it looked like there were 2 Wondrous Patches in hand. There we go. The next Wondrous Patch coming in. Very great card. I think this one's probably one of the, we've seen a lot of support for Psychic Pokemon over the last couple of sets. As you mentioned, there's the energy that they dropped in the last set, which, the telepathic energy allows you to get some Pokemon into play, set up your board, but then also this Wondrous Patch. Yeah, Wondrous Patch allows you to accelerate pretty much does what Gardevoir used to do, but minus the damage counters for an item card. So if anybody's played with like Dark Patch, it does the exact same thing, but for Psychic. So a card you definitely ideally wanting to be playing in this deck.
No, very, very good card to be able to go into. And not to mention the fact that they've got that Latias in play too. They can keep their Slowkings on the bench, promote a basic Pokemon, use that Wonder Patch, accelerate it to the bench, and know that they have that pivot when they need it, so that they get the energy placements where they need to be, and their attackers online when they need to be.
And I mean, what better Pokemon to throw into the active each turn than Kangaskhan? You get to draw a couple of cards. You know what? If we're going to pivot this out anyway, we may as well get a couple of cards for it. So I, would say that's probably one of the best Pokemon that would have to match up with that kind of game plan in the format right now. If you are going to be doing that much pivoting, it's a really, really fantastic combo. We've seen that happen in a lot of decks, especially like a Raging Bolt, some of the other box decks, the big basics as they call them. Those decks have been definitely showing a lot of that Kangaskhan usage.
Yeah.
We've got the Ultra Ball coming down now, looking to line up another Seek Inspiration Slowking for next turn. Just doing a little bit of thinning. We want to make sure the rest of our deck, is full of cards that we want to draw into, but not necessarily stuff that we can search for. So taking out some of these Slowkings is definitely good to free up some space in there for our next couple of draws. But we'll see what the attacking lineup's going to be this time for Sobi over on the right side of the board.
All right, it looks like that Kangaskhan is moving to the bench. They've got the Slowking in the active, and we get to find out which one of his attackers he's going to use this turn. It's always a surprise.
And it looks like we're
going
back into the Haxorus yet again. Haxorus, it does, for its first attack, does a blanket 80 damage, and if it's an evolved Pokemon, it does do an extra 180 damage. You only really need the 80.
Yeah, just the base gets you there.
But that's fine. We'll chuck in the Haxorus anyway. I think that's a fine attacker to use into the Dipplin. Yeah, but looking over onto Declan's side of the board, we're still continuing doing the same game plan, having the draw engine with the Boom Boom Grooves. So if we can find that Festival Grounds stadium to be able to bump off the Academy at Night, that would be ideal. We've got another Applin coming down off the Buddy Buddy Poffin, but still just being able to trickle in. There's
the grounds.
There's the Festival Grounds. Very common theme that I'm seeing this match so far.
Stadium changing every turn?
Every turn.
All right, so we will be able to see 2 attacks getting declared by this Dipplin this turn. And it looks like it's just going into the Slowking. So just saying, yeah, hit that twice. Just get it out of the active, give me my prize. Ideally, obviously, ones to take 2 KOs, but it is what it is. They don't really have any damage modifiers to deal with other single prizers.
Another Academy at Night coming down for Sobi. I would love to have had a little counter on to just, tally for this tournament, how many times the stadium was bumped. I don't think we'll see this again all weekend. So, and honestly, I haven't seen this matchup happen once. So it's very interesting to see it finally on stream. Something that is such a unique game plan from at least these 2 different decks and how they're both navigating this matchup. It's so interesting to see what lines each of these players are, weaving in to get around the opponent's different tech cards and such that are actually really, really strong into each deck.
Yeah, no, it's always interesting seeing single prizers fighting single prizers, and maybe we get to see them both in day 2. Could be seeing either of these making it to the top tables. I'd love to see Slowking in top 8. That'd be pretty wild. Festival lead in top 8. That would be absolutely just. I want to see something aside from 5 Dragapults and 3 other things.
Yeah, I think in the Campinas regionals last weekend, we actually did see a Slowking that did, I think, get exactly on top 16. I think came in 16th place. So, I mean, it has been a little bit tried and tested, but definitely over here in the Oceania region, we have, I don't think, seen, at least in the last 2 events, any Slowkings get featured on stream. So this is very, very interesting.
Yeah, it's definitely one for the books. And like you're saying, being Oceania-based, seeing a Kangaskhan in the deck, I feel like it's very fitting. We've got a Kangaroo hopping in and out of the active every turn. It's the regional Kangaroo. Can Sobi win this event with it? I feel like it'd be very fitting.
I think that would be fantastic. It would be a really nice storyline for us to be able to follow throughout the rest of the event. Definitely as we're going into picking up what matchups we want for our day 2, the first couple of rounds could be something that we can have a little bit of a flex around with, and just maybe we could even bring Sobi on for a catch-up just to see where they might have positioned themselves if they do manage to convert themselves into the second day of the competition. But yes, over on the Declan side, yet again, couple more Lily's Determinations coming down, this time only drawing up to 6 cards. Oh, I was about to say, quick, please make sure we're only drawing up to 6 cards in hand. We have actually taken a couple of prize cards this turn.
Yeah,
Or,
don't
this
want to be
game.
making that mistake. I guess they could just say, oh, I'm boom boom grooving for these two.
And then, so with the stadium bump, once again, we've got the festival grounds coming in. So Dipplin is going to be able to take a knockout on the active Slowking, meaning that Sobi might be a little bit shy on Wondrous Patches. I'm not too sure how many the deck's playing. I would say it could be a 3 or maybe a 4 count, but if it's only 3, powering up another attacker this next turn might be a little bit tough for Sobi. The energy attached to the active, we're doing the wave for 100 damage, and then doing it again with the festival grounds in play. Swing back over to Sobi. We've got the Kangaskhan going back into the active once again. Minor Aaron running is going to be the plan. Let's see what he can put together for this next turn.
He's at least got a Slowpoke on the bench. So yeah, if that can get evolved up, getting the energy on it though, yeah, like you said, it might be a little bit tricky. Wonder Patch hopefully comes in, or maybe they're even running a tool card like Counter Gain. They are currently behind by 1 prize, so that would reduce the attack cost by 1 colorless energy. Then just needing a Psychic Energy for turn, it's another way to get it online. Wouldn't surprise me too, being another tool card in there that they can be attaching to Genesect in other matchups. Might come up.
We're also playing down the Sacred Ash, so that's going to be able to get another 5 Pokemon. I think they are rated it to be up to 5 Pokemon as of the most recent print run, so that can get you however many of these little Slowpokes, Slowkings back into the deck as you would like. I mean, at the moment, I'm looking over there, the deck looks pretty thin, so I'd say a couple of these are going to be reasonably guaranteed to re-establish after this next run errand from Kangaskhan. But yes, we've got a Psychic Energy in hand. We've got a Pokepad, which is going to be able to help us search out one of those Pokemon that we just put into the deck, which I imagine we might be lining up another Slowpoke, considering we don't probably have any Wondrous Patches that's going to be able to get us another attack off this turn.
Yeah, might just need to buy time setting up those basics and try to manually charge them up, hoping that they stick around for a little bit. And yeah, when Sobi looked through his deck, I was trying to keep an eye out for what attackers they had left. It looks like there was a Kyurem in there, but nothing else really caught my eye. So they might be running a bit thin, but they could already be in hand, just ready to go. Or maybe he's already holding a Night Stretcher and just has access to something from the discard pile, so not needing to put it back in with that Sacred Ash.
Tell you what, we did talk a little bit about overkill before when we were swinging into with the active with a Haxorus, but if you're having to swing into the active with a Trifrost, discarding all your energies just to knock out the active for 110 damage.
True, the Shaman's back?
That's got to be a little bit unfortunate. Yes, with the Shaman being back, we're going to be forced to not touching the bench at all. And it looks like we're throwing down on the Declan's side. He does have the Black Belt as well as the Brave Bangles, so we'll be able to repeat the attack there on Do the Wave and then knock out Sobi's active Kangaskhan. And that is the 3 prize card turn that we were talking about before. You know, Declan only does have to take a couple of prize cards before he can start trying to line up those bigger basic Pokemon that are in play later down into the game and say, you know what, this has just been left in the active. I think I'll probably be able to just probably win the game right now. How about we commit to that?
It's a good way to close out game 2 and guarantee they're going into game 3. So the set could be either players at this point. And yeah, it is interesting. They both technically have access to 3 prize turns. Declan's just being a little bit easier, knowing that Kangaskhan is could be showing up. It seems like every game. We've seen it in the first one. We've seen it in the second one now.
Yeah, I'd imagine this game Sobi's probably going to be trying to go first. I think that's probably going to apply maybe the most pressure into Declan, especially like the Shaman, as you mentioned, does have the 80 HP. So that is not Buddy Poffinable, which is probably one of your main ways of being able to search out, you know, Pokemon in the deck. So it might be a matter of, I'll force you to try and raw draw into this Shaman for turn, and then we'll just see if you're able to put it together. Looks like we do have Psyduck in there as well. That's good that that's not going to be the starter for the game, because if we did want to go in with Shaman and Rellor, probably don't want to also have a Psyduck there and be very restricted on what Pokemon actually can get into play.
No, you want to be saving that bench space for your Thwackies.
Yeah, Sobi kicking us off there, as we saw, going first. Starting off with the Kangaskhan, getting down at 2 Slowpoke really early. If we could get an attachment, that would be fantastic. We do have the Wondrous Patch in hand, so that does leave us some lines, but also a Lily for next turn, which is going to be able to refresh the hand. That's fantastic, drawing up to 10 cards with the Run Errand in play as well. This is a really nice combo. We've got double Pokepad over there for Declan, so that's going to be an immediate search out for the Shaman. Without us being able to see the prize cards, though, it could be a little bit of a jump scare, but no, we do find it. It is in deck. I I'd say that's probably going to be one of the most heartbreaking deck searches if you go through and you do realize that you don't have the Shaman available. But thankfully for Declan, that is pretty much everything that you want to be established on turn 1 already in play. We've got the 1 Applin ready to evolve into Diplin next turn, and we've got 2 outs for our Boom Boom Grooves if we can find the stadium, or if we can get the active Pokemon to be a festival lead ability. Not a bad start overall.
And we're seeing the Genesect again with the tool already. Great way to make sure that the risk of that maximum belt doesn't come out. Have we even seen Declan's A-Spec yet?
I don't think so. I think probably on the stream game in game 1 it might have come out from our first stream match. But
Okay.
I'd say most of them are playing the maximum belt. But yeah, if that Genesect's down, I mean, you can't play it anyway. So it may as well just not even be a card in the deck. So there we go. We've got Sobi drawing that massive hand. Like turn 2, being able to have a 10-card hand with that run errand in the active as well. Absolutely incredible stuff. And we're doing
They've got the telepathic energy. Kangaskhan is in the active, but the telepathic energy can say, I need a Latias so I can retreat this, and it does.
We've got almost everything set up, ready to go. If we've got one way of attaching an extra energy, we'll at least be able to be attacking early. But, you know, Trifrost, yet again, getting shut down by that Shaman. Yeah. That Flower Curtain ability is really the MVP in this matchup right now, which is, you know, definitely would have been nice for us Sobi to be able to take a 3-prize knockout that turn and close it out. But, I mean...
Would have been good. It would have been good. And like you said, there was that risk that maybe the Shaman was in the prizes. And that's kind of one of the interesting things about the Pokemon TCG is every game, 10% of your deck is locked away behind that wall. So you need to take a KO and hope you find that piece. Declan having the flexibility of the Rabska in there, but that needing time to evolve up. If they did ever prize the Shaman, then Sobi could hit the ground running and potentially deal with the Relor, Applin, and a Grookey before it even has a chance to protect the bench.
Do have to mention, it looks like there is really nothing much going on in Declan's hand right now. It was an immediate just play over and pass. So Sobi getting 1 free turn here up on Declan, being able to get the extra energies into play. Looks like we're lining up a couple of cards. This is going to give Sobi a really nice spot where he knows that the opponent probably isn't going to be able to do too much if they're just doing top decks for turn, that they can really prepare themselves for what kind of game plan they want to be doing in this match. It does look like we are lining up that Specteria, which could mean maybe that Cofagrigus could be in the prize cards. As we said, it's probably going to be a Pokemon that you would like to have over the Specteria that's going to discard all those energies. But luckily, we do have the Power Glass on the active, which will allow you to
get that energy back.
Get energies back into play if it does swing over into your turn.
Interesting. And yeah, taking out the Shaman, so they could be setting up that Kyurem play later. I'm almost surprised he didn't target the Applin so that Declan couldn't get an attack off this turn.
We do see an immediate side-up bench over there on Declan's side. He's like, I might need to buy some more turns. So that may mean I might need to promote this Psyduck at some point just so it can act as a little bit of a barrier to get back into the game. We're doing an Ultra Ball over on Sobi's side. He's lining up that Kyurem. Come on, we've got to get 1 Pokemon left in play if he gets this attack off, which I'd imagine he probably will be. And that's going to be a Psyduck lonely sitting by itself. But this is probably going to be the first time that we will actually finally get to see the power of Seek Inspiration, copying that Trifrost attack, removing all of Declan's Pokemon in play. That Shaman's gone, lined up, all ready to go. It's going to be 2 prizes to Sobi, Declan with a full 6 still left to take, in a hand that didn't show like it was got much going on in it.
No, it looks like he top decked a Buddy Puff in there, though, so they could try and reestablish a board, but Sobi may just be able to go Kyurem again and just completely remove it. Something I do want to call out, though. One of your caster picks is on stream.
I tell you what, I would love to see this Damp in any other matchup. I do not think the Psyduck's getting much value out of this one today, but there we go. We're on to Sobi again, lining up another Kyurem, showing it to his opponent. Declan is getting all of his Pokemon wiped off the board, and Sobi is taking the craziest game that we've definitely seen today, in my opinion, the Festival lead into the Slowking pairing. But yeah, I'm very, very excited that we got to showcase that one on the table. But yeah, really interesting matchup that, you know, as you said, at least the Psyduck from my caster picks was on there. But if I was to choose an archetype to be making moves and banging their way into day 2, I was not expecting it to be the Seek Inspiration Slowking deck.
No, and yeah, that Psyduck, if we would have seen it in that previous round, The Dusknoir against Dusknoir, very relevant, but in this situation, a little bit less so.
Yeah, definitely. I'm excited to see what we're going to be able to. I'm excited to see what we're going to be able to showcase throughout the rest of the day. So once we return back to the desk, we'll make sure we get Josh and Jordan to queue up a fantastic matchup to showcase for you guys for the next couple of rounds. But I mean, after that, I'm pretty excited to see what we'll be able to fill in the last 2 rounds of today's stream with. I mean, what were your thoughts overall on that game?
On that game, I'm a big fan of single prize shenanigans. So getting to see that on stream, and not even just on one side of the table, both sides, absolutely wild. Yes, Sobi did have a couple of multi-prizers in play, but for the most part, the hero of the deck was the Slow King. So, single prize shenanigans. I'm calling it that. It's good stuff. I love to see it. What about you?
It was so interesting. Like, I mean, out of that, I haven't, got to see much of those single prize matchups in the last 2 years or so. But I mean, since this rotation, it's just been interesting to see all of these single prize Pokemon coming out of the weeds. I don't think probably the last really good single prize deck that I can think of might have been the Reggies, maybe from a couple of years ago.
That was Silver Tempest?
Yeah, there's a couple of years. So being able to have so many decks, we've seen a lot of players out there showing off Honchkrow.
Yeah.
There's been a whole Alakazam. It's been really, really cool to see what they've actually been able to scale with the new megas that have come out. It's we've got all these Pokemon that are offering up a bunch more prize cards. That it does mean these basic, or basic or single prize Pokemon that are very low to the ground are actually able to scale their way up into these 3 prizes and do a fair amount of work.
Well, the numbers that they can put in too, that Slow King, we saw, what was it, Haxorus? Just, knock out your basic Pokemon. You see a basic 3 prize Pokemon? Yeah, no, you're taking advantage of that. I'm knocking that out. Yes, it isn't effective in attack, so Mist Energy or Rocky Energy could be preventing that. But there's also cards to remove those things, so yeah, I feel like that's a really interesting one, and they can honestly go toe-to-toe with them.
Yeah, it's an absolutely wonderful showcase, and we hope that we'll get to see more of both of these players as they bump their way into hopefully day 2 in the next couple of rounds.
Absolutely.
Obviously, Sobi already making his way there.
6-0?
6-0, that's a fantastic record to be making your way into. It means you can just continue to play out the rest of the day and not be too stressed about your results.
Undefeated so far, and I'm the king.
Yeah.
He's the Sobi King now at this point. We've seen him. He won an IC. I think that was his first major competitive event, then took a bit of a break from the game, and now he's back for Melbourne Regionals and hasn't dropped a set yet. Absolutely wild player.
So great that we can showcase this talent with the stream. It's really, really great stuff. And on that note, I think we'll go back to a little bit of a break, and then after we come back, we'll have Josh and Jordan back on stream. But we'll be bumping into round number 7 with both of those guys, and we hope to bring you some fantastic more action as we come back onto the stream for the Melbourne TCG Regionals for 2026.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Melbourne TCG Pokemon Regionals. It's Josh again, and I'm here again with Jordan. We've had a massive day, Jordan. What's been going on this stream?
Man, this has been crazy. We have had so many crazy decks. I was never expecting Slow King of all decks to be 5-0 and now 6-0, right?
Yep.
And we saw, a couple festival leads. It's been a lot of single prize decks doing well. We were having a look around the tables between the rounds. We saw a couple Mega Lucarios who were both 6-0. We saw a couple of those Ogre Pond Toolbox decks that were doing really well. It's a really wide meta. And of course, there's also Dragapults that are doing well. But honestly, it doesn't seem like a huge percentage. They're up there, but they're not dominating.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see the statistics tomorrow as to how many Dragapult we've had and maybe how many Honchkrow. They were everywhere to start the day, but they seem to have dropped off a little bit. And those Terra boxes that you speak of, they seem to be feasting on these single prize decks as we're actually about to cut to one at the moment, I think. But just before that, we have a look at the Oceania leaderboard for you because it does seem like this leaderboard is about to change a little bit. Jordan, do you want to talk us through what we see on this leaderboard?
Absolutely. We've got some pretty familiar names. Obviously, 2 of these players already have an auto invite for winning a major event this season. We've got Lucas Hamilton Foster, who won the last regional championships in Sydney, and we had Peter Lowe, who won the special event over in New Zealand. And we have a few players whose their invites really are on the line this weekend. We see Shuto Kogawa, who's down there toward the bottom end of the leaderboard, who is fighting for an invite this weekend. And they on a 4-1-1 record. This is their winning into day 2.
Absolutely. And so lucky for us, we get to watch Shudo pilot his deck right through to hopefully a winning in for him, but not if Simon Williams has anything to say about it. His opponent, as I believe both players are shuffling up and almost ready for us to go. If we can cut down to the table there, we might see where they are at.
Looks like we're getting ready to get started. Both players drawing their opening hands, Simon and Shuto. Simon is piloting Dragapult. I don't believe I know for sure which variant, but I think it might be Pult Noir. And Shuto is playing a deck that some of us at home like to call Shuto Box. It's a bit of a weird concoction of Pokemon. We have Simon, I believe, is on the right, and Shuto is on the left.
Yeah, there we go.
Perfect.
So we've got the graphic updated there. Shudo, you may have seen a little bit of both of these decks as both players seem to mulligan and show each other the cards that they have a little off. Shudo obviously revealing that ace spec card there as well. So Simon, if he wasn't already certain what Shudo was on, he will be now with that sparkling crystal coming out. And I must say, Jordan, I am partial to these dragon shields that Shudo has on the left there. That like blue-green color.
That is nice.
Absolutely stunning. But my
Also,
favorite color, purple on the right. So
that is a nice color. And I was looking at Simon's opening hand on the mulligan, and I saw a Crushing Hammer, so I don't think we'll be seeing any ghosts most likely.
There we go.
I think we'll be seeing some Crushing Hammers. It looks like Shuto starting the game immediately with a retreat into Kangaskhan, run errands, draw 2 cards. Opening Meowth is not great, but having Kangaskhan in the active feels a little bit better.
Absolutely. And you may have missed it, that Meowth moving back faster than my hairline currently is as Simon draws for turn and then slams down that Buddy Poffin that he put to the front of his hand to start this game off for him. Shudo, not the ideal opening turn, just a run, errand, and pass, but Simon looks to be able to set up and potentially, Jordan, could get this Badoo out, which would maybe even stifle Shudo a little bit more. He is looking through his deck and possibly prize checking at the moment. Those Crushing Hammers could be quite impactful in this matchup, as the different types of energy on Shudo's side of the board can be important. We're just looking to see what Simon's grabbing here. It does look like it'll be Badoo and a Dreepy. Does he have another way? Yes, he does. A second Buddy Poffin. I did think that that might have been the top deck. He was eyeing off the one that was in his hand, but I'm pretty sure that that second one came to him as a gift from the top of his 60. And now a similar move. That Darkness Energy goes on to the Monkey Dory, but doesn't Adrenabrain, just retreats to the bench, and then an Itchy Pollen.
We know how strong Itchy Pollen is in this format, but it's even stronger when your opponent just goes attach, retreat, pass. Often these bad opening starts kind of get bailed out a little bit by drawing some good item cards. Ultra Balls, Pokepads, obviously, and Badoo is going to shut them down. Shuto is going to need to rely on some good cards from this minor run errands to get out of this potential bricked hand. Looks like he's pondering what he wants to go for here. Might be considering playing some other cards from the hand to thin before drawing cards.
It is certainly a big think, isn't it? There we go, the Crispin. All right, so Shudo doesn't want the energy. Obviously, probably trying to draw into some Pokemon that can actually do something. And was just thinking up, do I actually attach some Crispin energy now, or do I wait and see whether I get the Pokemon off the run errand that they're way better on? Something that we didn't mention as well, Shudo opening this Meowth, it was just so quick, but that's such a key support Pokemon for this Terra Box's consistency that it's not what you want to see in the active come the start of turn.
Absolutely, and luckily these Ogre Pond box type decks do usually play more than one copy of Meowth. We see 2, 3, even 4 in some lists, but even if you're not needing to use it for ability, Meowth is just a bad Pokemon to have on your board generally. It's a very easy 2 prize cards. Obviously, just a Boss's Orders and a Fan Dive later in the game can take that out while spreading damage on other crucial places for future knockouts. So Shuto is going to need to come up with a game plan to try and win the game quicker before Simon is able to take advantage of these easy prize cards. The Crispin coming down here, thinning some energy, hopefully going to be drawing some better cards than energies off of this minor errand running.
Absolutely. And you see Shooter taking a long time for this search, and it is key with these Terra box decks. They often only play a copy of some of the more important cards for certain matchups because they tend to not be good for all of your matchups. And so it's important that Shooter is making sure that all of his Dragapult ready cards are in his deck good to go. As we now do see the run errand, I thought maybe we might see the Crispin attached to the Meowth just to prepare for a tail tuck, Jordan. But no, we do see it just to the Kangaskhan and then pass straight back to Simon. And down comes the Pokepad. We are going to see this Drac Cloak likely coming into play, and that should get Simon running as the Drac Cloak slams down on top of 2 Dreepy. Which one's he going to go for, Jordan?
You know what? I think it's not going to matter. I think he's going to be doing perfectly fine with either of these Dreepies evolving. The Kangaskhan on Shuto's board is quite difficult for Dragapult to deal with sometimes, especially these versions that don't have Dust Noir. You kind of do just have to Phantom Dive twice to take the knockout. Unlike other Pokemon in these 2-prize box decks, you can often Phantom Dive and then later on boss, take it out on the bench with the 6 damage counters. But Kangaskhan 300 HP, even after an Itchy Pollen or 2, is not really the Pokemon you want to be Phantom Diving in early. So Shuto, even though he's having a bit of a slow start, it's not a bad Pokemon to start swinging with in the active, and Simon is probably just hoping to build up a big board and then find some other lines to deal with. Maybe find some of those Crushing Hammers to slow Shuto down as well.
Absolutely. And in the blink of talking about Kangaskhan's HP, we go from 1 Dracloak to 3 Jackcloaks and a Dunsparce on the bench. One of the cards that I'm interested to see whether Simon is playing at the moment is that Team Rocket's Watchtower. It turns off the abilities of all normal type Pokemon, which is a key part of Shuto's deck here. Obviously, the item's also a key part as we Itchy Pollen our way back over to Shuto's turn. And I think I see a Cypher Maniac's code breaking there, which does mean that this run errand will give Shuto 2 cards of his choice. It does also mean there's likely not to be any energy acceleration this turn, so we're just going to see a manual attach. Do you think Shuto is going to go for that Kangaskhan and start trying to make his way through Simon's board with it? Because Simon, only 1 energy attached so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Just taking early prize cards against Dragapult is exactly what you want to do, especially when using a Kangaskhan. And obviously, Cypher Maniac is a very good way to try and sub your board under that item lock guarantee. You're getting the cards you need. So just a manual attachment to the active will be fine. We see the Clefairy coming down to pressure the Dragapult next turn. So just a free Phantom Dive it's going to be a little bit risky for Simon. We see the knockout with the Minor Errand running. A boss's orders to take out the Dracloak with energy would have been nice, but I think benching this Clefairy and Pheasantipity putting Shuto in a really good situation. Like, what do you go for as Simon here? Do you try to take out the Clefairy and ignore the Kangaskhan? Shuto has a Psychic Energy on board. It could just go Night Stretcher, Clefairy, E-Switch. Clefairy starts swinging again. It's a little difficult, and we might be seeing some of these Crushing Hammers come down to try and prevent those kinds of plays.
Yeah, and so our recon directives are grabbing us energy, they're grabbing us items. Speaking of items, Shuto, now with that Badoo in the bin, it probably is going to have access to items next turn. And Simon just eyeing up what to get rid of with this Ultra Ball, as we see. I think that's a Dragapult EX that just hit the discard and a Lily's Determination.
Absolutely. Oh, this is a cool card. Oh my gosh.
All right, so we all thought that Simon probably eyeing up a Dunsparce for the runaway draw, but this is a card that we haven't seen yet today, the Dunsparce EX, Jordan.
Absolutely. 60 times the number of EX Pokemon your opponent has in play for just 1 energy. Right now, 4 EXs. It's doing 240 damage. Not enough to knock out Kangaskhan. However, it is enough to put the Kangaskhan in range to be knocked out by one of those Phantom Dives later in the game without needing to Phantom Dive into the active. You could, for example, boss the Clefairy, knock out the Clefairy and the Kangaskhan in 1 hit, take 5 prizes. That's pretty strong. But one thing we haven't spoken about on Shuto's board is that one Pokemon in play that isn't an EX is a Monkey Dory, which is a card we do not usually see in these 2-prize Ogerpon kind of box decks. So this 240 damage, or 260, I suppose, if you include the Itchy Pollen damage, that's not necessarily going to stick for the entire game. Those Monkey Dories could cause Simon some issues.
Yeah, and here we see, so Simon getting the full benefit of that Lily's Determination, and it's one of the things that Dragapult does so well. 8 cards because He's still on 6 prizes. Shudo obviously on the 5, so if he ever plays a Lilies, it's going to only be for 6, but still full 6 prizes. The multi-prize turns for Dragapult are just so strong as Shudo now. I'm not even sure that Shudo really saw that the Dunsparce EX coming, trying to work out what the line is. That preemptively benched Clefairy, Lily's Clefairy EX. I mean, it's great into this matchup, but it doesn't do much for you into the Dunsparce EX other than adding a little bit of damage for it. As we now see the teal, not the teal mask.
It's the Wellspring.
Sometimes we see the teal mask, but this is a Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX. I don't think we've seen this card on stream just yet, Jordan. It's been so common in so many different decks. We see it utilized nowadays in the Raging Bolt variants as well, just to put on that early pressure that sometimes Raging Bolt struggles to do in the single prizes. But there we go. Shudo trying to work out what to grab with this Ultra Ball. And you may be forgiven for thinking that this Meowth is a bit useless at the moment as there are 5 Pokemon on the bench. But luckily, Shudo does play a card that allows him to bench more than our regular 5.
Absolutely. Area Zero Under Depths, the stadium of choice for most of these terrestrial-based decks. 8 bench Pokemon is pretty strong. I mean, I suppose this Dunsparce EX isn't going to be too upset about this Meowth coming down.
Absolutely.
But Shuto he's got a lot of different lines to choose from here. Obviously, you would love to be able to just attack into this Dunsparce with the Kangaskhan. A single Adrenabrain off of that Monkey Dory would put it in range of going down to a 50-50 flip on a Kangaskhan rapid fire combo. That's pretty good, but do you want to bring it down to a coin flip, or would you rather go for something with that Wellspring on the bench? I'm sure Shuto benched it for a reason. It might have just been to activate Area Zero, of course, but maybe he's eyeing up some kind of sob play.
Yeah, and that's look, I hate to play against it, but I love to watch it on stream, this rapid fire combo. Those coin flips are some of the most exciting times, but when they work against you, it does get a little bit sad. As we see a second Monkey Dory coming down, and a key piece that Shudo was missing was that Latias EX. Otherwise, that Kangaskhan stuck in the active. It doesn't matter what Shudo wants to do, but with that Skyliner ability giving all basics free retreat, Shudo now able to retreat into this fresh Monkey Dory, and I think we're about to see a Mind Bend, John.
You know, of all the things I could have predicted Shudo might have gone for, I was not expecting double energy switch Mind Bend and attachment to the second Monkey Dory. Though this is going to be pressuring 90 damage onto Simon's board, 60 with the Mind Bend, and 30 onto one of these Pokemon with the Adrenabrain, keeping that Kangaskhan healthy potentially later in the game. And
we're in the upside down.
Yeah, honestly, I don't think Dragapult players are used to having the Dunsparce EX confused. Most Dragapult decks don't have a way to retreat this thing.
And I'm not sure if our viewers can see it from the top of the stream, but the Dunsparce has a whopping 3 retreat cost right now. So Simon doesn't have a switching card somewhere in his deck. I think it's going to be very difficult to move this. And we might have to see a coin flip for a whole other reason as the Buddy Poffin comes down. Simon trying to dig. I think he does want that second Monkey Dory to kind of combat the double Monkey Dory on the other side. A key part of Shudo's turn there, as you mentioned, getting both Monkey Dories online with the double energy switch. It just is going to free up that Kangaskhan so much, and it almost turns what was a pretty solid start from Simon into a negative, just allowing Shudo to kind of turn these or move these damage counters around wherever he wants. As we now do see the Monkey Dory come down. I'm not 100% sure how it happened. Was it?
I think it was just an Ultra Ball for the second Monkey Dory.
It was? Okay, there we go.
And now it's a Crispin. I wonder if, we're just going to be powering a little bit of energy onto the Dracloach. You always want to make sure you have a Phantom Dive available when you need it. But right now it's looking like we might have a pretty classic Monkey Dory war. Obviously, the Monkey Dory in Shooter's active right now does not have a Dark Energy. So both players tied at 1 Adrenabrain per turn right now. They both have damage on their board to move back and forth.
Big decision here. So there was a stadium bump there, I believe. I couldn't work out which one it was, whether it was Watchtower or the Jamming Tower. But and we do see, there it is, Simon's ace spec, which is pivotal in this matchup. That unfair stamp can really stop a Terror Box in its tracks if played at the right time too. So limiting Terror Box to only 2 cards might be relevant, but I do think that he took it. So he's definitely eyeing off potentially losing this to Dunsparce. And here we go. We're going to flip the Tenacious Task. He has taken a knockout. That's a heads. Oh my goodness, and way more than enough damage to knock out a Monkey Dory. As Shudo promoting this Kangaskhan makes a lot of sense, almost straight into the flipping the script with the Pheasantipity, and now we see it, 3 extra cards because his Monkey Dory was knocked out, just to get him back in the game, you know. As we now go down 5-4, Simon takes the lead with that head flip. Wow. It's 5-5, isn't it?
It's 4-5, I believe.
It is 4-5?
Yes.
There we go. All right. 2 single prize knockouts here.
Yeah, so Shuto is playing from behind, and he did commit quite a few resources into that Monkey Dory last turn. The double energy switch is removing 2 energies from his Kangaskhan as well, obviously. There is the unfair stamp from Shuto. I think we may have misread
there we go. I thought Sparkling
earlier.
Crystal, but
no.
Another key card as well. That Chi and Power with the Snow Sink ability. Key for getting, stadiums that aren't wanted, i.e. the Team Rocket's Watchtower out of the stadium slot. But also, there's a very niche use for it, which I think is what Shudo's aiming to use here potentially by retreating that Kangaskhan onto the bench. Because if you get rid of Area 0 Underdepths, John, you no longer have room for 8 Pokemon. You have to discard 3 of those Pokemon that you've got on your bench. One of which could be that Chi Power, but also potentially that Mega Kangaskhan EX in the active.
Absolutely. There's a lot of benefit to discarding your own Pokemon in this format. Meowths on the bench from earlier obviously can be removed very easily. But you also got to wonder, does Shuto actually want to keep this damage on his board? He's currently got Monkey Dory with a Prism Energy on already. We're seeing a Crispin here powering up that Clefairy. Maybe we could even see a second Monkey Dory come down, and then all of a sudden maybe Shuto might want to consider keeping the damage on his board, but it is a big risk.
I think that run errand just drew him into that Psychic as well. I'm not sure if he actually had it beforehand.
Well, he did Crispin Energy to hand.
Yes,
so I imagine
but it was a Darkness Energy, so maybe he did have it beforehand. You're right, as we look to set up an Adrenabrain.
Another energy switch, I think, is that what we're playing?
Yeah, maybe. It does look like it. Yeah, there we go.
Saving the energy off this Kangaskhan, so that does show that we might be looking at potentially trying to remove that now.
Yep, there it is.
Power. Keeping that Kangaskhan safe, removing at least one of the Meowths from the board. Unfortunately, can't take both of them here. But yeah, this Clefairy attack going to do 220 damage, takes out the Dunsparce.
Yes, 20 plus 20 for each bench Pokemon with that Full Moon Rondo.
Yes,
I believe it is the 60 plus the 220. Gets you to 280. And I tell you what, John, somebody call Maverick and Goose because we are in the fairy zone. Just showing my age on that one. And I think, yes, there we go. The key card you can see on your screen right now, it's the one that Simon grabbed off that Recon Directive last turn, anticipating that the Dunsparce EX is probably not going to last all that long. And instead, looking for this unfair stamp to hopefully stop Shudo in his tracks as that Dracloak comes active with the 1 energy. We do see a Dunsparce hit the bench with this Buddy Poffin. It is a key part of these decks, as I mentioned before, with the Dunsparce and the Dunsparce. You can replace them so easily after the runaway draw. And even though we didn't see a runaway draw, getting that Dunsparce on the field is still going to be quite key to Simon staying in this game, as we now see the Psychic Energy come down, a Recon Directive. That does have a Dragapult EX there. Simon opting for these full arts makes it nice and easy for me to see these cards without a lot of glare. I think Shudo potentially just trying to work out what Simon has played this turn.
I think we've just had the Buddy Poffin.
It is just the Buddy Poffin.
For the Dunsparce and the Recon Directive.
Yeah.
So hopefully we're okay.
Yep, I believe so. As I think Simon did take that Dragapult EX off the Recon Directive. Oh. All right. Well, it looks like we are holding for a second.
No, we're good.
We're good. Okay. We refresh the Dracloak and that Dragapult EX goes active.
The one good thing for Simon is Shuto did need to attack with the Lily's Clefairy last turn to take out the Dunsparce. That is definitely Simon's number 1 target right now. Is that the Risky Ruins?
I think that is a Risky Ruins.
Okay, so bumping. Oh, sorry, it's not bumping any stadium because the Chien-Pao did that last term. Yep. But Risky Ruins coming into play. Probably just getting out of Simon's hands. Not super important right now while both players' benches are full. But yeah, Simon's going to get this free Phantom Dive into this Clefairy, which is probably the number 1 target that he wants to take out right now. Clefairy, obviously, a Dragapult destroying machine. You definitely don't want that to stick around for too many turns. And one thing we didn't talk about really is that last turn Shuto energy switched off of the Kangaskhan. He actually moved the energy to the Pheasantipity. I wonder if he's trying to line up a cruel arrow for the future, but we see our first crushing hammers.
Two crushing hammers. Tails and tails.
Oh my gosh.
Oh no, Simon ruining the day. He chose to put those four hammers in his deck, or I'm assuming 4 anyway, as another recon directive comes down. It was Ultra Ball, and then whatever Simon took, he really wanted to get his thumb in the way there. And then another one as another Ultra Ball, I believe. And I think that's another hammer. Yep, there we go. Third time lucky, eh?
Keep flipping.
That's a 1. Oh no, it's not.
Looks like a
It looks like
2.
a 1.
I don't know.
There we go.
It is an even number.
It's a heads either way. Yeah. So Simon, 1 of 3. I think you'll take it. It was a pretty key card to get rid of that darkness energy on the Monkey Dory, because this Phantom Dive that is happening right now is actually going to leave some damage on the board that is crucial for Simon to follow up next turn. However, we say one thing going for Simon. This prize map is actually going reasonably well for him to go like the 2. He's just taken another 2. Potentially, he's actually kind of ahead here. It's going to be very close to end here. Who knows? This Pheasantipity flipping the script, and with that fighting energy attached, it can retreat, Jordan. So maybe also, instead of the cruel arrow, we're just lining up for a quote-unquote free retreater as well.
There's a Latias on the bench, so
true.
That's not too much of a concern. It could also just be to energy switch later on to another attacker. But one thing that is a bit interesting about Shuto's list is, even though it's fighting energy, I don't believe we're going to be seeing any Raging Bolts from this deck. You'd be thinking, oh, fighting energy, of course it's going to be Raging Bolt. Shuto is actually playing some very cool cards, including the single prize Okie Dokie in this list, the one that has an extra 100 damage and 100 HP if it has a dark, or in this case, a Prism Energy attached. So Okie Dokie could be a single prize attacker Shuto could go with to avoid letting Simon take 2 prize cards. It's going to be very easy for Simon to win it, obviously, if he has a boss, because there's 10 damage on the Pheasantipity. Even if Shuto were to...
Oh, there we go. Boss's orders up the Monkey Dory here.
Maybe a stall tactic.
Oh, here we go. This is one of the things that I was talking about before with this Wellspring Mask Ogerpon. It is a very strong card for 2 reasons. Its Torrential Pump is a strong attack. You can snipe down your opponent's bench a little bit and do damage to the active. However, it is often used for this sob attack, the first attack. For 1 energy, 20 damage, your opponent can't retreat. And one thing I know about Dragapults, Jordan, they don't tend to play an awful lot of switch cards in their deck.
That is so true. This Monkey Dory is not going to be moving until Shuto wants it to move. Or in 5 turns' time when it eventually gets knocked out by the sob damage, whichever of those comes first. Obviously, this could help Shuto set up some damage counts on the board to go for a 3 prize turn win, not giving Simon the opportunity to get a boss attack for game. But Simon's just going to start swinging with this Monkey Dory. He's got the Dark Energy on the bench Monkey Dory, ready to move any sob counters back over to Shuto's board. And because of that Crushing Hammer last turn, Simon is, in fact, winning the Monkey Dory board. And we see another Crushing Hammer. I don't think that was heads.
Yeah, no, I think that was tails. Simon not celebrating that one as hard as he did the one that he hit heads on. As we do see that 20 damage, it's moving over to the bench Monkey Dory. And this might actually be where that Crushing Hammer heads was like kind of key. Getting that darkness energy off the Monkey Dory means that hypothetically, Simon is winning the Monkey Wars in both Adrenabrain and Mind Bending right now, as we've seen both from both players here. As we're now over to Shuto, looking through a ginormous discard pile, a pretty big hand size as well, considering that there has been Stamp. Oh, actually, I don't think we've seen the Stamp play at the moment.
We have seen the Stamp play from Simon. We saw the Stamp from Shuto earlier, but I don't believe it was played. So there is a Stamp in Shuto's deck somewhere. But the Stamp is not active. The Stamp won't realistically be active at all for the rest of the game, as long as Simon attempts to take both of his final prize cards in the same turn, which I've got to imagine is what he's going for. And this sob tactic to try and buy some time, it's either going to be a risky tactic, because that Wellspring Ogerpon is now confused, or he might just have to give up on it. Maybe are we going to see like a Torrential Pump here, take out both Monkey Dories, but then you would just lose to the Phantom Dive?
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see what Shuto is lining up. Obviously, playing that Crispin, at least one of these energy needs to go to something that is already on the board, and it is that Monkey Dory, the Darkness energy coming down. I mean, There are lots of lines that Shudo could do. This is the thing about Terror Box. It's like you never really know what's in it. You never really know what line your opponent's going to take because they just always have so many options available to them. As this Tilmas Gogapon, Shudo debating whether that's what he would like to spend his last current bench spot on until he finds another Area 0 under depths. That would bench him out. As the Adrenabrain on his side is now choosing where to move the damage to. And I think that damage coming from the Monkey Dory, I believe. I can't see
we're
the second
flipping
glass
for
on
the
it now.
attack.
And now we are flipping. And I think that was a Tails.
Yeah, it's immediate.
That's it. That's the game.
scoop.
Shudo's gone, oh, no, I've flipped Tails on Confusion, and I have had enough. Let's go to game 2, and maybe I'll set up
I think
a bit
that's
more.
just checkmate on board. The retreat allows for the Phantom Dive to take the knockout on Shuto's active Wellspring, and that'll be the last 2 prizes for Simon, and we will be seeing Simon go up 1 game in this set.
One thing that you mentioned earlier, Jordan, that I'd love to see Shudo potentially do a little bit differently next time. I understand the line behind it, getting those energy switched down early, but burning such a key resource, 3 of them for very little payoff in the end, as Simon, I mean, he was able to flip that heads. It was a big deal, him flipping that heads for the Dunsparce EX. So, it might have made a difference if that was a Tails, but they are such key resources in this game. And for Shudo to burn through 3 in 2 turns is pretty massive.
One thing that I was thinking about during that game is I wonder if there was ever a world where Shuto attempted to not knock out the Dunsparce EX that was stuck in the active. I feel like that could have been stuck in play for quite a few turns, had to maybe take a few risky confusion flips to stay in the game. And of course, needing to take the knockout with that Lily's Clefairy also made Simon's life a little bit easier. So I think those are some different things that Shuto could consider trying to change up about his game plan moving forward. But at least now he knows about the Dunsparce EX in Simon's list. He knows that is a card that Simon has access to, so he can make sure he tries to limit his bench to play around that damage output from the Dunsparce. Kangaskhan opening, though, pretty good for Shuto. He would have loved that last game.
This is something that we haven't seen in any of our matches yet, Jordan. An optimal starter. However, it is just the optimal starter, an attachment, and a pass. Shuto had nothing else, and can Badoo wreak as much havoc with its Itchy Pollen as it could last time, as now we see a Dreepy come to the bench. We do see the energy attached to the Monkey Dory, and Meowth, with its last-ditch catch ability, potentially going to get Simon out of a sticky situation, allowing Simon to grab any supporter he likes from his deck. And what better supporter when you have a bit of a dead hand going on than one that shuffles that hand into your deck and gets you 8 fresh cards?
Oh, Lily's Determination is just such a strong card. Simon attaching to the active does indicate that he's maybe considering retreating this Monkey Dory into a buddy for an Itchy Pollen. He wants it real bad. He wants this buddy pop, and I've got to imagine is what he's after. Or maybe he's after a Crushing Hammer because he is respecting the likelihood of a Crispin next turn.
Yeah, there it is. That buddy puffin. I do think he's only got 1 this time. He did have 2 in the last game, but I do think he's only got 1, and he doesn't even bother to look. He's like, yep, the Badoo's there. I know I need a Dreepy anyway. They're both coming down, and then I'll have a check to see what else is in my prize cards. As we do a little bit of prize checking here. Once again, very important in this matchup to make sure you know what is available to you. But that Pokepad also coming down, maybe preemptively or maybe to grab this Dunsparce. Nope, it is preemptively to grab the Dracloak for next turn, as Simon maybe not expecting any disruption on Shudo's board, like I was really. But it's going to be hard for Shudo to unfair stamp 1 through item lock and 2 without a knockout on Simon's side. Yeah.
Absolutely. So, yeah, just the Itchy Pollen. I think Simon's pretty happy to try and shut down this board a little bit, but Shudo did get the crucial turn 1 attachment, so this Kangaskhan is just a single Crispin away, and I think that's what Shudo might be going for, unless he wants to maybe go for a sub support instead. He could go for something like a Serrano to set up the board, but he might just want to go aggressive, take out this Badoo with a Crispin onto the active, or and just kind of take advantage of the fact that Simon still doesn't have any Dracloaks or energies in play.
I mean, we talked about the Monkey Dory Wars. It looks like the Meowth Wars today, as Shudo not starting with the Meowth, but having it in hand, ready for this last-ditch catch ability to grab a supporter. And there it is, Jordan. You've called it. It's the Crispin. It's probably going to that active Kangaskhan. It does mean that Shudo might struggle a little bit with his setup, but crucially, no attacker on Simon's board next turn. He can get things back like this Badoo. He could probably Night Stretcher it back, as Shooter going for this Psychic Energy and the Grass Energy. Sometimes I find with these Terror Box decks, that Psychic Energy is so important, but you actually often want it in your discard pile, so that the simple Night Stretcher is also an option for you to get it back. As now the Monkey Dory comes down, all 3 energy onto this Kangaskhan, and we don't need to flip a coin for this rapid fire combo. That's doing way more than 30 damage necessary to knock out Badu.
Yes, this is not a super impressive board by Shuto, but this is enough. This is what you want. You want a Kangaskhan attacking early. You mentioned that Psychic Energy that we'll see if that's what Simon's trying to take out. I think that was a 1.
There we go.
Not the best coin flip luck for Simon so far in this set. I think we're
1 of 5.
1 of 5, yeah, 4 tails, 1 heads. And okay, there's a judge. That is a form of disruption that works besides Unfair Stamp. Obviously, Unfair Stamp is currently a viable option, but that's a really important resource you might want to save for a more important turn. Unfair Stamping right now, Shuto already has an attacker. He would get to draw a card for turn, another 2 cards would run errand. I don't think he'd be really too scared of an Unfair Stamp right now. But the judge could slow down his board a little bit. He's going to lose all those cards he's been building up for the last couple turns with minor run errand.
There you go, Simon, leveling the playing field a little bit, saying, you have 4, I have 4. Let's see whose 4 is better. But Simon also cheating a little bit in that game because he's got a Recon Directive on board.
2 Recon Directives.
Grabs him that Pokepad, which allows him another Recon Directive on board. So Simon, look, a bit of a slower start than last game. I mean, maybe Shuto a bit of a quicker start than last game is a better way to say it. But yeah, we do see another Recon Directive, and that grabs Simon, that Buddy Puffin. Prayers have been answered 2 turns in a row, as now Simon grabbing a Dunsparce. I don't know if he plays the second Badu, so it'll be interesting to see what this second card is. And it is just another Dreepy. It's kind of at the top of the screen there. You're forgiven for not being able to see that one. I am slightly traumatized by cards on the bench being underneath prize cards at the moment. So I'll try and recover from that as another Crushing Hammer comes down. And this one, I've given up trying to call him, but it is another Tails, 1 of 6. Simon finding out why some people think Crushing Hammer, just a bit of a waste of the cards at the moment.
I mean, you can say it's a waste, but he only needed 1 to win the last game. Maybe that's all he needs this time. That Psychic Energy may have been a good card to remove, but this time, unlike the last game, Shuto able to go aggressive with that boss's orders, take out the Dracloak with an energy. Last game, he wasn't able to do that because he had to crisp it on the first turn.
It is it's so crucial for Simon's side of the board as Shuto goes down to 4 prizes now, that those Dracloaks is not just losing your attacker and your energy, it's also losing some of your consistency. That Recon Directive ability, we've spoken about it before, it's so vital to a Dragapult setup. They struggle quite often without any Recon Directives on board, but it doesn't matter. Simon says, you know what? That's okay. I can just grab this one back if I want to. And there is another Dracloak. I'm sure he would have preferred 3, but 2 will do. As that Dunsparce moves into the active. And Jordan, are we going to see a runaway draw, or is this the Dunsparce EX going to come back down again at some point?
I've got to think that the Dunsparce EX is not doing as much as it did last game. Last game, it did 240 damage. That's good. That's a good number that puts the Kangaskhan into range of a Phantom Dive on the bench later. 120 damage. I don't know if that's doing enough. I think the runaway draw is going to be quite valuable here. Most importantly, if Simon does want to attack with a Dragapult, he is going to need to crisp in this turn due to having no energy on board. But a Phantom Dive here would be quite strong. Of course, you never know though. Does your opponent just have access to Latias, Clefairy, Energy, and Energy Switch? That's a Dragapult gone in 1 hit.
I was going to say, I think Simon agrees with you as he saw that the Dunsparce EX in the Recon Directive and said, no, thank you. And instead, he grabs the Pokepad and says, I'm going to go for this runaway draw. Jordan's right. Not that he can hear us, but Jordan's right. And as that Crispin comes down as well. So that's, look, probably pretty good for Simon that he's got this Crispin before the runaway draw happens. It's just now down to whether he has this Dragapult EX or not. And then it's in the ball's in Shuto's court at that point as we see double Ultra Ball coming down. Ultra Ball, getting rid of Ultra Ball and another energy so that Dragapult EX is established. And I think now we'll see that runaway draw, not necessarily to draw Simon extra cards, although that is handy, but just to move this out of the active, to run away, Jordan, to run away. And there
so we are definitely going to be seeing a Phantom Dive this turn. It's not necessarily a super powerful Phantom Dive. I mean, 200 damage into a Kangaskhan is pretty good, and you do need to apply pressure. The 6 damage counters on the bench probably going onto that Monkey Dory, as we see there. Shuto, obviously, playing his own Monkey Dory Dark Energy, can fiddle around with these damage counts a little bit, but he's going to have to choose, do I want to power up a new attacker? Do I want to set up an Adrenabrain? Do I want to maybe go for some shenanigans with Energy Switch? That Psychic Energy is sitting on that Kangaskhan ready to be moved to a Clefairy at a moment's notice, but right now, the Kangaskhan cannot retreat while keeping the Fairy Energy attached without Latias in play.
I do really like this from Simon as well. The 6 damage to the Monkey Dory. It's not impossible for Shuto to get rid of some from the Monkey Dory and some from the Kangaskhan, but it does cause him to have to make this decision if he can only pick one, as we see an Ultra Ball come down. We're getting rid of an Area Zero Under Depths, and I believe that was another Meowth that we're getting rid of, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yes, so that's going to the discard pile, and instead, potentially looking for that Latias EX that you mentioned, the Skyliner ability will allow Shuto to keep a lot more of his energy resources than if he chooses not to grab that Latias. But he's weighing up his options.
Surely you got to get the Latias here. The Clefairy retreat seems really strong. Of course, you do need to find the Energy Switch and the attachment, so it's not necessarily easy. And obviously, the Clefairy can be taken out by a Crispin, but we're going for the Mimikyu. Shuto has some crazy cards in this deck. Mimikyu with the Clefairy down. We don't need to attack with Clefairy. Why attack with Clefairy when you can copy your opponent's Phantom Dive? And if we see Adrenabrain as well, this could just be the game. Adrenabrain, 30 damage onto Dracloak. Power up this Mimikyu on the bench. Copy Phantom Dive with weakness. That would just not only take 3 prize cards, but Simon will have no attackers for the rest of the game. And I think Shuto's got everything.
I did not expect this, Jordan. I did not realize that we were seeing a partial Team Rockets deck in play as this Team Rockets Mimikyu.
Simon packs it up.
It's a heavy counter against that Dragapult EX, and it doesn't even need to attack. Simon says, you know what? No, I've had enough. I don't want to see this Mimikyu attack me anymore. It's Gemstone Mimicry. It just copies the attacks of a terrestrial Pokemon or a Terra Pokemon in the active, and of course that Phantom Dive. What better attack to copy, really?
That was such an exciting finish. I did not see that coming. I mean, I know Shuto has some really cool cards in his deck like that Okidogi, but the Mimikyu taking the 3 prize knockout to go to a game 3, what an exciting finish.
And I think this is our first game 3, Jordan. We've had some cracker matches, but we
had a game 3 last round.
Did we? There we go.
The Slowking versus the
Festival League. Yes. It is our first game 3 to cast. So finally, we get to see some close game action, and this clock, I mean, I think we've got probably about 10 minutes left, maybe a little bit more than 10 minutes left. And so both of these players, I'm sure, are experienced enough to realize just how important it is to be aware of that time, probably helped by the big timer on the wall out there, if they can see it too. As we set up, Simon probably opting to go first, although interesting decision here because that Badoo has been so key to stopping Shuto's setup. Does he want to give Shuto a turn of items and supporters? That's the question.
That is a good question, and we'll see what Simon thinks. It looks like he is valuing going first. I think the turn 1 attachment on the Kangaskhan is something that Badoo doesn't really like. If you retreat Itchy Pollen into a Kangaskhan that has an energy, you know they just need 1 Crispin to start swinging, and Shuto just going straight away for a Teal Dance. We haven't actually seen. Is this our first Teal Dance of the set?
It is the Tilmask Gogapon coming down. Shuto thought about it in game 1, but now we have it confirmed. Also, a Cypher Maniac's code breaking will allow Shuto to grab the 2 cards that he wants from his deck from this Kangaskhan's run errand as soon as he decides. Once again, Shuto recognizing just how important the clock is here. Yes, needs to prize check, but he also needs to finish this game, Jordan. If he doesn't finish this game, we're ending in a tie, and that's not good for either of these players. It doesn't put them out of contention. At 4-1-1, they can afford a tie, and then they need to win their next round. However, I'm sure at least one of them would be much happier if they could just lock in their phase 2 right now by winning this game.
That would definitely be great for both players. The first game was a little bit slow. We have seen that Shuto's deck has some controlling elements to it with the Sob. Wait, are we seeing a turn 1 Kangaskhan attack? No,
not quite. No,
we would have needed the Crispin for that.
Yes.
Crispin plus Energy Switch. Okay, but that's still scary. A 2-energy Kangaskhan staring you down after 1 turn. You know that you're going to start dropping prize cards next turn.
Yeah. One of my favorite parts of Simon's turn last time was the top deck into Dreepy that just never hit the hand. It went straight to the bench, and it shows how bad Simon's hand was here. It doesn't actually does play a card, plays that Darkness Energy onto the Monkey Dory and decides Lilies is going to get me out of this again and get him out of it? It does. I see the Badoo there. I see the Buddy Poffin
Okay,
there.
I didn't see the Buddy Poffin. I was worried for a moment there.
He's got everything he could ever dream of. The Badoo is sitting in his hand. We are going to see a Dunsparce come down. That Dreepy also comes down as well. I'm sure he wouldn't mind one more Dreepy if he could get there, but he'll settle for this 4 bench.
2 isn't enough.
The Risky Ruins comes down as well. I like this play from Simon. Risky Ruins putting 20 damage onto any Pokemon that is not a Dark type as it hits the bench. That includes from Buddy Poffin as well. Not that that was relevant there. And that allows Simon to make the most of the Adrenaline before retreating that Monkey Dory as we Itchy Pollen our way over to Shudo's turn. Runs an errand straight away. And I think Shudo's trying to work out whether this Kangaskhan is going to deal the damage on the Badoo again.
That was a very heads up play by Shuto last turn to play the energy switch preemptively, expecting an Itchy Pollen could happen. So he has what he needs now to start attacking a rapid fire combo. Last game, we saw him go for the boss's orders to take out the energy. This game, prioritizing just going for a bit more setup. We see 2 Cypher Maniacs on back-to-back turns. So I wonder, is Shuto going to try and establish a couple extra threats like that Clefairy X or the Pheasantipity X like last game? Maybe the Latias X was a really important piece for him to have on the board as well. You can guarantee any 2 cards with that minor run errand to draw them immediately and then just start taking prize cards. You know Simon is not going to be doing any massive damage unless, of course, you put a bunch of EXs down. But we'll see whether that happens or not.
Yep, I think Shudo, recognizing that the Dunsparce EX was there from game 1 and playing around it beautifully in the first 2 games. A key difference between this Cypher Maniac's code breaking and the previous one is that Shudo needs to prepare for the next turn now, because that run errand had been used at the very start of the turn. It means no access to these 2 cards now,
of course.
Which then means that Shudo's kind of eyeing up a whole turn in advance from Simon, and that takes great skill. I think it's one of the things that we have been quite blessed with on our stream games so far this weekend.
Looks like we hadn't used.
We hadn't used run errand. Okay, that Kangaskhan was just sideways. I did think that we had off the top deck, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it wasn't just top deck in, as we do see the stadium bump coming down. Monkey Dory being established for Shudo, but no energy to it. Just a rapid fire combo. And Kangaskhan says, left, right, good night to Badoo, as Simon promoting that Monkey Dory again.
I wonder if this could be a really good opportunity for Simon to go for that unfair stamp if he can find it. Cypher Maniac, obviously great for putting cards into your hand, holding them for the next turn. But the only card that he played from his hand afterwards was that Monkey Dory. I think, or maybe the stadium as well. So if Shuto search for any cards to just everything okay here? Oh, are we double checking to make sure the minor errand running wasn't used twice in the turn? Yep. I can't remember if it was.
All right, we are having a look. I seem to recall in one of Shuto's previous turns that it was a top deck straight into a minor errand running. It looks like it will stay. So you are right, Jordan. It looks like the judges have decided, no, that's okay. Run errand must have been a previous turn. And that's why the judges are there. That's what they're good for, to just hold on. Let's make sure everything's established first, as we are going to go for a mind bend. And this is something that Kangaskhan hasn't had to deal with yet, is flipping a coin to actually be able to rapid fire combo in the first place, as Shudo top decks. And is eyeing off a couple of combos here. Often players will place their cards face down to indicate they're about to play multiple cards in a row, and they're just working out the order in which to play them.
Yes, of course. There is obviously a few damage counters on Shuto's board now, so Adrenabrain is live if he wanted to go for some kind of a Sob or / Monkey Dory play like last game. Obviously, we could see him go for a Latias to retreat into a fresh attacker, or maybe, as you said, Shuto just goes for the coin flip, and sometimes that's all you need to do.
And there goes the Meowth. It is something that if you can... Oh, no, hold on. Yeah, no, okay. So that is one of the rules that we have here. Once that card has been let go of and been announced, technically it's in play. Some people can be quite nice, maybe even too nice, and let you take that back if that's not something you want to do. But I was going to say Meowth, often quite a liability against Dragapult. It has a low HP, and yes, it can put itself back into your hand to get rid of whatever damage it has on it in the first place, but it requires so many energy to do so. As we are eyeing off a card that you mentioned earlier, Jordan, and it is so crucial for Pokemon search in this game, this Cyrano.
Yeah, and the Meowth, as long as it gets value this turn, this does feel like a pretty pivotal moment in the game. Shuto really wants to have a good turn here so he can stay in control of the game. Meowth, it is a liability, but at the same time, we still don't see any Drakloaks on Simon's board. He's had a bit of a slow turn last turn, and Shuto always has the opportunity to use that Chien-Pao to discard his own areas later into game to remove this Meowth. So Shuto wanting to just stay ahead, get that Dark Energy into play.
Oh, a new card for us, John.
Is that the Iron Leaf EX?
It is the Iron Leaf EX. Iron Leaf EX with the Rapid Veneer ability. It lets it hit your bench, and you can choose which energy you want to move to it, and then move it into your active. So, despite the fact that Latias has a Skyliner ability in play, it gives you a free retreat, which I think is why Shuto has used it. No energy going to the Iron Leaves EX, I think. He's moved it into the active once he's played it, moved it back to the bench, I feel, to get this Kangaskhan unconfused. And now he's got the damage on the Kangaskhan to play with from his Adrenabrain. He's got a guaranteed knockout should he want it, which I think he does. Otherwise, he wouldn't have retreated straight away. And he's got this Chien-Pao ready when he wants to play it. And he wants to play it now.
That was such good value for the Iron Leaves. Coming in, switching to the active, removing the confusion, and then dipping out with the Chien-Pao. No, not even in play for barely half a turn, but it's done its job, removed the randomness from this turn. No coin flip required. I mean, I suppose you could flip the coin with rapid fire combo if you really wanted to, but not going to be needed to take out this Monkey Dory. And now Shuto not only going another prize card up, but taking out Simon's Monkey Dory means he's also winning the very crucial Monkey Dory War.
And one thing that I really like from Shuto there as well, discarding that Iron Leaves EX from the bench too means that it can come back into play with Night Stretcher. Leaving it in play with no energy means that you have to power it up manually. Instead, he's made the heads up play to go, actually, I know this Chien-Pao has been pretty good for me. Usually I'm only going to get one use from it. This Iron Leaves, however, could be an attacker later in the game if I don't have the resources on board or the energy switch. But Simon, really thinking through a couple of things because not in a great spot right now. Double Dreepy and Dunsparce is not really where any Dragapult player wants to be when 2 prizes down against Terrabox.
No, he's finally got an Ultra Ball, so I think we at least have the opportunity to find our first Drakloak of the set. Sorry, not the set, of the game, which is very important. I think Simon would have been feeling a lot better had he hit Drakloaks last turn, but a bit of an unfortunate start. Due to that Chien-Pao discarding the Iron Leaves and the Meowth, we now know that the Dunsparce EX will not be dealing enough damage to knock out this Kangaskhan. Otherwise, that could have been a line Simon could go for here. Instead, I think just accepting his hand just isn't good enough right now. Yes, you could guarantee a Drakloak and see 2 more cards, but Lily's Determination is going to see 8 more cards. More likely than not, you're going to find at least 1 or 2 Drakloaks, and that's enough to at least get you started in this game. It's going to be winnable, but it's going to be tough for Simon. And I think we're down to the last 5 or so minutes in the clock. We don't have the exact timer, but the game is over 45 minutes deep. So Simon has quite a hill to climb, whereas Shuto is not that far from winning, especially with that Meowth sitting on the bench now as an easy 2 prize cards.
Yep, no timer, but I actually think we are just about to go to time here. So if Shuto wants to win this set, it's going to have to be quick. Because Simon, a fresh 8 will be able to set up. And I think Simon potentially just deciding that, playing a Pokepad down, but potentially deciding just to feed the 1 prizes up. As we do have about 3.5 minutes left, it seems. So just got confirmation on that. As another Pokepad comes down, and these Drakloaks that Simon could have used a couple of turns ago, now showing their faces, maybe a little bit too late. I do seem to remember Simon preemptively grabbing a Drakloak this game too, and then shuffling himself back out of it as well with that judge. So interesting that
was that this game?
I think it was that there hasn't been any this time, as we do see a second recon directive, as we so often see. The first recon directive drawing you into the second recon directive. And Simon opting for, I believe, the Night Stretcher off that one. We do have a Dragapult EX in the discard pile for next turn, so it will grab that if need be. And then a Buddy Poffin, 1 each turn, just a, casual, keeping it consistent to grab another Dunsparce. We do have an energy attached to the one that has been in play for a turn already, which could potentially see Simon deal 240 damage. Another thing that I like about Shuto discarding that Iron Leaves is it means it's not 60 extra damage for the Dunsparce EX to attack with, which is crucial math with that Mega Kangaskhan in the active, although it does already have a couple of damage counters on it. And there we go. We do see this great card. It's a pretty common inclusion at the moment in this format, this Dunsparce EX, because it just does so much damage for so little resources as long as your opponent plays into it.
Yeah, and Shuto, while he has kind of played into it, he has also played around it. He did make sure he used that GM power to stay out of range last turn. It is worth noting that the Dragapult Hammers deck that won a couple weeks ago was not actually playing to the Dunsparce EX. They only had the runaway draw. So Simon has obviously put some thought into this. He's decided, I do think it's worth playing the extra line for some of these matchups, and we'll see if it ends up being enough here. The 240 damage is very good on the Kangaskhan, but you have to remember there's a Monkey Dory on the bench with a Dark Energy, something you don't usually see in these Kangaskhan decks, but it's working out very well for Shuto here. A Crispin is going to allow him to draw a card with Teal Dance as well as accelerate a Psychic Energy to the board. And I wonder, does that mean he's going to use the same strategy he used last game with a Mind Bend? Or no, we're actually putting it on the Latias. That's actually probably the last place I was expecting that Psychic Energy to go.
I mean, look, in all honesty, other than the GM power, I agree. That Latias was very surprising. It does have an attack, that Eon Blade attack. It's what it's much less known for. Like most people include it for the Skyliner ability, but in a deck like Shuto's, it can attack. And
big coin flip here.
Interesting to see what Shuto cooks up. The coin flip.
Oh, I think it's a heads.
It is a heads. There we go. Shuto taking the 2 prizes might have just given himself a chance to win this set, Jordan. With a tails flip there, maybe he doesn't have enough turns, but the heads makes this very interesting indeed.
We are getting very low on the clock now, probably less than a minute left. If our clock says anything about the current game state. Simon almost certainly not going to be able to take 6 prizes in the next 2 or so turns, although there are 3 easy prize cards on the active right now, so it's not completely over. A boss's orders, I think, would let him take out the Clefairy, but there's no energies on a Dragapult, so it would have to be using this Dunsparce EX again, which is not a bad option. It's still doing 240 damage, so Simon will be getting himself at least a couple prize cards this turn, either 3 on the Kangaskhan if he wants to, or 2 if he chooses to boss and take something else out. Recon directed to see a couple extra cards, but now you've got to imagine that Simon is running out of time to try and win this game.
I am interested. The way that pace of play has slowed down a little bit and they're being a little bit more methodical tells me that Simon might actually feel like there's a win condition here. If this is his first turn of time as a Crushing Hammer comes down, and it's another Tails, 1 of 7. And then
for those counting at home.
A Lily for a fresh 8, because even this late in the game, Simon's still with the 6 prize cards. But I think what we could see here is Simon feels like there's a chance that he could still win this. He needs to survive another turn, yes, 100%. But an unfair stamp is a great way to do that, putting Shuto down to 2 cards, especially if you knock out this Kangaskhan in the active. No run errand means that Shuto is stuck with the 3 cards that he has, the 2 from the unfair stamp and then the top deck. So very interesting. As a
couple Crushing Hammers were just on the top,
there
just
we
missed
go.
out.
Would have been what he wanted to see as 2 Pokepads come down for a very little return. And now we do see that unfair stamp put into play. So Simon says, Shuto, I know you're in a great spot right now, but you're going to need to work for it. You're going to need to work for it. And Shuto potentially going, oh, why is that Psychic Energy on this Latias? Maybe I could have put it on a Clefairy. It's interesting to know the logic behind some of these moves. These players are obviously great players, especially as they're on their win and in at a regional. So there's always logic and thought behind every move. But now Shuto, those 3 cards does look. Some people choose not to, but
another
Shuto
Crushing
said
Hammer Tails. What is
another one and another Crushing Hammer Tails?
Wait, I've lost count. What's the record now?
I believe
is that 8 tails, 1 heads, maybe?
Yep, that is 1 of 9. Jordan, 1 of 9. And I'm not good enough at maths to do the percentage on that, but I know that's a little over 10%.
All right, 3 prize cards here for Simon. And we have an energy switch. I don't think that's...
Oh, no shot! Shuto has it!
The boss for the Meowth.
The boss for the Meowth!
What?
He's 3 cards. The energy switch to move that energy from the Latias onto the Clefairy, and then the Meowth straight into the bench spot opened up by that Kangaskhan knockout means that Shudo can grab a boss up that Meowth that I said was originally a liability for Shudo and take out Simon's liability, winning 6 prizes to 0 and booking himself.
He took 3. He took 3 on the last
Oh,
time.
sorry. He did take 3. My apologies. I was looking at the graphic. He did take 3, but still booking himself a spot into the phase 2 of this tournament.
So incredible. I was really just thinking, once this Kangaskhan goes down, Shuto doesn't have a Pheasantipity. He doesn't have another Kangaskhan. He's got maybe a Teal Dance if he draws a Grass Edge. He had such little resources to work with there. But that Meowth giving him exactly what he needed to take those last 2 prize cards. So close. Oh my gosh. While we don't know exactly what turn it was in time, we've got to imagine the time had either just been called or was very close to being called. So what an incredible finish to that set.
I tell you, it's like sets like that get you excited about the Pokemon TCG. There are very, very, very small odds that Shudo is able to draw out of that turn. He might have had another turn to kind of work around with it, but the odds of those 3 cards being 3 cards that allowed Shudo to take that game from the unfair stamp, Simon playing to all the outs, going, yep, you're going to have to find a way to deal 270 damage effectively on this the Dunsparce CX, or else I might actually have a chance next turn. And instead, Shudo goes, no, you don't. I only need 3. That's okay. Hey, you only needed 2, really.
You gotta feel for Simon. Imagine had the coin flip odds gone the other way. What if that was 8 heads, 1 tail? Would that have been enough to win the game? I mean, in the first game, I think his 1 heads of this whole set, he wins that game. 8 heads, I've got to imagine he at least has a much better chance of winning either that second or third game. But if you're going to play coin flip cards, unfortunately, that's just the risk you have to take sometimes.
Absolutely, and it's one of the things of this current format with so little energy acceleration at the moment. And I mean, we saw that Metal Box Dex before and how important that energy acceleration was. We have Crispins here, but with that Terra Box requiring so few energy types, there's got all those psychics that are so important for that Clefairy, the grasses that are important for that Teal Mask Ogerpon. If you get rid of the right energy at the right time, it might leave Shudo with no attack, but Simon, unfortunately, not able to do that because the odds not in his favor today. 1 and 9.
So many crazy energy switch plays that were probably only possible due to Crushing Hammer flips. But either way, Shuto walks away with the win, locks himself a spot in day 2, and if he hasn't got it already, you've got to imagine he's getting close to locking in that invite. So
absolutely.
Very well done to Shuto. Good stuff for Simon as well. He tried his best, but the Crushing Hammer flips, he just can't control them.
Not out of it yet. Simon does have round 8 to potentially flip a few more heads on Crushing Hammer, and maybe it'll make a difference because being on the win and in so early, 2 rounds early, means that he does get another shot at it next time. So, maybe fingers crossed for Simon for the round 8. However, Shudo doing it around early and also potentially giving himself to win the round 8 and book a place further into phase 2 of the tournament. As we're going to cut to a quick break and just see whether there's time for a winner's interview or not as I look up at the clock to check how long overtime has been going for. So we might cut quickly and we'll see you soon.
And we are back for the final round of the Melbourne Regional Championships for day 1. Brayden, it's going to be a fantastic final round. We've scouted the room for some of our favorite potential matchups that are going to be making their win and in into phase 2.
Yep.
And I'm not going to lie, this is probably one of my favorite decks that I wanted to feature this weekend. It might be a cheeky Okie Dogie.
Yes.
No, it's the normal, the baby guy, the one with Adrena Power. It's a really, really cool card. So we're hoping that we're getting that keyed up on stream for you guys in a second. But let's look at what we're all playing for at the event today. So if we can jump over to the prizing, we'll see all of the goodies that people are able to pick up for doing well at the event this weekend. Obviously, we've got championship points that are going to be available for anybody that places up in those higher echelons, but we also have a little bit of cash as well.
Never a bad thing to be getting. And yeah, if you're playing in the junior or senior division, first place will net you $2,500, and then second, $2,000, third to fourth getting $1,000 each, and fifth to eighth getting $750, which getting that kind of money at that age, that's definitely a nice boost to your allowance. The Masters players, on the other hand, though, $10K is up for grabs for first place, which I don't know, I wouldn't mind getting that. That's a good down payment towards the car. Going down from there, though, 7,000, 5,000, 3,000, and then the 9th to 16th place for Masters divisions, even getting some cash, $2,000 up for grabs, and then up to 32nd getting 1,000. Plus booster packs.
Yeah, not only are you getting all this fantastic cash, but you're also going home with some packs which you're able to rip with all your friends. You know, get some of the new set. We've got, I think, Perfect Order out in the field there today. So who knows, maybe those Meowths that we've been featuring on stream, you might be able to find a nice little shiny version of those to bling out your deck. That's always really, really fun. So yeah, with the scaling of that, it's really, really cool. So not only, as we mentioned, do you get the cash, if you win, you get the booster packs, you get also an invitation to the World Championships. So there's a whole bunch of different points that you're scoring, which helps you get there. But by locking up a guaranteed invite, by getting that first place slot, you can't go too wrong with that, to be honest. So here we go and look at all of the current championship qualifications that we have. So yes, the scale for getting Masters first place, we get 350 championship points, scaling down to 325, 300, 280, 200, 160, and 120. And it scales down a little bit lower than that as well. So depending on how many players turn out to the regionals, it will slowly scale down to around about half the field, going home with at least a little bit of something for their efforts.
Yep, fair. We do have those kickers in place, which factors into that. And then obviously these championship points counting towards the leaderboard for the season. We're currently in the 2025 to 2026 season. Only the top players in each region will actually be getting an invite though. So for the Oceania region, our top 20 players are competing for that. But like you said, if you win the event tomorrow, you're just guaranteeing yourself a spot. So hopefully we're seeing someone from the Oceania region and then effectively getting that up to 21 invites up for grabs.
It's really cutthroat at the moment. So we've seen like the point totals for the players that are currently in that top 20, to which I think we're down to a top 22 with the couple of Australian players taking home some championships already.
We had Lucas won the last one?
Yes, Lucas took the last one. And then it's got a couple of other invites from around. I know Peter Lowe got the invite from the special event over in New Zealand.
Oh.
So a bunch of players have already qualified for their World Championships from our region. So it does scale down a little bit from there. But yes, if you've already qualified for Worlds, you know, you're going to be looking pretty happy. You're in that top tier, but then there's still a whole bunch of room that you're going to be fighting for around like that mid to like top 18 to 25 is really, really tight at the moment. If you see the points that we're currently at in this region, we're like sitting at maybe like 600 to 800 points, maybe 600 to 800 points. So where you're looking to get your invite at the moment. So here we can see the leaderboards right now for the region, with Brent Tonneson being the highest place so far out of the region.
A bad score there.
Absolutely. You definitely don't sneeze at 1,500 championship points. But then, yes, scaling down from there, we've got a couple of extra players.
Yeah, so Henry Brand in there at 1145, previous world champion actually. So seeing him at second place in the region, not a surprise there, and very impressive seeing him still playing at that level. Lucas Hamilton Foster, who I believe won, that was Sydney
Regionals, yes sir.
So he's already got his invite, but already in a very solid standing on that leaderboard. Natalie Miller, Tim Franklin, Andy Chung. That's an interesting name. Angus Johnson, Jordan Palmer. We've got him on stream. You've been hearing him all day today, and you'll be potentially seeing him at the World Championships in San Francisco this year.
Yes, scaling down, as you can see at the bottom on the right side there, that is the players that are kind of on the bubble. Those are the players that this weekend we want to see whether they're converting to day two, because they want to make sure they're trying to lock in that top 20. So we've got Addison, Shoto, we've got Justin down there as well. A lot of these players that we have seen, around the whole this weekend, we've been making sure that we're like dialing in on who's the players to watch as we go into day two, to make sure that we've, got players that we can pick for our next couple of rounds into phase two, to make sure we can see whether they're going to be trending in a spot to potentially lock up these top 20 slots.
Yeah, I think actually that's Shudo down there too, who we just saw last round even. Wow.
Yeah, Shudo doing very, very well. But it looks like we are moving over to the top 8 decks at the moment, which is from the Sydney Regional Championships. So here's a couple of, a little bit of a flashback to what we had a few months ago. It's good sometimes just to relive what we used to be playing with at our previous events. So a couple of these players here
still exist.
Yeah, a couple of these players here are definitely at the top tables this weekend. I know that I'm pretty sure all of these players have actually attended this weekend, so it'll be interesting to see whether all of these players, still do convert into that second day of the tournament, and what decks they might have picked up this weekend.
Yeah, because it does look like they would have had pivot. Lucas being on Goldango, unfortunately can't be running that anymore with that G block regulation at the bottom left of that, so be very interested to see what he's pivoted to. Gabe Smart, I think, came over from North America. I believe he is here this weekend. Have you seen him on the field?
Yes, I've seen him in, I think, around the middling. I think he wasn't top tables, but I definitely saw him kicking
Still
up there.
putting in an effort
Very
there.
much was like in that area where you would be a little bit in contention.
Nice.
So that was, where we want to be seeing them in the back end of today. Brent Thomas, I also saw him early on in the day sitting up a little bit higher, but I haven't seen much of him recently, which is very interesting as he, is the highest ranked player in the region at the moment.
Pretty big name there. It's a pretty big name there. And then, yeah, a couple of these decks still hanging around post-rotation, though. We've got our Dragapults, Absol, Kangaskhan, Flareons. I think there's a few out on the field. They're a little less prevalent than they were pre-rotation, but they are still floating around and putting in an effort.
Yeah, Jet, I tell you what, I'm looking at this graphic and I'm looking down and I'm seeing Flareon, Jellicent EX. That seems like the cook of all time. I think I might have missed that list when we had the top 8 for the last event, because that seems like an absolutely ludicrous combination of Pokemon.
Yeah, I might have to pop to the Limitless page for that one after this.
Yeah, that's absolutely that's super exciting. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what our top 8 for this event looks like, because it's not too far away. We're coming to the last round of the day. So we've only got another couple of rounds for our normal Swiss as we move into phase 2 tomorrow. But yes, it's really, really close between now and crowning a champion. After you make it through the grind of day 1, you really don't know exactly what you're going to be paired into, especially the first couple of rounds of a tournament. You can be, it's literally the entire field you could be paired into, and it could be any deck round number 1. Round number 2, it's always a little bit of a matchup roulette of, are you going to get something that you've had a little bit of practice into, or are you just going to be, just vibing it out and hopefully trying to hit those high meta percentage decks round after round after round?
Yeah, there is obviously a very diverse field at the moment. We've seen Slowking, we've seen Festival Lead, all the Dragapults running around, not to mention the Team Rockets decks, both the Mewtwo and the Honchkrow making a showing out there. And then, yeah, just the plethora of random stuff. Even Ceruledge, I've seen a couple of people on, which kind of caught me by surprise. It was a deck I was a big fan of pre-rotation. It had Earthen Vessel. You could discard energy, find energy, discard that energy, get it in the bin, and start doing some really solid numbers with the Ceruledge. But losing that Earthen Vessel, losing Squawkabilly, even Professor's Research, kind of hurt that deck. So seeing people still finding ways to keep that deck relevant has been really interesting, not to mention all the other different stuff that's being cooked up out there we haven't even gotten a chance to see yet.
Yeah, absolutely. So I can see on our graphic, we do actually have a spread of what the top decks, most played decks are for this weekend. So for our top graphic, as you'd imagine, we have Dragapult EX is, the highest level out of all of the decks. We've got a 25% total meta share of all variants of Dragapult this weekend, which, highly expected. I think everybody came into this where they were predicting that we would be hitting Dragapult as the top deck. Followed up by that, we do have the Mega Starmie variant. So this is including the Mega Starmie that's just running by itself, as well as the ones that are including these Frostlass lines. We've got 6% Raging Bolts, which I think might also wrap up some of the other big basic decks into that for the 6%.
It is one of those kind of toolbox decks where, the Ogerpon and the Raging Bolt just being your big delete button, and then, it does kind of just incorporate into those Terra-type boxes, so maybe has a few other tricks up its sleeve. It's not quite the same, just straight up Raging Bolt doing big number turn after turn after turn, has a bit more flexibility. The Ogerpon Meganium one showing up here is an interesting call, because I know that one, it's not always what it seems. We could be seeing it with Arboliva, we could be seeing it with Hydrapple. It's not actually just straight up Ogerpon and Meganium. It's got a couple tricks up its sleeves and can vary depending on what the person expects to see on the day. Team Rocket's Mewtwo up there, big fan of that. One of my caster picks for today, so I'm hoping we get to see some of those in the top tables tomorrow. And Cynthia's Garchomp being an interesting deck with a fairly good Dragapult matchup, so it does make sense we're seeing it here.
Yeah, it's really nice spread. It's definitely the decks that we have seen the last couple of regionals all around the world have shown this general sort of spread of different decks. Nothing's like surprisingly jumped up. Some people might have expected them to be a Honchkrow maybe in this.
Apparently, there's 400
in this graphic. Yeah, I was expecting to have a 50% Honchkrow showing for this event, but yes,
no
this
Lopunny though.
Yes,
That
no
actually
Lopunny.
is a surprise.
Yeah, definitely that, as well as I know there was a lot of talk about Hydrapple as well. That did just win the previous regionals in Mexico. So that one not converting to make a percentage on our graphic, but I've definitely seen a couple out there. I didn't see too many at the top tables, but I definitely saw some that were very
They're on
much
the
there,
field.
very in contention. So those are definitely something to look out for tomorrow. But yeah, as you mentioned, the Lopunny, after just winning the Utrecht regionals, I haven't. To be fair, I've walked a fair few lanes out there in the floor, and I haven't really seen many of them at all.
Not really, no. Like Dragapult still making a strong showing. The Mewtwo's, the Ogerpon decks, yes, but yeah, the Lopunny's. I'm not sure if people just figured, oh, it's just one. People are going to be preparing to counter it, and have just avoided playing it because there has been a few more fighting decks than I was expecting. Like we're about to be seeing this Okidogi. I think they were prepared to run into as many Lopunnies as possible and just good punch into them, hitting for 340 damage as long as there's a Dark or Prism energy attached to that Okidogi to trigger its ability. They're still doing pretty good though, with a shot at making day 2.
Yeah, I would say maybe every Lopunny that's rocked up today has just somehow managed to hit all of these fighting type decks. It seems like, as you mentioned, there's been some Lucaros, the Okidogis have been a little bit few and far between, but they are still up there in contention. But Cynthia's Garchomp, I mean, it's 5% of the meta at least on our graphics. So that's still a fair amount of players that are out there trying to clean up on all of those colorless Pokemon with that fighting type weakness. So there's still a lot, a lot for them to try and avoid out there. But I mean, there's still 25% Dragapult.
Which, yeah, you want to be running into that. Everyone has been preparing for that matchup for quite some time. So the counters are in a high showing today. And yeah, that Garchomp having a pretty favored matchup. Mewtwo also in a pretty good spot. The Starmie, I'm not too sure how that one would play out. I'd love to watch one of those games, and maybe we'll get a chance to.
I tell you what, it was almost going to be one of the streams that we did pick for this round.
Ooh.
Sadly, the one play that we were tracking that might have been on the winning end did too well this last round, and they actually already managed to secure their spot in day 2. So as we want to pick out some of the most exciting games for you this weekend, we did kind of want to pivot to showing some of the more winning in games. One of the games that's a little bit more high stakes to show, players playing in a situation where, you really have to be locked in. And it's going to show a lot of talent for the players that are able to, especially even on stream, come out with a win through those games.
100%. Into round 8, it's been a long day. There's a lot on the line. They'll be playing around, well, I'm not sure where I was going with that sentence. They will be playing like crazy. And very keen to see how this game goes when we get to it. I think we may just be having a little bit of a technical difficulty, but I'm sure we'll be getting into the match shortly.
Yes, we do have the players are at the table. We are just waiting for the camera that we're actually able to capture the footage with to be swapped out to one that is actually working. So, I mean,
players are playing too hot. They cook the camera.
Yes, Braid, I know you did say that you were a big fan of the Rockets Mewtwo deck here. Were there any other decks besides the Rocket Mewtwo one that you were like, this weekend, if I was sitting down at the table and I was, going to be playing into the big names, that I'd be feeling very comfortable, shuffling up myself?
I think I'd be playing Festival League. Like, as long it wasn't one of my picks, but personally, I think that's what I would actually pick to play, as weird as that does sound. But yeah, I like playing the single prizers. I like having that built-in consistency, being able to go boom, boom, groove, and just guarantee I need this piece to win the game. Set up your turns, set up your boards, just get that proper sequencing through. It's a really fun deck to play. Not to mention being able to attack twice is, I don't think ever been a deck that's done that before, aside from like the X and Y era. We had, I think it was ancient traits. So some Pokemon were able to like go for a double tap, but very limited attacks. I think it was just a Bunnelby. So yeah, seeing that mechanic explored within its own archetype has been really interesting.
So unfortunately, it looks like we are going to have to go to a quick break while we sort out these technical issues. But we'll be joining you right back in a few moments as, we get ready for the most exciting round of the day. It's the final round, baby. This is the last one for phase 1. I'm super excited, but yes, we'll join you back momentarily as we kick off the final round.
Sounds good.
Let's talk about Raging Bolt EX, because this is one of the biggest keep you honest decks in the entire format. No matter how weird the meta gets, no matter how many tech cards players decide to squeeze into their lists, Raging Bolt will keep asking the same very simple question. Okay, but what if I just hit you like really, really hard? And you know what? It's got a good point. Raging Bolt's been around for a while now, so it's easy to mentally push it to the side while everyone's talking about Dragapult, Crustle, Lopunny, and all the other new exciting meta shifts happening in the format. But this deck is still absolutely terrifying. Even with the changes it had to make due to rotation, losing Professor Sada was a pretty big hit. That was a key piece in how the deck wanted to set up and also manage its resources. But instead of disappearing when Sada did, the deck just adapted. Now, a lot of the lists are running Crispin to search out energy from the deck instead of having to get them from the discard pile. Granted, it gets you less energy when it does, but you don't need to jump through the same hoops of getting that energy into the bin before you can get it into play. And it's not restricted to only going to your ancient Pokemon, which is a pretty nice bonus. So the deck is still pretty fast, it's just going to get there in a different way. A big part of making this all work is the consistency engine. A lot of lists are playing heavy counts of Meowth EX or the Noctowl engine because they give you a reliable way to find your supporters or other key pieces you need for your turn. And a lot of the time, that just means finding Crispin. Mega Kangaskhan is also a really important piece in the deck. Having Kangaskhan in the active gives you extra draw power each turn, making it a great option to start the game, and it's also a great pivot piece for after something gets KO'd. It can sit up in the active, helping you refill your hand and give you time to line up your next attack. It's also a great place to park energy. With its higher HP, Kangaskhan can act like a bit of a battery, holding energy on board until Raging Bolt is ready to come out and use that for a massive Bellowing Thunder attack. And it can hit too, doing 200 damage, plus if the coin flips are on your side, get...
All right, the technical issues do seem to be fixed. So the two players, they've already started shuffling up at the table, but we are pivoting now to what is currently going on between Christopher on Mega Lucario and Manav as well, who is over there on the Dragapult side of the table. But yes, here we go. We got a Lily's Determination coming down for Manav. It does seem like he's still on 6 prize cards.
Nice.
But yes, that's going to be a nice little shuffle up and then draw to 8 over there on the right side of the table.
Not to mention having 2 Dracloaks on the board as well. So I'm going to be able to find 2 more cards after that while effectively looking at 4. So getting visibility on 12 cards in their deck, pretty good. A quarter of it, or not a quarter, but 20% of the deck in one turn is very, very solid spot to be in. 2 Duskulls on the board as well. So it could be helping them manipulate some numbers and potentially take out this Lucario if they get in the right position. Being able to get into a Duskmore, maybe do 13 damage counters to Lucario, go into Dragapult, Phantom Dive it, can really be messing with their board. Not to mention even popping a Dusclops to do 50 to either the Lunatone or Solrock could be setting up another knockout for the 6 damage counters Phantom Dive will be placing.
Yeah, compared to our last matchup where we got to see the Dragapult Dusknoir variant, there's actually going to be some chances to freely be able to pop those Duskulls, Dusknoirs without, them all being able to get chased off the board immediately unless, Christopher decides to go in and gust those Pokemon. But yeah, we've got the Pokebad coming down. Imagine we're going to be looking for some of those evolution Pokemon to throw down onto the table. Yes, it looks like Christopher eyeing up a Dusclops, maybe going to that first evolution right there.
Nice.
And then we're going to just be doing a little bit of a prize check here by the looks of it, just see what's left in the deck. But yeah, on the other side of the table, you're still staring down that Lucario with the fighting type energy attached. That Aura Jab is a pretty good attack. It does do 130 and it allows you to just accelerate energy onto your bench, which, that's still a fair amount of damage, and that acceleration is still pretty strong.
Yes, it is definitely good to be able to get extra energy onto your board. One of the tricky things with Lucario, you need to find that energy and get it into the discard pile though. But with the Lunatone Solrock engine that they run, not only does it give them a way to draw 3 cards each turn, it also gives them a way to get energy in the bin for that Lucario to then accelerate out, which is pretty nice synergy between those cards. We are also seeing, it looks like a Hariyama's already on the bench, which when they would have evolved into that, could have been able to gust something up, kind of like a boss's orders, but on a Pokemon.
Yeah, it's a really, really interesting deck. I quite like Lucario right now. It's got some pretty decent matchups into definitely some of these Dragapult variants as well. But yeah, Manav obviously has piloted this very well, getting to the 4-1-2 record. So, we still have a little while left to go in this game. to try and lock it all up. But looking at that current board state, it does look pretty solid. We've got, as you mentioned, the Lunatone and Sorok down in play. So that's going to be allowing us to draw a bunch of cards. But yes, promoting that Sorok, going into that single prize or into the active. Yep. You know, it's a really good deck where you can have these massive 3-prize mega Pokemon, but also you can utilize the fantastic attack from Cosmic Beam on that Solrock to take those small little jabs at your opponent's, you know, really, really low HP Pokemon, and then slowly progress your prize race from there.
Yeah, and like that chip damage can help, that pressure into the pre-evolutions can definitely help. Interesting thing I am noticing though on Christopher's side of the board, they've got some energy on the Latias. Being a psychic type Pokemon, it does give them a way to hit that Lucario for weakness and get it in one hit. Whereas Dragapult's normally kind of going for that, either the 2-hit combo or comboing with the Dusknoirs to help you fix up those numbers. So having some different lanes they can take to get to that end of the game, very, very good flexibility.
Yeah, it's definitely not very often that you do get to see that Latias taking some knockouts, but I mean, got to take advantage of that weakness where you can. We've got to the Rocky Fighting energy going onto the active Solrock there. Looks like Manev trying to line up that knockout in a second. Obviously, that does do 70 damage once you've got that Lunatone in play as well, which, you know, you kind of want to have them both down. They always like to do these fun little Solrock and Lunatone combinations where you do need to have them both in play to get the benefit out of each of them.
It's pretty cool when they do those combo cards.
Yeah, it's very, very cool. Yeah, Pokepad searching out another Solrock. They're probably under the assumption that this one might get knocked out in the active, so we might need to throw down another one for the next turn to keep that draw going. Obviously, sometimes an unfair stamp might have something to say about that.
Yeah, it can definitely mess with your game plan there.
And we do have the unfair stamp over in Christopher's hand.
Is he holding it?
Yeah, he's got it in hand, ready to go. So, I mean, it's good enough to have that Solrock in hand, but the moment you have to shuffle that hand back into the deck, it kind of feels like you've missed an extra out that you could have kept a hold onto with that Pokepad until you might have actually needed it. We're just trying to sort out what lines we're trying to take. We look like we're trying to maybe go for a pop on this Dusclops. Deciding to go for a Crispin instead. This is going to get us the energy that we will be able to use to power up the Latias, but I mean, we've kind of wanted to target the benched Lucario. Would have been fantastic to take those 3 prize cards. Yep. But yes, instead it looks like we're
going on the Dracloak, so not fully committing to the Latias just yet, because yeah, you're using the Crispin, you won't be able to boss up that Lucario, and with no other means of Gust in Christopher's deck, yeah, you kind of just hold that play for another turn.
I'm very jealous. I can see Christopher over there. He's got those beautiful Heart Gold Soul Silver energies as well. Ooh. Absolutely gorgeous art on those. Continue with the Recon Directive does manage to evolve up into the Dragapult as well. Free retreat on that Latias will enable us to go into the Phantom Dive straight away. Looks like we're doing the pop on the Lunatone. We're trying to take out all of the different outs here. Popping the Dusclops first, giving Manev the prize, but that does mean the unfair stamp will be able to hit a little bit harder as you know, that 1 prize card that will no longer be in your hand after we get it shuffled back into the deck.
Yeah, hopefully Manev is able to get into either a draw supporter or even a fighting energy, since they, I guess the fighting energy wouldn't even help them if the Lunatone's about to get taken out, because if they go into the Dragapult, they can swing into the Lunatone in the active, put the 6 damage counters, finish off that Lunatone that's just been popped, or had the Dusclops popped into it, and all of a sudden they're fully reliant on almost just being forced into go to Lucario, maybe a little sooner than expected.
It's a really hot pressure spot right now for Christopher. He's been able to draw so well so far this game, and still off the unfair stamp has access to not only his flip the script with Fezandipity, but also yet again another Recon Directive. So much like we saw Natalie Miller a few rounds ago, just after even the unfair stamp, able to continue drawing and drawing and drawing up to a massive hand size, while you're looking at your opponent across the table with just a measly 2 cards, as you know, I'm about to wipe your draw support off the board. What are you going to do about it?
Yeah, and hopefully Manev's able to find a way out of it, but we'll see soon. There's that first Recon Directive.
What is he going to find off these ones? At the moment, you don't really need too much else for this turn. It's kind of a matter of, is there anything that I actually want to get down into play or thin out of the deck that will be able to assist me as we continue on to Manev's turn after this one. Here we go. The Skyliner retreating into the Dragapult, and then it looks like we're going to be Phantom Diving, and I'd imagine, educated guess, we're probably putting 6 damage counters onto that Lunatone and taking 2 prize cards there for Christopher.
seems like a very good choice. Getting those 2 prizes, obviously shutting down the entirety of their draw engine, because yeah, if they just took out one of those pieces, all they need is a Night Stretcher or an out for the other one from the deck. Whereas now it's, yeah, they're on a 2-card hand. Did you draw a Lunatone and a Soul Rock? Are you going to draw an Energy? If you didn't, they're just gone from your board, and you have to reestablish that entirely. Hopefully they found a draw supporter off that unfair stamp, or they could be in a very tight situation here. We're seeing a Mega Lucario evolving up, though. And is that a Carmine? Carmine for turn. Okay, so they found a draw supporter. They're discarding their hand, drawing 5 more.
And we'll see what we get off this Carmine. But, I mean, any draw support off an unfair stamp is exactly what you want to be seeing.
Definitely
we keep seeing people drawing out of these unfair stamps. I'm starting to think this card's not that good. Manav getting the extra energy attached onto the active there does mean that the Lucario is able to use Mega Brave. Does hit the active for 270, which, I mean, if you are able to swing back some single prizes into the play, you might be able to chuck another Soul Rock and clean up this Dragapult. But
could be a good spot. Being a fighting type too, they have Premium Power Pro, so maybe off that Carmine they found a few of those.
Would have been fantastic. We'll see. We'll see if anything else comes down into the field from Manav here. But it looks like he's at least hopefully going to be able to line up some sort of attack. With the Ultra Ball coming down there, we've got another Lucario ready to be played down onto the board. That's 2 big Lucarios in play. Now, if you're keeping track of normal prize races as well, you would be able to see that, you would be on Christmas side able to take 3 prize cards if you do get a knockout on one of these Mega Pokemon. But, I mean, you do need the 4 to finish, take out this entire game. So it's going to be pretty hard to go through 2 big Lucarios if you can't gust around them.
No, it definitely seems like a good call, being able to evolve it up too, because yeah, if they leave it as that pre-evolution, Riolu only having 80 HP, putting some damage onto it, you can kind of find your way to get that KO. Whereas if they can evolve both these Riolus up, which they've done one already, if they can get that other one up, that single prize liability is kind of off the board, aside from just that Hariyama. But having a fair bit of HP on that thing, I don't think Christopher is going to be targeting it with the damage counters, and probably is just going to try and take out that Riolu. And if they can find some way to move some counters across the board, maybe they've got Monkey Dory, could be a prize map there still.
Yeah, I'd say right now, Christopher's definitely looking over to the other side of the table, thinking, now there's a Lucario in the active. It might be time to weave in the Eon Blade from Latias, making sure that there's definitely no outs to any damage counters, no shenanigans available. We've got the Meowth coming down as well. This is an interesting Pokemon to get played down onto the board, as it is one that is fighting type weak. But I mean,
for that Crispin.
Yeah, we're going for that Crispin, which is hopefully going to be getting us a couple of extra energies to throw down into play. We'll see where they go, but I'd imagine if we're trying to line up something with that Eon Blade from the Latias, there'd probably be, if we're not getting Monkey Dory down into play, where's somewhere we can chuck those dark type energies? I guess it might be to cover the colorless cost on this Latias. But yes, out of these, do have to choose one of them to go into play. So might have a Psychic in hand potentially. And if we're able to find that Psychic, then that would be an Eon Blade online. There's the retreat cost coming out. It looks like we're going in to the Latias.
We haven't seen a Psychic yet, though. So if they're not holding it, maybe they've got a Night Stretcher in hand to get that one back. They just use to pay for the retreat cost of Dragapult. And then on the following turn, if they can just recharge that Dragapult, get a boss's orders, they can finish off that Hariyama. Could be an interesting way to take this game.
Yeah, really interesting play here with the Eon Blade. Definitely going to be doing enough to swing into that Mega Lucario. But yeah, we're just continuing our turn, just making sure we're playing all of the actions we possibly can to help us find more cards to put into our hand and see what we're able to do next turn. But yes, if we're able to go in with 3 prizes this turn, then all it's going to take is a Dusknoir pop onto one of the benched Pokemon, and then we might be able to just clean up the game purely from that.
Could be a bit risky, though, because if Manav takes out a 2-prizer this turn, he goes down to 1 prize. So if you pop one of your ghosts, I think that would be it. Or it looks like there's just 3 prizes on the board.
Oh, yes. It does look like there are 3 prizes on the board. Sorry, the graphic does say 4. But yes, if 2 prizes does go down, which is very possible as the Mega Brave does do 270, even with the resistance, that's going to take it to 240, which is going to put you in a range to get that 1-hit KO on the Latias. So yeah, it looks like maybe unless right now Christopher can go in with something on the following turn, that's might be the only option for him.
Yeah. very interesting to see how this plays out. Is quite a few fighting weak Pokemon in play as well, though. So yeah, maybe they do just gust around the Latias and target down a Meowth. But yeah, keeping that alive, obviously it cracks back into you. Wouldn't be the greatest way to go. Very keen to see how this plays out, though.
Yeah, it'd be
Seeing Lily?
I'll tell you what, it would be interesting if somehow, as I mentioned previously,
Another
you could get into
Lucario.
that is at least taking the lowest HP Pokemon out of play over on Manev's side. So it is only the Hariyama that's left with the lowest of the HPs there. But we'll see what's in hand. With the Lilies, it does mean there's not going to be any gusting coming in from Manev. So, with that little Meowth still sitting on the bench, it might be surviving for one more turn and then
Looking
maybe
safe.
lined up for the next one.
He's looking pretty safe.
All right,
So
looks
they
like
are just swinging into Latias? Oh.
Yeah. Looks like we might be going for a Mega Brave there onto the active, which looks like Christopher's just trying to work out exactly what's going on with all of the different mapping here. Exactly, we worked
Latias
out the
getting
math.
taken out.
Only minus 30 on the resistance there, so that is just squeezing through with enough HP to take out that Latias. Dragapult going into the active there for Christopher. A lot of options here, so many cards in hand. Really, all we need is just to pivot into some sort of gusting and just knock out this Hariyama that's on the bench, but we also still need that psychic energy as well. Or, you know what else could be a technical play? We come in with a Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Oh.
Now Manev's on one prize. This can attack for free. Boss's orders on the Hariyama does do it. Christopher taking game number 1, going into game number 2 for the last round
What a
of
way to
the
close
day.
it out. I'll be honest, it's been a while since I've seen a Blood Moon show up. So that's a solid way to close out the match for Christopher there.
Yeah, definitely a couple of options there that I was not expecting. I know that we definitely saw, I think it might have been in the Utrecht regionals, there was a little bit of that Blood Moon Ursaluna that did pop up. So, I mean,
It's still out there?
It is still out there. I know that a lot of people have been kind of moving away from it, but you can get a little bit more utility out of it with Blood Moon Ursaluna and in the Dusknoir package.
That's
That does allow you to control a little bit more around what energies you're putting into play and what prize cards your opponent has that makes that Blood Moon attack for slightly cheaper each time. Like as we saw there, you can attack for free with that Blood Moon Ursaluna if your opponent's only got one prize left. So
Yeah, no, interesting way. You can kind of use the Dusknoir, obviously bringing Mega Pokemon potentially in range of that Blood Moon while making your own attack cost pretty cheap. It's a solid combo to be seeing there. Yeah.
I
Very,
really,
very
really
well
like it. I think, as we're moving into, this is like the third post-rotation or fourth post-rotation tournament that we've had so far.
Yep.
There's been a little time for the meta to develop. We haven't seen much of like a consistent avenue that all the decks are taking at the moment, but like a cheeky little tech card here, or a couple of things that are just popping up each event. We've got our general archetypes, but they haven't really all been set in stone. We don't really quite have like a Brent 60 like what we saw of Dragapult a few
Winning event after event
few
after
tournaments
event after
ago. It's very much people are still flexing out to see what they're going to be playing in their lists.
Yeah. No, creativity is definitely being shown with the decks that we're seeing out on the field today. All right, and it looks like we are into game 2. Christopher finding that basic. Manev, I'm not sure if having to do a mulligan here or if they're still just doing that initial shuffle.
Yeah, it does look like there is a 1 counter on Christopher's side of the table. So I'd imagine we're trying to keep track of our mulligans, just in case there's too many and you have to draw too many cards from some of these mulligans, which is, terrible to have happen on the last round for a winner into phase 2. You hate to be giving your opponent any advantage, especially after they've already just taken the first game of the series. Another mulligan coming down for Manev. So that's going to be ticking that up to 2 cards.
Oh, no.
Just having a look through. This is something that is very interesting in the mulligan process. Obviously, you need to show your opponent that you definitely don't have any basic Pokemon, so that we can all confirm that there's...
You're not just trying to put a bad hand back in the deck. It's, hey, no, you need to show me you can't do this. And also giving away some potential tech cards that your opponent might not be expecting with that information you're having to provide to them.
As we saw there, Christopher looked at that Gravity Mountain, making sure he knew exactly what his weak points might be in this matchup. As you mentioned, there was the Premium Power Pro that the Lucario deck's able to play, but not only that, if you combo that with a Gravity Mountain, you only need to play down 1 whole Premium Power Pro to get a 1-shot on a Dragapult, which is a nice little way to be able to swing into those 2 prizes without leaving a whole bunch of damage on board.
No, definitely a great way to help you fix up some numbers there, and not a tech card a lot of people really anticipate. So yeah, Christopher having to do that double take. Hang on, what is this? Get a little peek at that. All right, we are seeing a Badu starting over on Christopher's side of the board. Dragapult doing Dragapult things. They want to be buying some time with that. Interesting thing in this matchup too, with the Solrock and Lunatones both being grass weak, Badu can be putting in some work, helping soften those guys up and potentially bringing them in range for Dragapult's Phantom Dive to pick off later.
You definitely, as we've seen throughout today, Badu's a fantastic card. What makes it a little bit better? When you can start swinging for an extra 10 damage. You always like to see that. But yeah, on Manev's side, we've gone for the Fighting Gong just to search us out the Solrock. Fighting Gong's a fantastic card. It allows you to find one basic fighting Pokemon, or you can find a basic fighting energy, which combos really well with the Lunatone and the Solrock. So you're able to tutor those out, whichever one you need. Ideally, you're able to draw a couple of extra cards. It looks like we're
not sure what's happening here.
Looks like we're showing all here today. This is my hand. Look at everything I have to discard with this Carmine. So look at all of these resources that I'm going to put into the bin right now just to accelerate my board state. It's always an interesting time when you get to play a supporter on your first turn.
Yeah, it's been a few years since you've been able to do that, but a couple of them letting you cheat that rule, Carmine being one. Play this card on your first turn, ditch your hand, draw 5. I think there's only one other one, being the Proton in the Team Rockets deck, letting you grab 3 Pokemon, chuck them on your board if you'd like, keep them in your hand. It's up to you. So it is always interesting when you do see that come up. They're already playing a Secret Box, or is that discarded off the Carmine?
Yeah, we've just gone in, I'd imagine, discarding a whole bunch of cards with that Secret Box. After going in with a Carmine, being able to find that Secret Box is definitely where you want to be. We've got the Team Rockets Watchtower coming down, which could be very eventful if Christopher doesn't have much in hand. It turns off that Meowth EX from using its last-ditch catch ability to put a supporter into the hand of your opponent. So that's, a really, really good card that you'll be able to play down this first turn. And then we also have an Air Balloon that's going into hand as well, which will be able to help us retreat that active Riolu if we do need to swing in with the Solrock.
Nice.
But yeah, overall, not a bad start there for Manev.
No, it looked like they grabbed a Lily as well. So they're not going to be taking any KOs this turn. They will be getting 8 cards next turn, though. So yeah, definitely very solid setup. Not only getting the Carmine, but that Secret Box is a very, very fast start into game 2 for Manev. Looks like we're over to Christopher, who has that Buddy Pop, and we've got a Dreepy on the bench now. I'm going to guess another Dreepy, or maybe they start those Duskulls up so they can start evolving them out.
Definitely good to get the Dreepies down, but yes, the Duskulls as well. If you're going to try and stop your opponent from establishing their board, being able to wipe out all of their potential draw supporting and do those damage counters early is really, really strong. But yeah, Manev over the other side did put down the Genesect, and then it did attach that Air Balloon to the Genesect as well. So unfair stamp at the moment. Yet again, it's been shut down. If you're scared of your hand getting disrupted, that's definitely the best way to do it. And starting out early with that on Manev's side of the board, just doing a little bit of a prize search now for Christopher, making sure all those resources are in the deck, ready and available. You definitely don't want to put down any Duskulls if you don't have any Dusknoirs or Dusclops available to you.
Just eating up that bench space when you don't want to. No, it's a risky avenue to go through. So it is always very important to do the prize checking. I know it's one of those things that some people get a bit funny about it. First search of your deck, though, you are allotted a little bit of extra time just to get yourself that information. Don't get too carried away with it, though. We don't want to be seeing those 5-minute turns, which luckily we haven't seen on stream today. Seeing 2 Dreepies, and is that 2 Duskulls?
2 Duskulls. Yeah, it looks like we're also playing down the Judge there for Christopher. He saw that Lily's Determination go into Manev's hand. He thought, I don't think you can keep a hold of that for this next turn. Let's see how you go with 4 additional new cards.
8-card hand? No, 4-card hand.
4-card hand. Yes, I mean, if you can't unfair stamp, that might be the only disruption card that Christopher does play. So we'll see if Manev's able to keep drawing cards during his next couple of turns. There might be nothing that Christopher can do to actually stop what he's drawing into, and he'll be able to just amass an accordion-sized hand, which I think would be pretty strong with Mega Lucario.
It'd definitely be a good spot to be in, helping them potentially find that Gravity Mountain in Premium Power Pro and just being able to hang on to those for the exact moment they want to be throwing them down. And yeah, with Christopher's deck, I'm not sure if we'll be seeing something like a Tool Scrapper to maybe help out against that Genesect, which we did see earlier in the day when we got that Festival lead matchup on stream. But we're seeing a Fighting Energy on the Riolu. has been out for a turn, so we might be seeing a Mega Lucario taking out a Budu.
Well, technically, with the Riolu's attack, it does do 30 damage with accelerating stab. So you can just knock out that Budu and just say, no, not today. But we're also throwing down that Judge too in a response to Christopher's Judge.
Very judging players here.
no one's allowed to keep their hand for this game.
Nice. That's a really solid number for the Riolu to be able to hit. And yeah, keeping your board to a single prize state, not a bad call if you can do it.
Yeah, you definitely want to be making sure with those Lucarios in there taking so many prizes, if you're able to stop your opponent from getting to those as soon as possible, seems like a pretty good plan to me. But yeah, Manev managing to find another draw supporter off of the Judge is fantastic. So we'll see what we're able to sort out with these 4 cards. Hopefully we'll be able to find a Lunatone and maybe an Energy so we can start Lunar cycling. But it does look like we've gone in at least with a Mega Lucario. What's better than 30 damage? I think probably doing 130 damage might be a little bit better into the active.
Maybe and then we'd also some energy in play too.
And then we'd also be able to get some energy in play as well onto that Soul Rock. Chris was just making sure he knows exactly what damage numbers he might need to be working with for this next turn. But the Aura Jab does come in. Sadly, no... one fighting energy in the discard pile, powering up that Soul Rock. Still hoping for that Lunatone, though, to pair it with.
Yeah, even though it's got an energy, it still can't attack until it does have its partner on the board. And we're seeing back to Christopher, triggering that Recon Directive off a Dracloak.
Looks like he's seeing that Rocket's Watchtower. He sees one already in play. He's like, yeah, I think that one can probably be the one that we send to the bottom for that Recon Directive. We've also got a Budu going back to hand with the Night Stretcher.
Okay.
We've got a free retreat with the Skyline with Latias, and we're going to just continue this item lockup, just try and develop the board a little bit more until we're feeling like we're in a comfortable position to start throwing some damage down with the Dragapult. We finally do see the Lunatone in play and the energy in hand, so we are able to start Lunar cycling, discarding that one fighting energy, drawing with the Lunatone. This synergizes very nicely with the Lucario that's in play. If you're able to start pairing up some other attackers and discard those cards, or discard the energy cards and then draw for them as well, really nice synergy there.
It's so good. And just getting that draw power off something that isn't a supporter is so solid, since it does obviously free up that flexibility to use more utility supporter cards. So maybe they get a boss's orders and they gust up that Dracloak. They can start putting that pressure on Christopher's board.
Really interesting. We've got one of those fighting energies going to the Lunatone.
Oh.
If that's swinging for 40 this game, I would be very impressed.
It could take out a Budu.
It can indeed take out a Budu. We've got Pheasantipity in hand off the Recon Directive there for Christopher. Something that's also a fighting weak liability. So you'd probably want to be thinking, do I have a chance of putting this down? If I do, will I be losing the prize race? So I think Christopher right now thinking, you know, there's 4 prizes on my opponent's side of the board. That's only 2 knockouts. Am I really going to get some value out of these Dust Gnaws if we start popping these and freeing up some prize cards for our opponent?
Yeah.
It does look like we're deciding to put the Pheasantipity down, draw us out 3 cards, I'll flip the script. Still a couple of pieces that we need to actually get an attack off here if we're trying to go in with that Dragapult. But yes,
found
energy.
Dusclops there at least, so could be helping them fix up some numbers. Or maybe we do even see them just evolve up into a Dusknoir and make that into a Psychic type attacker to try and fight that Lucario. Not sure if it hits just quite hard enough to get the one shot into it though. I think it does 160s, goes up to 320, just shy.
Yes, we got Rare Candy coming down. We are looking to do that Dustnoir pop, and that is going to knock out the Genesect, freeing up the Unfair Stand. We're finally back on live with it now.
Didn't even need the Scrapper.
Didn't even need the Tool Scrapper. So we're coming in now. We've got the Dragapult getting evolved up into, we're trying to still look for that one Psychic energy. So, I mean, if we're on Christopher's side right now, it's still going to be good if we can put a couple of pieces together after just putting our opponent to 2 cards in hand and get a Dragapult online and still swinging. I think we're going to be looking okay for the rest of this game.
No, definitely would put them in a pretty good position. And maybe we see them fighting with that Latias again. Being Psychic type could be a solid attacker to try and charge up mid to late game using some Crispin plays. But it looks like they do have that Dragapult already starting to get charged up. Free retreat on the Latias. Not a bad one to be able to go into. We do know that that Gravity Mountain is hiding somewhere in that deck, though. It hasn't come out in play. I'm not sure about the Premium Power Pros, though. We've talked about it a few times. If we haven't actually seen Manev play one, I would think he has it, though, just to help fix up this matchup's math.
Yeah, definitely. We're going in finally. The Skyliner ability, bringing that Latias back, all the basics with free retreat. and we have our Phantom Dive coming in. We're going to be doing 200 damage to that active Lucario, and I'd imagine we're probably going to be trying to target one of the, maybe the Lunatone or the Solrock on the bench here with a full 60 damage potentially, just to make sure that we have a line to knock one of these out in a following turn. There we go, damage counters getting placed there on the Mega Lucario in the active. Still like a fair bit of work to do on Christopher's side, but I mean, we're not in a terrible spot, but giving up a couple of free prize cards with all of those Dusknoirs and Dusclops could come back to bite Christopher if it does proceed to go to that kind of a direction.
It's definitely a risk and reward play, right? Helping you fix up those numbers, get those KOs, or potentially taking out key pieces off their board, like taking out that Genesect. It was pretty good. They got to be able to use their unfair stamp again. But yeah, like you said, giving up those prizes, it is always risky because you're kind of helping your opponent get to the end of the match.
Yet again, we've got another unfair stamp that's resulted in, I thought we were just going to be drawing a couple of cards off of the energy that we got off the Fighting Gong, but instead, no, we're attaching it to the active because we have a Lily's Determination in hand. We're able to shuffle our hand up into the deck, and this time we're drawing 6 fresh cards. Yet again, 2 cards being converted into a 6-card hand with a Lily's Determination. Really fantastic is what we're going to be seeing on
The
Mayhem.
stamp's a little unfair to the person playing it today.
Yeah. Even after like both players have, you know, both times that we've seen it be played, it's been like optimal circumstance. We've done like Dusknoir pops previously, giving our opponent less cards in hand, getting ourselves really set up, and then still they just able to keep drawing out of it time and time again.
They just get out. They just do it. Always seeming to find that supporter card off of 2 cards. Right, we're seeing another Riolu hitting the bench. And Makuhita?
Yes, that is the promo Makuhita from Mega Evolutions.
Little dumpling sumo. I love it.
The art on that card is very nice. But yes, that will be coming into play. I'd say, you know, if we can't play 2 supporters for turn with a boss and something else, so why not we play the Makuhita, evolve that into the Hariyama, and that will allow us to gust up our opponent's Pokemon. You know, just a little bit of a workaround instead of playing bosses orders. It looks like we're looking to line up an Ultra Ball there. We'll see what we're able to find for Manev. But I mean, we've still got a lot of different actions that we can take this turn. I don't think we've used the Lunar Cycle yet. So if we're able to have a energy in hand, we might be thinning with the Ultra Ball and then potentially drawing up to a couple more cards in hand with that Lunar Cycle on the Lunatone. But yeah, I mean, the next turn right now for Christopher is going to be looking pretty interesting. He's on 5 prize cards, so being able to take 3 and 1 is still going to leave him with 1 prize card left remaining to win the game.
Not a bad spot to be in, especially when you run Dusknoirs. At any point, that risk could just pop up and finish off a Solrock for the game, even if you don't have an attacker charged up. But at this point, that Dragapult's looking like it's in a pretty safe spot if they take out this Lucario.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what's in Christopher's hand. As you mentioned, if there is a way to get that Duskull in play, we might be able to immediately just line up that 5 prize turn, which would be incredible just to lock Christopher into that day 2 position. Yes, there's damage coming over there from the Mega Brave. We'll get to see what's in Christopher's hand in a second. So many damage counters getting played. 270 damage on the Mega Lucario's Mega Brave attack. It looks like we've got a couple of cards in hand, but there's the Night Stretcher, which right now might be going for that Dusknoir. If we do a pop onto one of those under 130 HP Pokemon, swing into the active with the Phantom Dive, and then we chuck the additional damage counters onto that Lunatone, we will be able to take the 5 prize card turn, what Dragapult does best. There we go, Christopher closing out and batching his way into phase 2 with Dragapult and Dusknoir.
It's definitely an amazing play to see when you see it happen, and what a great way to earn your spot into day 2. So congrats, Christopher, for that, and very, very keen to see how they go tomorrow.
Impeccable stuff. Yet again, we've got a fantastic display right there from Dragapult this weekend. And I believe also after this, we are lining up a winner's interview as well with Christopher, which is going to be fantastic to cut to as well. So we'll join you guys in a second, back with a winner's interview. Jumping back in a little bit sooner than expected. Sadly, we've run out of time to key up a winner's interview. It would be so good to have a winning player come in and tell us all about their lines, but that is going to actually be a conclusion to the first day of play here at the Melbourne TCG. stream for 2026.
Christopher's just too excited. He want to go and celebrate, I guess.
And I don't blame him. Sadly, it does mean you can't do as much partying when you know you have to rock up tomorrow. So I think you might have been like,
well
yep.
rested, ready to go. Make sure that you keep locking in those key plays like he just did there, taking 5 prizes in one turn. What a way to lock in your day to invite.
The trainers, thank you so much for joining us today. We'll see you all tomorrow morning, bright and early for phase 2, as we'll hopefully be crowning our winner.